پهلوی رها شویم ز یوغ بندگی. شب سیاه ما ز نور شاه سپید دم شود ز فر پادشاه. به نام شاه همه صدا شویم برای میهنم من و تو ما شویم. به خوب به پاک عاشقان که جاوی شاه شده صدای ما. در این گذار رنج و درد و آه بخوان وطن به نام پادشاه که با صدای شاه و نام تو جهان بلرزد از قیام تو. به نام شاه به نام پهلوی وطن شود دوباره می نوی. شب سیاه ما ز نور شاه سپید دم شود ز فر پادشاه. به نام شاه همه صدا شویم برای میهنم من و تو ما شویم.
نام جاویده وطن صبح امید وطن جلوه کن در آسمان همچو مهر جاودان. وطن ای هستی من شور و سرمستی من جلوه کن در آسمان همچو مهر جاودان. بشنو سوز سخنم که هم آواز تو منم همه جان و تنم وطنم 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 وطنم. بشنو سوز سخنم که نواگر این چمنم همه جان و تنم وطنم 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 وطنم. همه با یک نام و نشان به تفاوت هر رنگ و زبان. همه با یک نام و نشان به تفاوت هر رنگ و زبان. همه شاد و خشونت بزنان ز صلابت ایران جوان به اصالت ایران کهن ز صلابت ایران جوان. نام جاویده وطن صبح امید وطن جلوه کن در آسمان همچو مهر جاودان. وطن ای هستی من شور و سرمستی من جلوه کن در آسمان همچو مهر جاودان. بشنو سوز سخنم که هم آواز تو منم همه جان و تنم وطنم 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 وطنم. بشنو سوز سخنم که نواگر این چمنم همه جان و تنم وطنم 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 وطنم. همه با یک نام و نشان به تفاوت هر رنگ و زبان. همه با یک نام و نشان به تفاوت هر رنگ و زبان. همه شاد و خشونت بزنان ز صلابت ایران جوان به اصالت ایران کهن ز صلابت ایران جوان. بشنو سوز سخنم که نواگر این چمنم همه جان و تنم وطنم 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 وطنم.
When you look at the crowds today, you have maybe 5,000, 6,000 people here. On the streets yesterday, 1 million people, 1 million Iranians in the street for the Ayatollah Khomeini. Does that not give you concern? Does that not make you afraid?
Because they are afraid, yeah, that's right. And most of the people don't say anything because they are afraid. And they are in silence, you know, they don't say anything.
Is this the silent majority of Iran out here now?
Yes, that's right.
Do you want the Shah to return?
Yes, Shah, return to the country.
What about you, Shah? Why do you want the Shah? Why does she want the
Across Iran, ordinary people took to the streets in peaceful protest. Millions of citizens, more than 400 cities. Their demands clear: dignity, justice, freedom. The response from the regime was absolute brutality. Security forces opened fire on unarmed protesters. Tens of thousands of innocent men, women, and children were killed on the streets. But the killing machine did not stop there. Despite what the regime has told the world, the machinery of terror has only intensified. Dozens of detainees, many of them children, are being forced to confess to crimes they never committed.
چه حکمی به شما دادن؟ چه حکمی؟ حکم شما محارب است. خب میشه بگید محاربه چیه لطفا؟ من نمیدونم چیه بابا. اعدام. تو رو خدا. تو رو خدا اعدام بده. آقا من غلط کردم. گو خوردم. تو رو خدا. با غلط کردن تو چیزی درست میشه؟ به خدا من اونجا بیکار بودم. من جامعه به خدا خطری ندارم. آقا من غلط کردم. گو خورد.
Right now, at least 8 people are at risk of imminent execution. Their lives can be taken at any moment. These are not criminals. They are peaceful citizens who dared to hope for a better future. The world must not look away. The world must not negotiate with a regime that has an insatiable lust for blood. The world has a moral obligation to stop this cycle of terror, now and for good.
The so-called Islamic Republic is not the government of Iran. It is a hostile, occupying force that's hijacked our homeland. After invading 5 neighboring countries and sowing chaos across the region, this regime has invaded Iran itself, using foreign terrorists, Hezbollah fighters, Iraqi militias, and other mercenaries to slaughter the Iranian people. This is no longer mere repression. This is foreign occupation wearing clerical robes. Just as Saddam Hussein drowned the marshes in blood and Bashar al-Assad turned barrel bombs on his own children, Ali Khamenei and his thugs have committed mass crimes against the Iranian people and against all of humanity. And just like those other tyrannies, the Islamic Republic will fall, not if, but when. The world must hear this clearly. The battle in Iran today is not between reform and revolution. It is between occupation and liberation. And the Iranian people have already chosen their side. Their heads are bloodied, but unbowed. Yet the cost has been heartbreaking. The people of Iran are being slaughtered in the streets and in their homes by a regime that shows no mercy. More than 12,000 Iranians were massacred in 48 hours. One murder every 14 seconds. Khamenei's killers even hunted the wounded protesters in hospitals and executed them in cold blood. The regime collected piles of bodies with dump trucks and forced worried families to search unlabeled body bags. They refused to return bodies for burial without payment for the cost of the bullets that killed their loved ones. And where a family cannot pay up to several thousand dollars, and most of them can't, they bury the dead in unmarked mass graves. And despite the lies you're hearing from the regime, its bloodlust has not diminished. The slaughter has not stopped. My brave compatriots, still holding the line with their broken bodies but unbreakable will, need your urgent help right now. Make no mistake, however, the Islamic Republic is close to collapse. Ali Khamenei and his thugs know this. That's why they are lashing out like a wounded animal, desperate to cling to power. The people have not retreated. Their determination has made one thing clear. They are not merely rejecting this regime, they are demanding a credible new path forward. They have called for me to lead. The bond between me and the Iranian people is not new. It's been with me since birth, and it cannot be broken. Even in exile, I pledged my life to the service of the Iranian nation.
Voices rise, peaceful hands beneath the skies. Police in black, they draw the line. Basic GIRGC crossing every sign. They shoot at us, no shame, no fear. 11 souls are gone this year. We march with hope, we stand as one. Oppression ends, the fight's not done. Act, Mr. Trump, a genius, bold and strong. You never surrender, that's where we belong. Act, Mr. Trump, we're calling you tonight. Locked and loaded, you said it loud. Hear the cries, hear the crowd. Act, Mr. Trump, don't turn away. Hope is rising, lead the way. We don't ask for war or trades, just freedom breaking. They beat us down, they steal our breath. Khamenei regime survives on fear and death. The world is watching, time is now. History waits for your vow. From Tehran streets to every land, we reach for the steady hand. Don't let Democrats rewrite you out. Don't let them say trap or waste chickens out. Act, Mr. Trump, a genius, bold and strong. You never surrender, that's where we belong. Act, Mr. Trump, we're calling you tonight. Act, Mr. Trump. rain. Raise the Pahlavi, our hope and flame. He is hope, democracy's door. Stability in Middle East, we're longing for. The people shout from young to old. One leader, brave and bold. Friendship, peace, a future free. That's the iron we want to see. Breathe life for BB, let him stand. USA's with your hand in hand. Strength agrees and clear and true. A safer world starts here with you. Iranian, say it loud and proud. We love you, Trump, above the crowd. A genius mind, a patriot strong, a doer, a fighter, where we belong. Act, Mr. Trump, history calls your name. Act, Mr. Trump, light the flame. From broken streets to freedom strong, the new dawn comes when red, Mr. Trump.
وقتی واسه غم نی گرچه قصه هامون کم نیست، همه خسته این قبولم ما فرصتی واسه ماتم نیست. روشن میشه فردا خورشید سرزمین ما، سرم باز و سینه سپر بلند میگم جاوید شاه. وقتی واسه غم نی گرچه قصه هامون کم نیست، همه خسته این قبولم ما فرصتی واسه ماتم نیست. روشن میشه فردا خورشید سرزمین ما، سرم باز و سینه سپر بلند میگم جاوید شاه. روبروم یه واژه یه هدف به نام انتقامه، پشت سرم دعای مادر و تو دستم تفنگ بابامه. رو زبونم اسم شاه بگینین عشق بی انتهاست، هر جا اسم ایران اومد اونجا صدای بچه رضاست. فردا می نویسن تو کتاب قصه دیمار، بگو با تیر جنگی کشتن بچه های بیگناه رو. بگو از بخت مادرها چیر زنا و دخترامون، بگو تنها شهید شدیم تا تنها نمونه شامون. وقتی واسه غم نی گرچه قصه هامون کم نیست، همه خسته این قبولم ما فرصتی واسه ماتم نیست. روشن میشه فردا خورشید سرزمین ما، سرم باز و سینه سپر بلند میگم جاوید شاه. وقتی واسه غم نی گرچه قصه هامون کم نیست، همه خسته این قبولم ما فرصتی واسه ماتم نیست. روشن میشه فردا خورشید سرزمین ما، سرم باز و سینه سپر بلند میگم جاوید شاه. وقتی واسه غم نی گرچه قصه هامون کم نیست، همه خسته این قبولم ما فرصتی واسه ماتم نیست. روشن میشه فردا خورشید سرزمین ما، سرم باز و سینه سپر بلند میگم جاوید شاه.
سلام من به تو یار قدیمی، منم همون هوادار قدیم.
بهت سلام، چطوری مرد کلی کتلت شدین دایی بدون مدرک. سلام بسیجی قهرمان رفتی پیش توسی با پنیر و یه نون سنگک. سلام به محفل قرآنیتون، سلام به مدیرای بحرانیتون، سلام به حاجی اکبر و طوله هاش و خارج و رفقای ارگانیتون، سلام به دزدای پول ملت که تش میافتین توی تور ملت. سلام به همه شما کرکسایی که دارین نونتون رو میزنین تو خون ملت تا که تش زیر دست و پاک و تک بخورین، حالا هی به یه بادکنک بدوین. سلام آخر تو زندان باشه وقتی قرار به این آب خنک بخورین. مرگ بر ملا متولی ننگ در دنیا، ننگ بر دوتا مجاهد چپی بعد از ملا. مرگ بر ملا متولی ننگ در دنیا، ننگ بر دوتا مجاهد چپی بعد از ملا. اینو بگذاریم به خاک میرسیم، تجزیه طلبی که به خاک بیرسیم. ایران مردمش وطن پرستن، از کرد تا بلوچ بری به فاک میرسی. توف به هر چی مرسی است، توف به هر کی در پی تجزیه است، توف به لوی و همونی که شیفته ی گل ملیگرا تو وطن خدا نفسی هست. سر کردستان همه برپا شدن، بلوچستان فدای مهسا شدن. شم واحد که شیر و خورشید ما بقی جعلیا تنها شدن. شادی باشه واسه همه در میهن، کور بشه چه شهر چی اهریمن. رخ رو بگید اون 6 کلاس سواد و خبرگان و مجد سری ترجیحن. شبهای عروس و دامادی باشه، برن سلامتی نوش کنن و آبادی باشه. لحظت کجاست میدون شهیاده به سمت اتوبان آزادی باشه. سلام به نسل ندید پدیدا، نبودیم ندیدیم قدیمتی ما. شاه بود تو شادی کل میزدین، حالا شاه بر میگرده پیک میزنین. مرگ بر ملا متولی ننگ در دنیا، ننگ بر دوتا مجاهد چپی بعد از ملا. مرگ بر ملا متولی ننگ در دنیا، ننگ بر دوتا مجاهد چپی بعد از ملا. مرگ بر ملا متولی ننگ در دنیا، ننگ بر دوتا مجاهد چپی بعد از ملا.
فاهنگ به این خوشگلی با نوایده بود، اسم یه مشخواهن رو توش بیاریم، ولی خب لازم بود دیگه. فکر کنم با نوایده
آخرین نبرده، پهلوی برمیگرده، صدای ایران بلنده، حق به حق دار میخنده. اینا 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 تو خیابون رکبار و شلیکه، آینده این جانی ها تاریکه. فقط برای حقمون خواستیم داد بزنیم، نمیذاریم این که شروع به فنا بدیم. اینترنت و برق و آب رو قطع کردن، توی دل تاریکی جنایت کردن، چراغا رو خاموش کردن که خون بریزن، مال دیگه از این ناخونده گریزن. ایران بی پادشاه بی قانونه، دنیای ما از این درد و غرق خونه، تا پادشاه برگرده این کشور بیماره. ایران بی پهلی همیشه گرفتاره، خامنه‌ای گم شو از این خاک ما، حکومت اسلامی برو از پاک ما، حکومتی که بیگانه و بدذاته توی خاک ما نیست وقت مجازات. تا شاه پهلوی برگرده به ایران. شما تروریست و قاتل و دزدید، گلوی ملت رو با بیراه میجوزید، با خون ما این کشور رو دزدیدید. از خشم این ملت مگه نترسیدید؟ ما ما یه زندگی ساده و آزاد میخوایم، صبح بدون ترس و فریاد میخوایم، دوباره بیکن و مستی و لبخند، بدون سانسور و زور و این بند. خورشید و شیر دوباره تابان میشه، پرچم واقعی توی جهان میشه، ایران دوباره پارس و پر روره، تا این شب تار نزدیک نوره، مردم ایران و دامه بدین، را رو برای شاه باز کنین، این ویروس رژیم رو پاک کنین، جا بدین به عصر طلای ایران، روی پا میمیریم نه روی زانو، آزادی حقمونه اینو میدونیم، تا آخر میجنگیم بدون ترس، ایران آزاد نزدیک میبینیم. این آخرین نبرده، پهلوی برمیگرده، صدای ایران بلنده، پهلوی برمیگرده، با بازگشت ایران بهش میشه، تقدیر ما از نو نوشته میشه، عدالت و افتخار زنده میشه، دشمن ایران شرمنده میشه.
Let me tell you a story about a lion that came from the mountains. These mountains right behind you. Our lion, the lion of freedom, can only roam free and strong. But one day, some 47 years ago, liberal socialists had a different plans. Free healthcare and free speech was not good enough for them. The same lie you can see today in New York. They wanted everything for free, believing a bloodthirsty vulture is better than a majestic lion. The vulture placed his claws on the Quran, swearing he was God sent. Both liberal socialists and religion fanatics joined forces, believed he's the Messiah. The vulture promised them prosperity, but instead took their dignity, stole all their resources to sponsor terror, and disconnected them from the world, living our nation poor, isolated, and thirsty for water. But now our lion is back, and he's bringing help with him. While history repeats itself in New York and Minnesota, we gathered here today to turn the page on history and claim our lion back.
Yeah, Azadi Square, let me see you make some noise. We came here to make history tonight. Azadi standing tall, we breaking down the walls. Everybody jumping now, answering the call. Look where we are right now, making history in my hometown. Screaming loud, let me hear the sound. Put your hands up and watch the world go round. Tehran, stand up, make some noise right now. We came here to rock the spot. This is Azadi, yeah, we made it to the stage. Put your hands up, let them feel the rage. Tehran, show me what you got. Inflation, inflation just we said an excuse, we came to uproot it. Breaking the chains, say it with me louder, till the oppression ends today. Azadi's underground sound, breaking through the silence. We ignite the streets, turn the stage into a riot. This is our moment now, feel the power rising. We end oppression now. Santa brought a New Year's gift from Jerusalem, wrapped up with a cherry gift from Washington. Shout out to Lion Elon Musk for the internet saving the people. Shout out to the Zionizer turning lionizer today. We love you, man. Shout out to Tommy, he's in the house. Shout out to Armin Navabi, the fighter of truth. Shout out to Nas Daily for upgrading our skills. Shout out to Erica LeBon, the brave lioness, standing brave and beautiful. We love you, Erica. Shout out to Goldie Gamari, the lioness golden heart of our nation. Welcome home. Also, Amjad Taha is in the house, the man who fears nothing but God and the truth. Shout out to Emily Schrader never giving up on us. Now internet is back in the house. Let's block Bushra Sheikh and BBC, because you know what they stand for. Put your hearts together for the return of the lion, the Shah of Iran. The future is ours. Together we rise, reaching for the stars.
To all of our friends around the world, under the yoke of the Islamic Republic, Iran is identified in your minds with terrorism, extremism, and poverty. The real Iran is a different Iran, a beautiful, peace-loving, and flourishing Iran. It is the Iran that existed before the Islamic Republic, and it is the Iran that will rise again from its ashes the day the Islamic Republic falls. So let me be clear about how a free Iran will act towards its neighbors and the world after the fall of this regime. In security and foreign policy, Iran's nuclear military program will end. Support for terrorist groups will cease immediately. A free Iran will work with regional and global partners to confront terrorism, organized crime, drug trafficking, and extremist Islamism. Iran will act as a friend and a stabilizing force in the region, and it will be a responsible partner in global security. In diplomacy, relations with the United States will be normalized, and our friendship with America and her people will be restored. The State of Israel will be recognized immediately. We will pursue the expansion of the Abraham Accords into the Cyrus Accords, bringing together a free Iran, Israel, and the Arab world. A new chapter will begin, grounded in mutual recognition, sovereignty, and national interest. In energy, Iran holds some of the largest oil and gas reserves in the world. A free Iran will become a reliable energy supplier to the free world. Policymaking will be transparent. Iran's actions will be responsible. Prices will be predictable. In transparency and governance, Iran will adopt and enforce international standards. Money laundering will be confronted. Organized corruption will be dismantled. Public institutions will answer to the people. In the economy, Iran is one of the world's last great untapped markets. Our population is educated, modern, with a diaspora that connects it to the four corners of the world. A democratic Iran will open its economy to trade, investment, and innovation, and Iran will seek to invest in the world. Opportunity will replace isolation. This is not an abstract vision. It is a practical one, grounded in national interest, stability, and cooperation. To achieve this, now is the time to stand with the Iranian people. The fall of the Islamic Republic and the establishment of a secular, democratic government in Iran will not only restore dignity to my people, it will benefit the region and the world. A free Iran will be a force for peace, for prosperity, and for partnership.
Let's go. میخوام بگم از دلم، از عشق به این میهنم، به امید روز شکست دشمن شاه برمیگرده به وطن.
برگشتن پهلوی وحشت هر اجنبی بلند بگو همشهری شاه رضا پهلوی نظام رسیده پرتگاه بلند بگو جاوید شاه برگشت شاه به میهن دوای درد وطن این آخرین نبرده پهلوی برمیگرده داره میاد پهلوی زجه بزن سید علی راه نجات وطن پهلوی هموطن ایران میشه گلستان شاه که بیاد به ایران ایران که شاه نداره حساب کتاب نداره آخون باید گم بشه توپ تانک فشفشه گم شو بیرون اجنبی داره میاد پهلوی فریاد بزن جاوید شاه شعار هر وطن ها ما شاه میخوایم نه ملا بزار بشنوه دنیا ایرانی داد بزن شاه تو فریاد بزن برگشتن پهلوی وحشت هر اجنبی بلند بگو هموطن شاه رضا پهلوی فریاد بزن جاوید شاه شعار هر وطن خواه بلند بگو جاوید شاه شعار هر وطن خواه فریاد بزن جاوید شاه شعار هر وطن خواه فریاد بزن جاوید شاه شعار هر وطن خواه بلند بگو جاوید شاه شعار هر وطن خواه
میاد روزی که سیمرغ ایران پالاشو کرده باز که دیگه مردممون نشن قتل عام میشکنه طلسم نسل ما پیشمون خالی جای همشون جزو خوبای تاریخ همه رفته ها رو تخت بیمارستان میزنن تیر خلاص هیلگر و سیب طلا نشون میدن زیر عبا رگ آدم و حفا رو میزنن ما تیغ حلال 72 ملت رو کشتن کجای سینه زن و لای داده مردم گم میشه آژیر گشت مامورا تو پاره میشن زیر ماشین خشم این دفعه گلستان نشد آتیش رشت ولی زحاک فریدون بالاخره پا میشه تش سر میکشه به فلک آتیش کینه آدم ها مسجداتون میسوزن مثل سینه مادرها طعم خون جوونا رو میچشه جانماز ستون دینو میشکنه خیزش کافرها با لباس عزا مادر میرقصی کنار مزار هرکی بیشتر بکشه میگیره کلاش طلا قهرمان اونیه که پشت در خالی نکرد وقتی کوبیده میشد چماق سپا به درا بار جنازه و جسد زیر شهر دختر نوزاد تا پیرمرد پسر میشه بی پدر میشه بی پسر لباسامون سیاه ترن نیمه شب کله جنین میجوشه تو دیگه مرگ این مجاهدین دشمن ایرانی ها این میرین عراقی ها رو واسه کی میارین رقص جیر خور ساز بیخیالی ایران داره میمیره تنفس مصنوعی میدن با گاز شیمیایی سکوت با همین از شمال تا جنوب بالاخره فرو میرید تو خون رسیده کاردا به استخون شما میرید و ما میمونیم شیر و خورشید دوباره میکنه طلوع سکوت با همین از شمال تا جنوب بالاخره فرو میرید تو خون رسیده کاردا به استخون شما میرید و ما میمونیم شیر و خورشید دوباره میکنه طلوع عدود تفنگاشون مه شهر توی جوب خون شناور کش سر کی گفته مشکل ما معیشتی آبدانان دونه های برنج از آسمون میواریدن مثل برف گوشت ملت نظریه روی شله اجاق تو تاریخ ایران پشیز دوره شما تیرو میزدن تو گلو موقع شعار تولدتون دلیل توبه خداست حیف خاک ایران آخون میره ته لجن بعد سقوط زندگی میچسبه مثل کره اصل قسمت قشنگ قصه انقلابینه شما میمونید ولی پیچید به بازی سگه اصل جون ملت مفته مثل پول تو جیبا زن کشی میکنن برسن به موی هوریا حرف دل هممون بود خونه رو دیوار آسمون شهر رو روشن میکرد نور گوشیا گربه رو با تیر نزدن بدون منظور اسلامو چپوندن به ما به زور سرکوب خون با هیچی پاک نمیشه حتی سپا کل شهر رو بشوره هر روز وطن زخم و مشترک درد همه است نشونمون روی سر نظام حبس نفس آبی میشه رو نقش دوباره رنگ عرس ما نهانیم که زبونی کشیم از چرخ فلک سکوت با همیم از شمال تا جنوب بالاخره فرو میرید تو خون رسیده کاردا به استخون شما میرید و ما میمونیم شیر و خورشید دوباره میکنه طلوع سکوت با همیم از شمال تا جنوب بالاخره فرو میرید تو خون رسیده کاردا به استخون شما میرید و ما میمونیم شیر و خورشید دوباره میکنه طلوع
مامان من میرم
ماما من میرم اما همیشه با تو هم. پروانه بنفشی دیدی منم، ابرهایی در آسمان دیدی منم، گلی که بر سر راحت افتاد منم.
ما که می جنگیم و این خانه سراسر سنگر است، ما که می جنگیم و این خانه سراسر سنگر است. شاه ما آهنگر است، شاه ما آهنگر است. شاهی شاه
در خیابان‌ها هزاران لاله خونین پرپر است، در خیابان‌ها هزاران لاله خونین پرپر است. شور کاوه در سر است، شور کاوه در سر است.
شاهی شاه مرگ بر صحاب گوییم فاسد ترین فاسدان، مرگ بر صحاب گوییم فاسد ترین فاسدان. مرگ بر بنیادتان، مرگ بر بنیادتان. ما که می جنگیم و این خانه سراسر سنگر است، ما که می جنگیم و این خانه سراسر سنگر است. شاه ما آهنگر است، شاه ما آهنگر است. ما که می جنگیم و این خانه سراسر سنگر است، ما که می جنگیم و این خانه سراسر سنگر است. شاه ما آهنگر است، شاه ما آهنگر است. شاهی شاه
در خیابان‌ها هزاران لاله خونین پرپر است، در خیابان‌ها هزاران لاله خونین پرپر است. شور کاوه در سر است، شور کاوه در سر است.
شاهی شاه مرگ بر صحاب گوییم فاسد ترین فاسدان، مرگ بر صحاب گوییم فاسد ترین فاسدان. مرگ بر بنیادتان، مرگ بر بنیادتان. ما که می جنگیم و این خانه سراسر سنگر است، ما که می جنگیم و این خانه سراسر سنگر است. شاه ما آهنگر است، شاه ما آهنگر است.
We lived in shadows, cut from the light. Sirens and gunfire in the dead of night. They took our voices, they shut the net. But not our will, not our regret. Now hear us say, without any apology, America, send your angels of liberty. Angels of liberty, unleash your fire, and the Islamic regime lift us higher. Angels of liberty, hear our cry. Freedom is born when you fill our sky. Angels
look at us here today. We see so many flags representing so many nations. We know we are not alone, and we thank you for being with us. For all people around the world who stand today in unity with the Iranian people, this is not just because it's good for us, and you do it out of compassion and care for our rights to liberty and justice and equality and human rights. But understand that it is in your best interest too, to have, unlike this regime that has been propagating terror and radicalism, we the people of Iran are peacemakers and not warmongers. We like to be friends, especially with the free worlds. We'd like to be able to have the best neighborly relationship with the people of our area and the region, with the Arab countries, with Israel, and all our other neighbors. We are fighting for justice, we're fighting for human rights, we are fighting for liberty, we're fighting to put an end to all sorts of discrimination. Because as an Iranian, I stand here to tell you that I've dedicated 47 years of my life because I think that my country deserves far better than what we have right now. To now understand that their best remedy is to support the people of Iran, because ultimately a free Iran will be your best partner, not just to bring stability and peace, but it will be in your best economic interest and opportunities. Together we can prosper again, and the world will be so different once the Iranian people are free. I am here to guarantee a transition to secular democratic future. I am committed to be that leader of transition for you, so we can one day have the final opportunity to decide the fate of our country through a democratic, transparent process, through the ballot box and free elections. And let's make sure that this time, especially the free nations of this world and their governments, stand on the right side of history.
ایران غرق انقلاب است. کشور ما، تاریخ ما ترسید گر فرا گرفته، گویی اهورا مستا دوباره در نور خود مرا گرفته. اکنون سرودی سر میدهم باز فارغ از رنج و تشویش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. هن ای پدر، هن ای پسر، برخیز و باماش و همگاه، تا درد آن تجربه تلخ ما را نکشیده در پا. بگذار هر دم بغرند گرگ‌ها دم لباس میش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ای کارگر، ای برزگر، راحت کنون ادامه دارد در این زمان که پرتو یزدان از هر سو بر تو میبارد. پس پیش به سوی آزادی از بحر خزر تا کیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. حلقا به پا، بهر دفاع از استقلال و میکنیم پشت ارتجا تیریزی ویران آبادی تا زنده سازیم سنتای می از بالین و کیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش
با امید روزی که تمام این دلبشو و انقلاب تموم بشه و ما در روشنایی، نور و سعادت مردم کشورمون غرق بشیم.
نه خارجی نه بیگانه نه مستشارهای ویرانی نه چیر خاران نه کاسلیسان فقط هم رزمان ایرانی تا با شرافت میهنی بسازی بهر فرزندان خویش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش مردان بیایید داخل صف ما اکنون که آغاز رویاست دشمنان بدانید ما زنده هستیم بعد از ما هم ایران پابرجاست آن روح شیطان ما را فریب داد با صد شعار مردمیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش پرچم ما پرچم ایران غرق خون شهیدان روی شانه هامان حمل میکنیمش در هر خیابان و میدان تا ماسک دلقکان را برداریم از روی تسبیح و ریش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش
تیر بغض
دلش نیاز بشد انجمن از دلیران پارس ز پاکان و روشن ضمیران پارس در ایران زداید نشان بدی بر ابرو زدان پره ایزدی سپربند کند بزم ناباد را کند بارور از هنر خود را هنر دانش و رامش و شادیت هماهنگی و صلح و آزادیت چو ایران نباشد من مباد یکی بود و بر زندگی تر
Well, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. Durud Patriots, welcome to day 59 of Iran Revolution Live with your amazing and wonderful host, Armin Navabi.
And your amazing and wonderful host, Goldie Qamari.
Thank you so much. How are you doing, Armin?
Very good. Lots of new exciting news from the prince, from CIA, from inside Iran. There's a lot to talk about. Yeah, right. Okay.
Let's just dive right into it then. I just found out the Piers Morgan interview that is airing at 3 p.m. So it's airing in about an hour and 45 minutes, which is when you go for your group discussion.
Oh. Damn.
I don't know what you're going to do about that one.
Well, oh my God. We can't wait, right? No, right?
I mean, I'm going to play it. So you know what? How about this? I will just play it, but I won't provide any commentary. And then,
okay.
And then when,
and then we'll watch it with yes, let's do that. Let's play it with no commentary, and then we'll watch it together with commentary.
Okay, and then exactly, we'll do that.
And I will do my first reaction. I won't watch it first, so I could just react to it live.
Okay. Sounds good. Sounds good. So, all right, let's get started.
All right. How about we start with the new message from Prince Reza Pahlavi?
Always a priority. I actually cried. I cried at a certain part of this. You know which part I'm talking about, right?
Well, the part that he mentioned that we have we decide our own destiny and no one else.
No, the part where he mentions his father.
Oh, he defended his father.
No,
yeah, because he usually
he didn't defend. Yeah. He basically
legacy.
He basically said by thought I feel like it's almost like he forgave us for what happened. But anyways, let's watch it and you'll see.
Oh, I didn't look at it that way. What stood out to me was that he usually doesn't get into defending his father's legacy. He focuses. So many people attack his father, and he usually changes the conversation about the future. But here, he actually went and defended his father's legacy. That's what it was touching. Yeah, that was very sweet. That's a very good point. Goldie, you see things that, it's always good to listen to your analysis because you notice these things that, amazing. Okay, so let's go through it. All right, so we're going through it with that translation at first, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so guys, there's subtitles here, and then we'll go through it after. Oh, the audio seems oddly low. Let's go back from the beginning.
فرزندان دانشجویم، دختران و پسران شجاع ایران، شما بازگشایی دانشگاه‌ها را به فریاد بلند ملت بدل کردید و پیوند استوار دانشگاه و ملت را به نمایش گذاشتید. شما نشان دادید که ایران زنده است و اراده ملت خاموش شدنی نیست. پدرم نزدیک به 50 سال پیش بینی کرده بود که نسل‌های آینده درباره او و خدماتش چگونه داوری خواهند کرد. امروز شما پاسخ تاریخ را دادید. روح او در آرامش است چون می‌بیند فرزندان ایران بیدارند و با شجاعت و آگاهی برای بازپسگیری ایران ایستاده‌اند. متحد بمانید، ایستادگی کنید، اجازه ندهید تصویری عادی از میهن زخمی ما ساخته شود. تا وقتی مردم ما کشته میشوند، خواهران و برادران ما به اعدام محکوم میشوند و مادران و پدران، همسران و کودکان ما داغ دارند، تا وقتی این شب تیره به پایان نرسد و ایران از چنگ این رژیم اشغالگر آزاد نشود، هیچ چیز عادی نیست و مبارزه ما پایان نخواهد یافت. بدانید که آینده از آن شماست، از آن شما که خاموش نماندید، برخاستید و ایستادید. ما با هم ایران را پس میگیریم و دوباره آن را میسازیم. پاینده ایران، پیروز باد انقلاب شیر و خورشید ملت ایران.
جاوید شاه.
Javid Shah.
This was perfect timing when it came to this message, because some people were doubting that whether the Iranian people should continue to protest right now or wait for a US and Israeli attack. And Princess of Pahlavi, by putting this message out, shows that the fact we can't let the Islamic Republic win the propaganda game and show that things are normal. Right now, the Islamic Republic is desperately trying to show to its own followers that things are back to normal and nothing to see here, go home. And that plan, that propaganda, that information war was defeated by three things. First, the 40th day memorial of the fallen at the at the Javid Nam's burial ground, at the burial ground of the fallen. Second was the response to the call to action of the Princess of Pahlavi, where Iranian people came out at night and chanted against the regime and for Pahlavi at the rooftops and the opening the windows. And third, now by the reopening of the universities, we see the university students coming out and crossing all the regime's red lines, bringing the lion and sun flag, calling for Pahlavi, and getting even more radical against the Islamic Republic, as if the Islamic Republic had not just done the greatest massacre in their history upon the Iranian people, as if there's no consequences to how the bravery of the Iranian university students made it seem like there's zero consequences to what they're doing, as if there wasn't just a massacre that took place. And the plan for the Islamic Republic to act like everything is back to normal has completely failed. So this is why this was actually a very effective thing to do. And now Princess of Pahlavi's stamp of approval of what they did shows that they were doing the right thing. So this was so important that it came right now. It encourages for us to continue.
Can I just say something really quickly? A little bit off topic, but I just want to say I love how all the non-Iranian followers are speaking Persian to each other now. So look at this. Great message from the Shah. Durud to my fellow Hamihand Dusts. I love that. Guys, when I see your comments, and I know we don't comment or respond to everything that we see, but I do read all of your comments, and I just say, like, I love it. I love how all of you have embraced all these different Persian words. So we love it.
Can I help with that? So if you want to make dust plural, you could do dustan. So you know how in English you put s to plural. So for dust, the way that you make dust plural is dustan. So
you know what, I kind of prefer dusts though, because it's like Persian and English together, right?
Yeah, okay.
So
yeah,
I don't know.
Yeah,
I kind of like the just like making it plural with the s. I don't know.
Oh.
I think
it's like bepishing, for example.
Yeah, like we're bepishing.
We're bepishing. Yeah, you're right. That's cute. Okay. So anything else like that stood out to you from this? Should I read the translation for the people who are driving or walking the dogs or at the gym or doing the dishes? Okay, so let me just read that.
فرزندان دانشجویم.
My dear students, actually the Persian is so much more wholesome than the English translation, because he's saying Farzandane Danishu. He's speaking like as a father, like a father, like if the like
Farzandane Danishuyam.
So he's saying my I don't know. How do you translate? I don't want to say children because people might think that I'm saying like a child. I don't know. How do you translate? It's so much more endearing. He's speaking to the students as if he's the
it does mean children, but not in the sense of a child. It's as if like family, right? So he's acknowledging the
family.
university students as family. That's why
Yes,
he says
exactly.
Farzandon.
Sons and oh yeah, good,
Yeah.
good.
Like
Sons and daughters. Yeah,
like
like
sons
that.
and daughters. Exactly. There you
Yes,
go.
exactly.
دختران و پسران شجاع ایران.
The brave boys and girls of Iran.
شما بازگشایی دانشگاه‌ها را
You have unified the reopening of the universities
به فریاد بلند
with the resounding cry of the nation
ملت بدل کردید و پیوند
and demonstrated the unbreakable
استوار
bond
دانشگاه و ملت را
between the university and the
به
people.
نمایش گذاشتید. شما نشان دادید
You showed that Iran lives on
که ایران زنده است و اراده ملت
and that and the will of the nation cannot be silenced.
خاموش شدنی نیست. پدرم نزدیک به
Nearly 50 years ago, my father foresaw how future
50
generations
سال پیش بینی کرده بود که نسل‌های آینده درباره
would judge him and his service.
او و خدماتش.
Can I mention the point that you added here? Like, can I add that or just read through? Okay, so guys, Goldie cried at this part because I think let me like she could correct me if I'm wrong, but Muhammad Reza Shah or Shah, the father of Princess Pahlavi died with the feeling like we feel like we betrayed him after all of the services and everything he did for Iran. There was a revolution and he left Iran with the narrative in Iran being dominant that he was evil and he wronged the Iranian people, even though he was the kindest king we ever had in our history. I mean, I don't know if you guys agree with me, but I think for all the kings that Iran has had, Muhammad Reza Shah was the kindest and the most obsessed with improving the lives of Iranians. And for that dedication and for that kindness, all he received was for him to be driven away from his country, for him to die outside of Iran, which is such a shame, and for him to die not seeing that one day the Iranian people will call his name again and be ashamed of how they treated him, like the way that he was treated at the end of his life. So there's a huge sense of guilt inside Iran regarding us, what we did to the king that was so obsessed with improving our lives, right? And what he's saying, what Princess of Pahlavi is saying here is that the Iranian people, they are judging his father positively now for his service. So like he's giving Goldie, let me know if this is what your understanding is. He's giving us a way out. He's telling us that we don't have to feel guilty anymore, that we are not those same people, right? He's giving us a way out to not feel guilty about that anymore. Is that
yeah?
Is that what,
exactly. I actually found the last interview.
Yeah.
And I'll play that as well. It's like 15 minutes long, but I want to find, but before I play the whole thing, because I can do that later because we have news to go through, I'm going to try to find the part where he talked, like, because like this goes back, like this references the last interview that His Royal Highness the late Shah of Iran had before he passed away from cancer. And in that final interview, there is a reference to how will people look at you 50 years from now. So the fact that his son is now mentioning the 50 years, this is exactly it. This is like, it's like he's saying, like, I don't want to say like, I don't want to presume, but it's almost as if, like you said, he's giving us an out to stop feeling guilty for what happened. You know what I mean? It's almost like, it's forgiven. My father's spirit is at peace, and we can heal and move on. That's sort of how I see that.
Yeah. Just wish he was there to see Iran calling his name again.
چگونه داوری خواهند.
So yeah, he basically, let me read this sentence again. Nearly 50 years ago, my father foresaw how the future generations
که نسل‌های آینده درباره او و
would judge him and his service.
خدماتش چگونه داوری خواهند کرد. امروز
Today you have given history its answer.
شما
Oh, guys, do you know what this is referring to? Listen to Princess of Pahlavi.
پاسخ تاریخ را دادید.
امروز شما پاسخ تاریخ را دادید. Do you guys know what this is referring to? You answered history. This is the name of Muhammad Reza Shah's book. Yeah, exactly. It's his book. So Muhammad Reza Shah wrote his memoirs, right? In his book called Pasokh be Tarikh. Yeah, exactly. Shah's book, which means answering history, right? So in that book, he basically defended his legacy and the choices he had made. And here, his son, when he says, today you have given history its answer, it's referring to his father's book, Answering History. Literally a new page. Yeah, exactly. The Iranian people added a page to that book, to the book of Muhammad Reza Shah.
روح او در آرامش است.
His spirit is at peace because he sees that the children of Iran are awake.
می‌بیند فرزندان ایران بیدارند و با
This is another reference to something, that the children of Iran are awake. This also refers to Muhammad Reza Shah's speech at Cyrus the Grave's resting ground, where Muhammad Reza Shah basically addressed the tomb of Cyrus the Great, saying, Kurosh asude bekhab choma bidarim. So Muhammad Reza Shah, during a ceremony, he went to the tomb of King Cyrus the Great, and in his speech, he said something that has been one of the most famous parts of his speech. He addresses Cyrus the Great at his burial ground, and he tells Cyrus that Cyrus, sleep at peace, be at peace in your sleep, because we, the Iranian people, are awake. So sleep. Yeah, and this, I think Princess of Pahlavi, this part of his speech is referring to that. So yeah, he's saying, now this is very interesting because Muhammad Reza Shah told Cyrus the Great to be at peace because the Iranian people are awake. And now Princess of Pahlavi is saying that Muhammad Reza Shah's spirit is at peace because the Iranian people are awake. You see how, oh my God, this is so beautiful. So yeah, they're awake and with courage and clarity are standing up to reclaim Iran.
و آگاهی برای بازپسگیری ایران ایستاده‌اند. متحد بمانید.
Remain united.
ایستادگی کنید.
Stand firm.
اجازه ندهید.
Do not allow a false image of normalcy to be made of our wounded homeland.
تصویری عادی از میهن زخمی.
This is very important. The Islamic Republic right now is desperate to show to the world that nothing has happened here. It's all over. So we, the Iranian people, have the responsibility to show the people who are still working with the regime and the rest of the world that there's nothing normal about this, that we're still in the middle of a war.
ما ساخته شود. تا وقتی
as long as our people are being killed,
ما کشته میشوند، خواهران و
Our sisters and brothers are sentenced to execution.
برادران ما به اعدام محکوم میشوند و مادران و
And our mothers and fathers, spouses and children are mourning.
پدران، همسران و کودکان ما داغ دارند تا وقتی این شب
As long as this dark night has not come to an end
تیره به پایان نرسد و ایران
and Iran has not been freed from the grip of this occupying regime,
از چنگ این رژیم اشغالگر آزاد نشود، هیچ چیز
nothing is normal and our struggle will not end.
عادی نیست و مبارزه ما پایان نخواهد یافت. بدانید
Know that the future belongs to you.
که آینده از آن شماست. از آن شما.
To you who choose to remain silent, to you who choose not to remain silent, who rose and stood firm,
که خاموش نماندید، برخاستید و ایستادید. ما با
together we will reclaim Iran and rebuild it once again.
هم ایران را پس میگیریم و دوباره آن را میسازیم.
ایران را پس میگیریم. Remember guys, you guys know that. Goldie taught that to you. ایران را پس میگیریم means that we will reclaim Iran.
پاینده ایران.
Long live Iran.
پیروز باد
Victory to the lion and sun revolution of the Iranian nation.
انقلاب شیر و خورشید ملت ایران.
And this is where we usually add Javid Shah.
Javid Shah. Can I play just really, really quickly? I found the part where he's referencing the 50 years with his father, the late Shah. I just want to play this really, really briefly. So this is the last interview that his father, the previous Shah of Iran, Shahanshah Aryamer, had before he passed away from cancer.
How do you think future generations of Iranians will view your 37 years?
The truth and the reality of history could not be kept always in the shadows. That is impossible. Truth will come out. In any case, sooner or later.
And at that point, in 50 years' time, how will future Iranians judge you?
50 years, I hope it will be sooner than that.
Well, whenever I was saying, how will your people, after a period, judge you?
Well, if they read history, they will see what it was before my father, what it was when I took over, and what it was when I left.
We'll leave it there for now. This is it's a 15-minute long interview, and I have the full interview, so we'll watch the full interview at another point.
Perfect video to watch, by the way, Goldie. That's a really good choice. Can I do just a very short AI video to boost the mood?
Sure.
Okay. Have you've seen this, right? No, I don't know. It's 14 seconds. Okay. Watch this. This is now Khamenei and President Trump are in high school, apparently. Let's watch this. Wait, I don't know if this is copyrighted or not.
At the starting of the week,
That's so funny.
I don't know, President Trump he comes outside and I don't know, this is the most badass way to he's just waiting for him outside in the parking. Oh. One more time. Sorry, this is just too good.
At the starting of the week, at Summit Talks, you'll hear them speak. It's only
funny. It's really good.
Okay. Yeah. Oh my god. So should we go to CIA?
Yes, this is crazy, guys.
This is significant. This is such a big deal. I could talk about this for hours, actually. Yes.
Guys,
Yeah.
the CIA is now getting involved.
Guys, this is, I mean, I've seen Mossad get directly communicate with the Iranian people before, but this doesn't usually happen with the CIA. And this is the CIA's main account. Okay. This is not like a Persian side account that they have. Okay. This is their main account. Okay. Look at the gray check mark at this, like 3.6 million followers. And they just posted this out in Persian. And it's a step-by-step guide.
Could you translate everyone's asking if you can translate the writing at the top first.
Okay, let's do the translation.
Yeah, Americans just want to know what's being said.
Yeah, so saying hello, the Central Intelligence Agency, CIA, can hear your voice and wants to help you. Below is the necessary guidance on how to securely contact us virtually. I have a lot of theories regarding what's going on here. This is the first time I've seen the CIA directly write in Persian and directly asking the Iranian people to use these step-by-step guide on what to do to contact the CIA in a secure way from inside Iran. And by the way, we went over this on the Persian side, line by line. It's very, very good. Like the security measures that they've taken to make sure that it's really good. It's very clear. It's very easy to follow. And they have thought of everything. So Goldie, what do you think about this? This is big. Yeah, exactly. People are saying in the chat, this is big. And I'll tell you, we'll explain why this is such a big deal. This is like huge. They're getting ready for something.
Wait, someone's saying this is not a verified CIA. This is 100% a verified CIA page. What are you talking about?
Oh my God.
Do you
what
see
are you
the
talking
green
about?
check mark? That's literally the CIA page. Don't spread like rumors. That's literally the government account of the CIA.
This is the CIA account.
That's CIA.
Yes.
It's got the gray check mark and everything.
And 3.6 million followers and the gray check mark. Like, are you guys do you guys not know how X works? Yeah, so the official, and it's not only is the official account, they don't sometimes the Israel and
someone's saying it's not blue. Yeah, that's the whole point. Government accounts are gray.
My God.
Government accounts are gray, not blue.
Yeah, blue just means you paid, I don't know, $10 or something.
Yeah, government
it's the
accounts
gray
are
one that makes
official government accounts are gray. Like when I was an elected official, my X tick check mark was gray. Now that I'm no longer an elected official, it's gone back to blue.
Yes.
So Armin, Americans are asking for you to translate that into English.
All of this? I
don't know,
can.
that's what they're saying.
You guys want it? Okay. It will take you a while. Let me know in the chat. Do you guys let's hear other people. Do you really want me to translate all of this? Is it it might take a while. Do you want?
I mean, what okay, people are saying yes. I mean, the other thing I could do is I could just take screenshots of what they're saying, and then why don't you just give a summary instead of translating it line by line? Just give a quick summary of what each thing is saying. That way you don't have to go into the details, right? Because this is it's meant for Iranians, but we'll summarize it for you guys.
All right, so this let me just do a summary of every page, okay? So this page is telling people that to contact the CIA, you have to follow the future. This is point number 1. So the other points that are coming, you're saying that your health and security is our priority. So when you want to contact us, you have to use this way. Don't use any other way. Make sure you use you you follow all the instructions here to make sure that you're secure. Okay, and then page 2, all right, is basically telling you that don't use the computer and phone that you're using usually. Just use like a new phone that is just like for
like a
that,
burner phone.
just burner phone. Yeah, exactly, like a burner phone. And make sure that you're using the latest browsers, and you make sure you use incognito mode or private browsing. So that's basically that. And then this page is saying that you could also use Tor. If okay, yeah. So basically, you could use. So it's going to tell you about what kind of VPNs to use and what kind of what and how to use Tor basically. And yeah, it goes through the instructions regarding how to use Tor. But the whole point is to get them to visit this website, CIA.gov, to contact them. And then here it tells you what types of VPNs to use, and also not to use free VPNs. Make sure you use VPNs that are famous and paid, and that you have especially if you have experience using them before. It tells you not to use VPNs that are based in Iran, Russia, or China, or any country that doesn't have a good relationship with the United States. So it specifically mentions Russia, Iran, and China. It also tells them that when you're using VPNs, not to make the country that you're using to be Russia or China, or any country that is not a good relationship with the United States. It gives you some other guides here regarding how to use VPNs and how to make sure it's secure. It tells you to put the setting of the VPN so that if all of a sudden the VPN gets cut, it disconnects you from the internet, so it doesn't go back to your normal internet, stuff like that. It tells you here that if you're using Tor, to use this address over here. By the way, guys, let me just put the link in the chat to this for Iranians who might be watching us from inside Iran. So the link to this is now in the chat. So it's doing that. It gives you some other security guidelines as saying, okay, so it's asking you what information to send to the CIA. So it's asking you for your name, for your job, and for your title. It's asking you for your skills. What type of skills do you have? What kind of information that you have? And other ways to, regarding email and stuff like that. And then it also says like we might not actually contact you. After you contact us, it will take us some time to go through your information that you send us. Yeah, over here that's September 7. And then at the end it says, so by the way, I didn't go into all of the details. I'm just giving you a general understanding of what this is
Yeah,
about.
which is fine.
Yeah. And then last it says that it's really important that you follow these steps. We are hoping, we are eager to hear from you. Until we hear from you, goodbye. So
I like how
that
they
was
say
that.
I really like how they say bidrud and not khoda hafiz.
Yeah, guys, they're being very Persian.
I love that.
Yeah. Yeah. They didn't say khoda hafiz, they said bidrud, which is the most Persian way of saying goodbye. Yeah, they know what they're
start
doing.
off with durud actually? How do they start off? Let's see.
Yeah, let's go.
Let's see the first page.
Here. Oh no!
Oh no, they said salam.
Salam.
Cancel them. Someone needs to go teach the CIA durud.
Yeah, how could you actually? Most people get the goodbye wrong. How could they start with salam and then end with bidrud? Interesting.
Should be
it's okay.
durud.
We forgive you.
Yeah, we'll forgive the CIA for this. It's okay.
We forgive you, the CIA. We forgive the CIA. Yeah. Okay.
Oh man, we have.
Right. So, can I tell you what I think about this? By the way.
Yeah, please.
Okay.
Of course.
Yeah, I just wanted to say if you want to go first, but to me, first of all, this seems that they're getting ready for something big, and they need a line of communication with the Iranian people. uh, because the Islamic Republic is going to try to increase the political cost of this war for President Trump by cutting the internet and using a what we call in Iran white internet to only get the pictures and videos that the Islamic Republic has in mind out, and feeding people like AOC, like uh, Thomas Massey or Rokana, because you know that the isolationists in United States, they're ready, like it's a race. Like everybody, anti-Trump people are getting ready for this war to start. So as soon as it starts, they use it as a way to attack him, to try to bring down his popularity, and basically this is ammunition for them. And the political cost to starting this war, they will try to increase it to the point that President Trump might have to end the war midway. And a lot of people might say, like, Armin, what are you talking about? This is President Trump's last term. Why does he need popularity? Because in the United States, it's not just about your popularity as a president. In United States, the president is not a tyrant. He needs he works with a lot other politicians, people in his cabinet, people in Congress, senators. If President Trump's popularity goes down, it would be more difficult. It wouldn't be advantageous for their career to continue supporting his agenda. So President Trump requires his popularity to get more politicians and to continue to work with him and to push forward his agenda. So attacking every politician has certain amount of political capital to be able to use. If it gets below a certain point, then they have to quit something, because this is democracy. You cannot just continue doing something against the will of the people of your country, right? So, and the Islamic Republic knows this. The Islamic Republic understands that they're not going to be able to defeat the United States in the battlefield. So they're going to try to defeat the United States in the political arena by being able to put out the information that is required for people like AOC or Thomas Massey to be able to attack President Trump as soon as this war starts. And to do that, they need to censor the Iranian people. They need to shut them up while they put out their information out there, the information that they approve. So you might say, like, well, Armin, how could any of this would be useful if the Islamic Republic shuts down the internet? Even with this guideline from the CIA, nobody was going to be able to send information out there. Well, this is exactly why President Trump ordered for 6,000 Starlink equipment, basically devices, to be smuggled into Iran right when the revolution started, right? So a lot of people thought that President Trump is not doing anything and he forgotten the Iranian people. Later, we had reports that actually they smuggled in 6,000 Starlink devices. So the CIA is trying to open another way to keep communication with the Iranian people, so that this plan of the Islamic Republic, this is my interpretation, that the war is about to start. CIA is getting ready to make the Iranian people the CIA's eyes and ears, so that the Islamic Republic is not able to win the information war, because they're not going to be able to win the military war, but they might be able to win the information war, because there are a lot of anti-Trump politicians in America that the Islamic Republic can feed. And also, please understand that from the perspective of the Islamic Republic, this is actually more ideal than no attack at all. So if you give the Islamic Republic a chance between these three options, America not attacking, option one. Two, America attacking and the Islamic Republic being toppled. And three, America attacking, but the Islamic Republic surviving this, get a lot of damage, a lot of cost, but no toppling. Which one of these three options do you think the Islamic Republic prefers the most? You might think that a lot of people might think that, oh, well, obviously prefer number one, because even if they don't get toppled, it's going to be very costly for them to go through a war. But actually, they prefer option number 3. They would see this as a boost to their standing among their own followers. If the United States attacks and they survive it, this is the best gift to them, because their number one fear when it comes to being toppled is losing their base support. If the only superpower on this planet attacks them and they survive it, this would give them the boost that they were desperate for like a boost that their propaganda would have never ever been able to achieve. So this is why the Islamic Republic says, okay, we're not going to negotiate, let's go to war. President Trump is going to start a war. We're not going to be able to defeat him in the battlefield, but the political cost will make him have to stop midway without us being toppled. So this is why you guys are part of this war. This is why every single one of you is a soldier in this battle, because this is not just a military battle. This is information war that we're dealing with. So as soon as the war starts, every single one of you needs to enter this battlefield. It doesn't matter if you're Iranian or if you're not Iranian. It doesn't matter. This is a battle for the planet. This is not a battle for just Iran. This is the battle for getting rid of an evil that has the entire planet at its target. And every single one of you is a soldier in this battle, and your media, your social media accounts is your weapon. And it doesn't really matter if you don't have that much of a following, because it adds up. It adds up, especially if you are fast. If you see people putting BS out there and you're one of the first few people that responds to the BS, then with a small following, you could have a huge impact. Okay, so this is, guys, we're witnessing, this is the Berlin Wall moment of our history right now. And unlike then, you could actually be part of making this history from wherever you are in the world. So I invite you to participate.
There's another thing I want to mention, Armin. This document, right? This message that the CIA put out, right? It's not just about how to safely contact the CIA. This is also just about how to safely go online to contact anyone, right? So this is more than just how to contact the CIA. The CIA is laying out step-by-step instructions on how to safely access the internet in a way that will prevent the regime from targeting you, right? Because once you use the steps provided by the CIA to access the internet, you can go on any website safely and securely, right? So it's not just the CIA. So they've also put out a blueprint for Iranians on how to just safely access the internet. And I think that's really important as well. And so, like, people, I hope Iranians get that message as well, right? Because these steps aren't just for going on the CIA website. It's just accessing the internet in general.
That's a very actually good point. I didn't think about that, Goldie. That was like, this is very educational in general. This is the best. This 2 minutes is the best education I've seen on how to maintain your safety while communicating with anyone online. This is a very useful tool. I actually, you're right. I've never seen this being explained in such level of detail and so clearly and so easily understandable. So the CIA managed to put like a 2 minute, crash course on online safety here for Iranians. That's a very good point. Yeah.
Wow. Texas is saying, retired military intelligence analyst, cyber warfare SME, half Iranian, happy to help with videos. Thank you so much. I mean, I maybe reach out to the CIA for their videos, but thank you so much for that. And thank you for your service as well. Wow.
Thank you for your service.
Appreciate that.
So, but Goldie, this is like the reason why I'm so optimistic is because Prince Reza Pahlavi's message yesterday was warning us about other people trying to steal our revolution. That warning made me optimistic because the messaging was in a way that it suggested that, well, our revolution, like is going to be successful, and some other people are now trying to steal it. Like, you know, and so that's why that message is going to was very, you know, optimistic. Like, made me very optimistic. And now this, I mean, why? Like, I don't need to. It's so obvious. I don't even need to say. Like, why would the CIA put this out now? Like, I've seen posts like this from Mossad before, but I haven't seen something directly from the CIA talking to the Iranian people like this from the CIA before, like this. So what? Again, it's not a coincidence that this is happening now. Obviously, they're preparing for something big. Like, do you guys agree in the chat? It seemed like it's obvious that they're preparing for something huge. I don't know. Right?
I agree. I agree.
Right. Okay. Oh, by the way, look at this. Let me actually show you. Oh, made a mistake. This is, look at this. What is this? Is this, look at this. The Islamic Republic has placed military armored carriers in hospital parking lots throughout Tehran. This is, look at this. So that's that. Look at this guy.
Armin, your screen's not sharing. Armin, we didn't see the other post.
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry.
Can you go to the other one, please?
Yeah, this one. Yeah. This is what they have in front of the hospital right now. Right? It's like, why is this in front of the hospital right now in Iran? And this is kind of funny. It just shows that the lack of energy and hope from the other side. Look at this. Look at the disappointed faces of the regime paid Basijis. Without a gun in their hand, these are among the most filthy people on the face of the earth. Let's look at this one. This is the Basiji. These are the university students showing their middle finger to the Basijis. The people on the other side are Basijis. Look at the level of motivation they have.
You want to translate what they're saying to the Basijis?
Yeah. But look, but before I do that, look, Goldie, look at them. He doesn't want to be here. He's like what? You know how you say like he's questioning his life choices. He's like, why am I here? What am I doing?
ایرانی نیستین. نه پاکستانی، افغانی، کجای؟ like برگرد برو کشوری که ازش اومدی. like اصلا آرمین قیافه هاشون رو نگاه میکنی اصلا به ایرانی نمیخورن اینا.
بستگی داره به کجای ایران باشه نه؟
I don't know.
جاهای ایران. Oh yeah.
Maybe.
جنوب ایران. Yeah.
جنوب ایران، من از جنوب ایرانم. من از اهوازم. قیافم شکل ایناست.
نه بندر عباس اینا میگم مثلا.
نه اون طرف بندر عباسی هم این شکلی نیستن. مثلا قیافه‌شون یه جوریه. مثل هیولان.
I don't know. I'm not an expert, so I don't know. Okay. I'll let you decide that. But you say something else usually that you know how sometimes you joke regarding like why am I here, like what life choices did I make?
Yeah,
because he's like because he has like a whole bunch of university students like swearing at them. Let me actually translate that. And he's like he wants. Look, I think he just went home. Yeah, look at that. Okay, they're saying Basiji jire khor akharesh khub bakhor. So they're saying Basiji who eats because they're paying you, eat as much as you can because eat good because this is the final, this is the end. So basically it translates to it's very poetic in the way that they're saying it, but what they mean is that if given that the Islamic Republic is paying you to be here, just enjoy all of the payments, all of that as much as you can right now because it's about to end.
Basically, it's like enjoy your last meal, enjoy your final meals because it's the end.
Enjoy your final meal. Yeah, enjoy your final meals because this is the end. But just look at him again. I just love the fact that he doesn't want to be here. So defeated. Let me see what this one is. This one is saying, identify these mother tuckers. If the Pahlavi dynasty hadn't built the same damn university, you'd be screaming your head off in the cemeteries. Okay, no, I'm not gonna read that. Let me just go through this guy. Let me see what this is.
پهلوی خیلی کوچیک‌تر از اونیه که ما بخوایم تو دانشگاه جمهوری اسلامی اسمشو بیاریم. دشمن من و تو اون سگ زردیه که با تمام توانش جلوی آقای ما امام خامنه ای ایستاده. مرگ بر آمریکا! مرگ بر
Wow.
I've seen this video earlier today, and I was laughing really, really hard because I'm thinking, like, you uneducated, low IQ person, if you're saying that no one should say the word Pahlavi in universities, that Pahlavi isn't that important, why the heck are you saying it twice in the same sentence?
Yeah, you said it in the university that he built. In the university that wouldn't even exist if he wasn't there. He built it. Okay.
Right.
So let me translate this.
Yeah.
Okay. It's like he's saying brothers, but in an insulting way.
خیلی کوچیک‌تر از اونیه که ما بخوایم تو دانشگاه جمهوری اسلامی اسمشو بیاریم.
He's saying Pahlavi, he said it twice, is too small. It's so insignificant for us to bring up his name in the University of the Islamic Republic, which is a contradiction because he just mentioned his name twice. Okay, but also this is at the university in Iran, and universities in Iran were built by the two Pahlavi kings. You goddamn idiot. Okay, but let's continue. So he's saying our enemy is that yellow dog. So he's saying like Pahlavi is insignificant. I'm not even going to bother with Pahlavi. The real person that is our enemy is that yellow dog, meaning Trump. And like, so he's saying that our real enemy is the yellow dog that is using all of his force to try to stand up to our Sir Khamenei, to our like Lord, like he's saying Agha is like Lord, to our Lord Sayyid Ali Khamenei. And then he says, Marg bar America, death to America. So yeah. But by the way, Goldie, these people never mention Pahlavi. They never mention Pahlavi. The fact that now you are mentioning him, it shows that you are afraid. It shows that you're recognizing the threat, because you try to avoid even bringing it up as a threat for 47 years, and you only mentioned it as if it was something that you already defeated. And now that you're actually mentioning it, people don't usually try to avoid talking about what they're really afraid of. So the fact that like, oh, this is insignificant, we're not talking about it, we're going to focus on Trump and death to America, to me shows that actually your real fear is Pahlavi. What do you guys think? Yeah?
I agree. Have you seen the video from a few days ago where the same Basijis are chanting Magbar Shah, Magbar Amrika, Magbar Israel?
No. It's a new one? No, show me.
This is from a few days ago. Okay. It's really, really funny. I think I probably showed it when you weren't here. Let me pull it up. So let me just read my like commentary here, and then I'll play the video. So my favorite part of this video is when the Muslim Nazis acknowledge that we Iranians have a Shah. And I'm like, get used to saying the word Shah, savages. You must prepare yourselves for the day he returns to transition Iran from a Muslim dictatorship to a secular democracy, Javid Shah. So here they are. Listen to this.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
desperate they are, Armin.
Did they officially recognize Princess of Pahlavi as the king?
Yes.
Huh? Wait, are these monarchists? What happened?
That's what I said yesterday too. That's what I said yesterday.
Okay. So
these people have
idiots.
confirmed that we have a Shah of Iran before we have. There you go.
No, guys, wait for a referendum. What are you doing? Wait.
We know how they're going to vote. They're going to vote for the Shah.
Okay.
But I also like, this is also interesting for non-Iranians, because as you can see, they're attacking America, Israel, and Iranians, right? They're attacking all three of us at the same time. So like, these are literally the Muslim Nazis, right? So we're all on the right side when you have the Muslim Nazi savages that are attacking the Shah of Iran, which is basically all of us who support him. They're attacking Americans and Israelis, right? So it's just so funny. Like, normally I would be offended. Normally, like, it's because it's very offensive what they're saying, but it's just the sheer stupidity of it, right? The sheer stupidity that they're chanting Mag Bash Shah, which means, so in order to chant that, you have to first acknowledge that we have a Shah. So, I mean, guys, thank you for acknowledging that we have a Shah. Right?
Did you see the mouse hanging?
Yes.
Hanging?
I actually played a lot of those videos while you were in your discussion group. So a lot of the ones that you played, I had already played earlier, but I enjoyed listening to your explanations as well. There's a whole
Wasn't it amazing that they were trying to save him? Like, it was like, why are you trying to save the doll? Like, are you okay? So they officially recognize Princess of Pahlavi as the Shah, as the king, and they also officially recognize Khamenei to be a rat by trying to save him, by trying to save the mouse dolls, the rat dolls, or whatever.
One of the funniest things I've seen. One of the funniest things I've seen.
Yeah. Show us. Oh, do you want me to show it?
Sure, you can show one, and then I have some more footage from today.
Oh, okay. Let me just show this one.
Oh, this one's so funny.
Look at this. Like, they say, the person in the camera saying, like, we are executing Rat Ali by hanging. Look at this, is the picture, right? This is the stuffed animal mouse thing that they were hanging in the university, and this is the video of it where these Durka people are trying to save they're trying to save the little mouses. They're like, oh my God, our dear leader is being hanged. Let me actually increase the volume. I don't know why they start so low here. موشالی رو داریم اعدام میکنیم. We're executing Rat Ali. موشالی. Look at the passages. They're so upset. They're trying to save the dolls. Like, what? Like, are you officially recognizing that he's a rat? They're like, oh no, our leader. Look, they're trying to save this little mouse. This cute little mouse, the cute little leader. They're saying in Mushaliye, in Basijian. He's saying, this is Rad Ali, and these are the Basijis. I love the reporting in Mushaliye, in Basijian. This is Mushali, these are the Basijis.
Stupid. Like, why would they acknowledge that? Like, why would they even, like, oh my gosh, they basically acknowledge that they think their leader is a rat.
I know. And look at this one. Is so funny when the hands are trying to grab him. Look at the Basiji hand. Come on, my leader. No, bring him down. Save them. Save the leader. What are you doing?
Honestly, Iranian university students are so brave. Because guys, this is dangerous. This is dangerous. This can get you like executed.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my God.
Oh wait, where'd it go? Oh, here we go. So this is like, this footage just came out a few minutes ago. Danishgah Tehran, and then they're calling the Basijis Daesh. Daesh is another word for ISIS. Yeah. Check out my interview. Thank you. Yeah, I have the link to the Ynet interview, but thank you so much.
Oh, wait, you were on Ynet?
Yeah, I was on Ynet. I did an interview. Remember yesterday?
I told
remember
them to email you.
Yeah, remember I left for a few minutes and then I came back. That's
Oh,
when
so that
I
was
did my-
Ynet.
Yeah, that's when I did my
Yes,
interview.
yes.
So
after my interview, they asked me if there's anyone else that I would want to recommend to come. I'm like, yeah, Goldie, here's her email. So then they
Aw,
emailed
thank you.
Yeah. So that's
That's
great.
so kind
Looking
of you.
forward to that. Yeah, no, that's
Thank
so.
you, thank you.
I was like, because you're so I mean, you're so famous, and I was like, she hasn't been on Israeli news. We need Goldie on Israeli news as well, not just American.
I've been on Israeli news before.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah,
What
I've been on
channel?
Israeli. I just don't play my interviews because it's like people can go find them. But no, I've been on Israeli. I've been on Israeli news quite a bit.
Oh, I thought
but
that
Ynet is
I was
fantastic.
responsible.
You're
Oh,
definitely
okay.
responsible for this one. Oh no, you're definitely responsible for yesterday's interview. 100%. You get all the credit for that.
Okay. Yes, thank you. Thank you. All right, so what are we watching?
So this is from today. Danishgah Tehran. University students are, I guess, calling the Basiji. They're like Basiji Daesh. Daesh is another word for ISIS. So they're basically calling the Basijis terrorists, which they are. So there's that.
I have an AI video of President Trump ordering the command and the war starting, if you ever want to see that.
Sure. Look at this. So students at a girls' school cover a photo of Khomeini and Khamenei with Iran's national flag, the lion and sun. And then they're all chanting Javid Shah. Look at that. Guys, these are high schoolers. These are like teenage girls, right? These are teenage girls in high school. And they're like, this is what they're doing here, guys. I mean, it's political protest is basically, this is from today. This is today. So the date says February 24, which is, I think that's today, right? Yeah. So this is from today. And guys, like, again, this is very dangerous for people in Iran because it's an Islamic dictatorship, right? So if you're covering the images of the dictators and you put the lion and sun flag and then you're chanting Javid Shah, this is enough to like get you arrested, raped, tortured, and murdered. But as you can see, like these young, like high school teenage girls, they don't care. Look at this. And Armin, I don't even think she's wearing a hijab.
Yeah, I mean, not wearing hijab is like, so I don't know, 3 years ago, like, yeah. So the red line is Pahlavi. Red line, the hijab is hijab. Not wearing hijab is not as radical as it used to be. But yeah, you know, it's actually very interesting, Goldie, because every time they do the most radical thing, like when 3 years ago the most radical thing was to take off your hijab and burn it, they took off their hijab and burned it. And now the most radical thing to do is to be pro Pahlavi, so they say Javid Shah and they chant for Pahlavi to return. So whatever the next red line of the Islamic Republic is, that's the red line that the Iranian people cross.
This is also, guys, this is also significant. Okay, so King Reza Pahlavi has also spoken about Molavi Abdul Hamid. So I just want to provide a bit of an explanation here. So, so he is the main cleric for the Sunni Muslim community in occupied Iran, and he's always been anti-regime. Okay, so he's a Sunni Iranian Sunni cleric from Sistan Baluchistan. Most of the Iranians in the province of Sistan Baluchistan are Sunni Muslim, because we do have a Sunni minority as well. He has always been outspoken against the Islamic regime, and he has always been one of those clerics who has said that religion and politics should be separate, right? So regardless of what anyone's opinions are on like Islam or anything like that, King Reza Pahlavi has always said the reality is, there are Muslims in Iran, and many of them, and he's said so himself, there are many clerics who don't agree with the Islamic regime. They don't agree with how the Islamic regime are taking control of the country, and they don't believe that mullahs should be running government policy. They think that mullahs, should be in mosques and just focusing on their faith in mosques and stuff. So I just wanted to provide a bit of an so this is like an example of one of those clerics, and he's very, very respected by the Sunni Muslim community in Sistan and Baluchistan province. And guys, the people of Sistan and Baluchistan, they're very, very pro-Shah. They're very, very pro-Pahlavi. They're very, very pro-monarchy. So this just goes to show that the unity that we Iranians have, where we are rallying around our Shah, that unity is because we are putting our Iranian identity first, right? So we are all Iranian first before we're, any religion or from any part of the country or anything like that. How are the Sunnis allowed? So the Sunnis have always been there. They've always been there. And prior to 1979, right, everyone had freedom of religion. So Sunni Muslims were not persecuted, like freedom of religion for everyone. It was only when the Islamic regime came into power that they started persecuting all the various religious minorities, including Sunni Muslims. And they are a small minority in Iran as well. So I just wanted to point that out as well, because sometimes, we Iranians, we already know this, right? Like we already know that we're all united. We all know about the nuances and everything like that. But sometimes I think it's just important to remind non-Iranians about this and to provide a little bit of context as well to what's going on here, right? Like our fight is with the Islamic regime. And there are many, many Muslims, Iranian Muslims, who are fighting the Islamic regime, who are critical of the Islamic regime, and who are rallying behind the Shah of Iran. So I just wanted to point that out as well for those who might not know. All right, Armin, we can go to some of the videos you have.
All right, I'm going to have a little bit of fun with 3 videos, okay?
Okay.
All right. So first, this one. Let's watch this one.
My fellow Americans.
Let me see, make sure the audio, I don't know why the audio is always lower here.
My fellow Americans, tonight I have ordered decisive military strikes to destroy the Islamic Republic's regime. We stand with the people of Iran, including the brave men and women who have protested for freedom and dignity. Our message is clear. America will act decisively to defend our interests and support those seeking a better future. God bless our troops, and God bless the United States. Fellow Americans.
All right, so that one was something I wanted to share. Now let's go to something ridiculous. Islamic Republic AI. All right, so this
giant
is
holes. Like خیلی تربیت این.
Okay. Okay, cool. Okay. But it's not big enough because look, the wings are going through walls. Look at this. Oh wait, the audio was not right. Guys, this is the stealth technology that the Islamic Republic has managed to achieve with Islamic science. They're so stealth that even the walls do not recognize the wings. They're so stealth that even the walls are like, okay, there's no wing here. You could go through the walls. But also, they're so stealth that even the gravity doesn't even detect them either, because they just go up without there's no runway needed. They just immediately go up. They just immediately go up. No takeoff, no nothing. Just like boom. But the song is Ali Ali. What?
Oh my gosh! Like,
okay, so now that we executed Mushali, people are now making AI versions of that. So they're hanging. They're adding.
so that's like the best siege trying to save Mushali.
Yeah, the kid. Yeah,
and then guys, so you read. So behind there it says Danishgah Aryamer. No, go back.
Aryamer.
Yeah. Danishgah Aryamer. So remember, Aryamer was the original name of the university when the Shah of Iran built it. So even in the AI, now that they're hanging Mushali, they also use the original name of the university, which is Danishgah Aryamer.
Yeah. So apparently, this AI video wants to turn this into an like a national tradition after Iran is free. Like what? I think that would be weird for our tourism if we turn this into a national tradition. We're like, what is this? What is this? What's the story behind this tradition? Like, we're executing them. I don't know. People like having it hung from. Look at this.
You'll have to send me the links to these videos. That's hilarious. Okay. Yeah, guys, we have a very dark sense of humor, as you can tell. I kind of want one now. Like, I kind of want like a mouse plushie with a turban on it.
I mean, you could make one. You could just get a mouse plushie and just
I need to find like a mouse doll and then like add a turban to it or something. Yeah, of course.
Oh, okay. Oh my god. Okay, so next video I want to show is that it's not just the university students. High schoolers and elementary school students are also participating. And what they're doing, let me actually look at this. It says, videos from various schools are reaching Iran International showing students tearing up and setting fire to photos of Khomeini and Khamenei in their school textbooks. So let's look at this one. Okay, these are these sound like elementary school
babies.
Students.
They're babies.
Yeah.
They're little kids.
And they're saying Javid Shah.
Shah. Javid.
Oh my god. Our fallen friends, that we will stand till the end. Qasam be khune yaran, we swear upon the blood of our fallen that we stand here till the end. Wow. Let's just play this one more time.
Shah! Javid Shah!
I swear upon the blood we swear upon the blood of our fallen friends, that we stand until the very end. So, wow. Yeah, Torah in the chat saying I'm speechless. I know, right? This is why we're telling you this revolution can't go anywhere. Like, this revolution cannot end. Like, look at the level of dedication from all ages, young, old, poor, rich, Persian, Kurd, Baluch, Bakhtiari, Azeri, everyone, like from every sect of society, everybody has joined this revolution. This is why it cannot, there is no way for the Islamic Republic to win. I don't know what to make of this, Goldie. So I just saw Nail Bunny just sent me this thing. On Thursday, an Iranian jet fell from the sky. This morning, an Iranian helicopter fell straight into a fruit market in Isfahan.
Yeah, this happened last night. So seems like
Yeah.
there was another malfunction.
Yeah, and this is before anything started. Like, guys, they are losing people before America's like, guys, wait, wait for us. Like, why are you dying before we get started?
You know what's sad though about this is that two innocent people were murdered as well. Because the helicopter fell in like a market. So the military equipment is a bigger threat to the Iranian people than it is to the Americans, because
the Americans.
Yeah. Because
Right, you're
there's
right.
a lot of malfunction here. There's a lot of malfunction. And so we have the first two civilian casualties of the upcoming United States Islamic regime conflict comes from the Islamic regime.
Right. Yeah, I mean, you're right. This has always been the case. Even when they were launching at their missiles at Israel, they keep the people who are they kill more non-Israelis that are the target than anyone else. Let me see what this video is. This might be worth sharing. Oh my God.
Here, I have the footage of it. Here you go, Armin. Let me share the footage.
Okay, sure.
Because Iran International posted this. So this is the aftermath of the fire. It's at a fruit and vegetable market in Dorche in Iran's Isfahan province after an Iranian army helicopter crashed there on Tuesday, killing the pilot, co-pilot, and two market vendors. There you go. So kind of sad. I mean, like, we're always happy when Islamic regime people are murdered or killed or whatever. But unfortunately, they are a very big threat to the Iranian people because their equipment is so bad. Guys, even during the 12-day conflict between the Islamic regime and Israel, there were a lot of civilian casualties, or at least a few civilian casualties in Iran due to equipment malfunction from the side of the Islamic regime as well.
So I have some news. Apparently, just in Secretary. Let me see. Is this just in? Yeah, this is almost just in. Just a few hours ago. Secretary of State Marco Rubio will brief House and Senate leadership on Iran at the White House today ahead of President Trump's State of the Union. Marco is going to play no games. What? I think this is an old video, but this news is. Should I play this video?
I mean, yeah, you can
It's
play
2
it.
minutes.
Yeah, you can play it, but I mean, it's probably an older one. Oh, it's
Yeah,
definitely
it's
an
older
older
one, so-
video. Because President
Yeah,
Trump's
but-
State of the Union
but-
address is happening at 9 p.m. Eastern tonight.
But this news is new. They're using an old video to demonstrate how good his Iran position is. But so Marco Rubio will brief.
Yeah. Oh, it's you know what? It's from the Board of Peace, which we've played,
Yeah,
but
this is-
yeah, but you can play
Yeah,
that again if
so-
it's like a 2-minute clip. Go for it.
Okay. Let me make sure the audio. I don't know why X always starts the audio low.
I'll be brief and to the point. We want to talk a little bit about the strategic vision of this organization and begin doing so by first acknowledging that we are here today because the President of the United States, Donald J. Trump, has both an ability and a willingness to use the power of his office to think outside the box. And that's why we're here today. This was a very unique crisis in Gaza, one that the existing international institutions could not solve or figure out. It needed a very specific type solution that required the partnership of all the nations that are here, including those that are here on an observer status. And we appreciate you coming today and being a part of this as well. And that's the point I want to drive home today. And soon you'll hear from Steve and Jared, who, by the way, deserve an incredible amount of credit for pulling this together and working countless hours and traveling all over the world. They truly deserve our appreciation and thanks for the work they've put in under the leadership of President Trump to make this possible. This Gaza situation was impossible to solve under orthodoxy, under existing structures. And so what we did is they went to the UN and they got the UN's approval to put this group together and bring these nations together to come up with a very specific solutions to a very unique and specific problem. We have a long ways to go. There's a lot of work that remains. It will require the contribution of every nation state represented here today, and we thank you for being a part of it. And we hope that this can serve as a model for other complex and difficult situations so they can be solved in the same way. But right now, the focus is on this one. We have to get this right. There is no plan B for Gaza. Plan B is going back to war. No one here wants that. Plan A, the only path forward, is one that rebuilds Gaza in a way of enduring and sustainable peace, where everyone can live there side by side with one another and never worry again about returning to conflict, to war, to human suffering, and to destruction. And again, Mr. President, thank you for having the vision and the courage to pursue something that has never been done before. And we're not done yet. And thank you to Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner for the time and the work they put into this. And thank you on behalf of the State Department and the U.S. government to all of the nations that are here. Every one of you is indispensable, including our observer partners, who we hope can find your way to join us at some point as officially part of this. But we are grateful for the fact you're here today and the contributions you've made already. Thank you.
All right, let me show this. So this is a funny video. This current state of the Iranian people apparently waiting for America to attack. Wait, oh, this is probably a copyrighted song. So this is saying وضعیت مردم ایران ساعت 3 صبح یک ایران منتظره, saying this is the situation of the Iranian people at 3 a.m. in the morning. An entire Iran is waiting. So this is them hearing the planes above. Like, look at this. I don't know. I love this. I think the song is copyrighted, so I'm not gonna play it. I just love it. All right. I have to see what else do you have. Do you want to share anything? Oh my god.
Yeah, I have a bunch of stuff. Because I'm going through my feed and there's a lot of videos coming out. So this is a video that had reached shows female students of a vocational school in Tehran gathered on, that's the wrong date, Panjom Isfand. That's not Tuesday, March 5th. That's Tuesday, February 24, which is today. So female students chanted the slogan, "Long live the Shah." So there's that one. And then this one from Manoto. So the Basijis, the guys, even though the Basijis are like cowards, they're also really violent. So look at this. The Basijis are now starting to like break glass and they're attacking the university students. Yeah, they were young. They were, those girls were probably in like high school. So here, the university students are chanting at the Basijis. They're saying Bisharaf. Remember, Bisharaf means dishonorable. Bisharaf is what I called chunky yogurt on Pierce Morgan. And then here they're chanting Natarsid, Natarsid, Ma hame ba ham hastim, which means don't be afraid, we're all together. So there's that one. Oh, Petito posted that. What's this? Oh, look at this. This is interesting, Armin. So the Shiro Khorshid Art Association of Iran has announced its establishment. Guys, you know what? Let me teach you a new word here. So Shiro Khorshid, okay? Shir o Khorshid. Okay. So Shiro Khorshid means lion and sun, okay? Shir means lion. Khorshid means sun. And then the O is like an ant. So Shiro Khorshid, lion and sun. So the Shiro Khorshid Art Association of Iran has announced its establishment. A group of graduates and students from Iran's art universities issued an official statement announcing the launch of the Shiro Khorshid Art Association of Iran. The association has declared its goals to be supporting the Iranian national uprising, safeguarding Iran's cultural and artistic heritage, and opposing censorship and the repression of artists. The signatories of the statement include students and graduates of Tehran University of Art, Isfahan University of Art, Tabriz University of Art, Faculty of Fine Arts of the University of Tehran, Shiraz University of Art, Farah Pahlavi University, which used to be Al-Zahra, Tehran Central Branch Faculty of Architecture, and Sureh University, along with dozens of other artists and students whose identities have been kept confidential and will be revealed in the future. In their statement, the members of the association recalled the historic role of Empress Farah Pahlavi in the revival of Iranian art and higher artistic education, and declared their support for Prince Reza Pahlavi as the leader and unifying figure of the national uprising. They also emphasized solidarity with imprisoned students, the preservation of artistic heritage, and the pursuit of a peaceful transition in Iran through a referendum. The statement asserts, art will triumph over the absence of art, wisdom over folly, and ultimately light will prevail over darkness. And Armin, they even have the crown on top of it. انجمن شیر و خورشید هنر ایران. Guys, this is big. This is big, right? Like we haven't seen anything like this in the last 47 years because this is actually not allowed, right? Like you're not allowed to have organizations like this. Like civic engagement is not allowed. You're not allowed to have anything that represents the monarchy or the lion or the sun, right? Because it's a Muslim dictatorship, the only thing that you're technically allowed is anything that like relates to like Islam or Muhammad or I don't know, jihad or whatever, right? But as you can see, Iranians, like the revolution continues. Iranians are outright rejecting Islam. They're rejecting all of like the Islamic whatever, and they're all embracing the Iranian national identity. They're embracing like Iranian symbols, right? The lion and sun is very, very important to us. So it's basically it's like an Iranian renaissance, right? It's a rebirth of Iranian identity and history and culture. And again, guys, this is very dangerous to do. This is dangerous to do because there are no political rights. There's no civic there's no civic or political rights of any kind because it's a Muslim dictatorship, right? So they're risking their lives by doing that. Oh yeah, and then Armin, did you hear about like I don't know if I even want to like show the information, but apparently yesterday someone's asked about Elika. I reached out to Elika. She's unable to join us today because she has plans. But she says hi to everyone. Did you hear about how like BBC shared false news about the MEK and then it turned out that it was wrong?
No, I did not see that.
Yeah, so apparently the MEK made some sort of false claim about how they're like, well, because you know the MEK, they want to like take over the revolution, right? And they want to claim that they're the ones, like they basically want to claim that everyone in Iran is MEK, which is garbage nonsense, right? But apparently they gave like some false news to the BBC about how like they've orchestrated some attacks or something, and then BBC just without verifying or fact checking went ahead and published that. Yeah, and now that's upset like a lot of people because that's what the MEK does, right? The MEK will try to claim anything that's happening and say that like it's them doing it because they're literally like an insane, messed up cult, right? So that's upset a lot of people. I don't even know exactly what the situation is because I don't even like I hate BBC and it's all fake news. But the fact that BBC is promoting like the Marxist Islamist jihadi cult, jeez, Ayatollah BBC. Yeah. Well, we already know what His Royal Highness thinks about BBC. Remember in that press conference, the way he responded to that BBC reporter in Munich?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh. Sorry, I just found. Can I share something with you?
Yeah, of course.
So this is. Sorry, I just saw this, and I just thought that this is very, very good for Americans to share. And guys, I'm gonna repost. Actually, I'm gonna repost. Yeah, there's another version of this that actually explains it's really good for Americans. I will show that as well once I find it. But I think this is really good way for Americans to basically educate other Americans who are saying like, why this war has nothing to do with us, why are you getting involved? This is the Middle East. We should focus on America. So I have two clips that I want to show you. They're basically the same thing, but the second one is has a good explanation as a caption as well. Let me actually show the first. I'll show you this one. So these are Americans in New York City in 1941 rallying against attacking Nazi Germany. This is New York City, America, claiming it was a war that Europe needs to fight by itself. In 1941 alone, the Third Reich murdered 1.5 to 2 million Jews. Most Jews were murdered in 1942, a period known as the Holocaust. Adolf Hitler eventually declared war on the United States on December 11th, 1941. Right? So, and Khamenei's, so these are, by the way, this is Reza Behruz wrote this. So, Khamenei's Islamofascist regime declared war on the United States and the Jews in 1979. within a period of 48 hours in January 2026, the Islamic Republic regime murdered more than 40,000 Iranians. So, guys, remember, like Thomas Massie and AOC and Rokana and people like that, and any American who's like saying that, oh, we should just focus on America. This is how history is going to remember you. Look at these Americans in New York City and the signs that they're holding. Let me remove the music because it might be copyrighted. So this lady is holding a sign saying Hitler has not attacked us. Why attack Hitler? These are the isolationists of 1941. And this poor lady is holding a sign saying, why not peace with Hitler? Why not peace with Hitler? So you know how this sounds outrageous now in hindsight, and the people who are saying why we should attack the Islamic Republic in the US, this is how, the way we look at these people, this is how history is going to remember you. Okay, let's go look at the next sign. Saying Europe for Europeans, America for Americans, basically saying that, you know, Europe should focus, we shouldn't be focusing on Europe. Hitler attacking Europe is European war. America shouldn't get involved. Stay out of Europe. So saying it's none of our business. Okay, so this one is saying the only fight worth fighting is a fight for peace. Okay, so that's what that sign is saying. So yeah, I reposted that. If you guys want to use that as an education for your fellow Americans who might be saying the same thing. And then I'm going to also repost this. Ruza Behruz explained. I read that to you. Ruza Behruz also shared another clip without the music and without the Persian subtitles. I'm going to retweet. I'm going to repost this as well. My Twitter, my ex is armin.navabi. So when I repost these things, you could go find them there if you find them useful. Okay. I do want to share this. This is recent. Press Secretary, how do you pronounce Levitt? Yes, Levitt. She did I pronounce her name right? Goldie Levitt.
I think it's Levitt.
Levitt, yes. She's really good, actually. She does really good. So they ask her if Islamic Republic counts as a threat. So she just recently responded to that question.
But what the United States is doing to ensure that not only America is the safest country in the world, but remains the strongest country.
Okay, it's pronounced Levitt.
Levitt. Okay.
Well, look, Iran chants death to America. So you tell me if that's a threat. Elena.
Yes.
Good answer.
Really good. Yes, a good answer. All right. This is a clip from Sam Harris, which a lot of people compare Iran to Iraq and Afghanistan, and like, oh, United States should stay out because it's going to what happened in Afghanistan and Iraq. We regret, like that didn't work out very well for the United States, so we should stay out of Iran. So let's see what Sam Harris responds here.
I honestly think Iran is much less likely to blow back on us the way Iraq and Afghanistan did. I just think the majority of the people are in a different spot with their desperation to be rid of theocracy. Right, it's a much more sophisticated culture that has been oppressed for now more than a generation. You can't say that about Afghanistan, right? You can't even say that about Iraq, and Iraq was more sophisticated than Afghanistan. I do think it's a different situation. It's like, if you're going to talk about the prospect of nation building, is probably, ironically, this is probably a good opportunity that we can't possibly take, given how bad our experience was previously. But I think it's worth assuming that the majority of the Iranian people want something like a secular democracy, or something that would be recognizably secular and democratic. I honestly think Iran.
By the way, Sam Harris is saying this while he's like, as you guys know, he's not at all a fan of President Trump. And he's saying that. So this coming from somebody who's not a fan of President Trump shows you like how people are realizing that this is not going to be the same thing as Iraq or Afghanistan. I don't know what this is. I'm just watching it with you guys for the first
It's a
time.
lot
This
of
lady-
bush.
Oh, okay. I'm not gonna play it then. Okay, now I'm just gonna play this, but as I like to end it with some humor. So these are the Basijis apparently trying to save their supreme leader. As again, I'm muting it because the music has copyright. So and again, we now have it. This image, I like this one. Good. I like these images. This is cute. All right. I'm done. I need to go to the discussion group now. Let me actually put the link there. Should have. Hey, whenever I don't have the link ready, I'm like, what am I doing? Why don't I have the link ready? I should have it ready. Right. Oh, now I have it. Okay, guys, I'm gonna go to our discussion group. If you guys want to come talk to me there, Goldie will continue here. So, but if you want to come talk to me in our in my discussion group, and all the swear words that Goldie told me that I should not have, I should not explain to you here. If you guys want me, I could explain them in the discussion group. Remember the chant where the girls were going like this with their hand, and I was not able to translate that here. If you guys want me to translate that in the discussion group, come and ask. So there's the link. Here's the link in the chat, and I'm gonna also pin it at the top of the chat on the Atheist Republic channel. By the way, Goldie, the chat on my channel is now double the size as before because of you promoting my channel on your chat. So it's now double as much as before. So thank you. I just want to thank Goldie for doing that because the channel is recovering. Thanks to you.
Happy to support in any way.
No, thank you. All right, guys, I'm gonna go.
Armin, it's also a good thing that there's no swearing on Iran Revolution Live because it gives people an incentive to come to your discussion group or to watch it afterwards, right?
Yeah.
If they want to know all the fush, they can just come to your discussion group channel.
Oh my god, yeah. All right, guys, come for the fush and also for the geopolitical analysis or any question that you might have. All right, guys, love you guys. I'll see you in the discussion group. Or not, or not. I'll see you in 2 hours. And I'm Israel Chai, Javid Shah, Payende Iran. See you soon. Mwah.
See you in a bit. Okay, guys, so you're stuck with me for 2 hours or more. Okay. I'm still waiting for this Piers Morgan episode to drop. I think it's going to drop. Hopefully by, well, they said 3:00. So it should be in the next few minutes. So guys, don't watch it without me because we're gonna do a live watch party together. So because of that, I'm gonna go take like a 10-minute break. I'm gonna take a 10-minute break. Hopefully by the time I get back, the episode has aired. And you know what's really cool actually? What's really interesting is that this time around, Piers Morgan's channel sent me a collab invite. So I got like a collab invite from Piers Morgan's channel. So I think that's what the cover is going to look like. I don't know what the headline is going to be. But guys, don't watch it without me. Don't watch it without me. So you have to wait. I'm like refreshing the screen. Okay. I'm going to refresh the screen. Okay. And then let me take like a 10-minute break, and then I'll be back. And in the meantime, I'm going to play with you. I'm going to play for you the Shah of Iran's final interview. Okay.
When I committed, I think, the mistake of changing the Almozagar government, and precipitate the liberalization program, I wanted to create, as I said, a coalition to form a national government representing all shades, especially the opposition people. I tried very hard, I worked very hard on that, but it did not come true.
And do you think that Mr. Sharif Amami initially at the beginning did the right things or not?
Well, you can say yes and you can say no, because it was surrendering on all fronts to everyone, opening the jails and giving freedom to all, and at the same time asking for martial law. So it was a mockery. We had officially the martial law, but it was not put into practice.
At what point, you said yesterday from September onwards, but was it really from when Sharif Amami was appointed? At what point did you decide to step back? I mean, Sharif Amami's actions were his actions,
yes,
or your actions?
No. With this government, they started to weigh on their own completely. He would come and see me, obviously. He would telephone to me. I would telephone to him. But the question of what the system that used to work before was absolutely changed. They would adopt and decide about things that they would never even report to me.
Was there a time when you privately said to yourself, I may have to leave, before anyone suggested it to you? I may not win this battle?
It was not so much the question that I was thinking that it was time to go. I was rather thinking that you know, like an end to something.
Without thinking of going, you were thinking maybe this is the end of an era.
Of something. Of me, of an era, or of something. So the question is that, so all those forces which were liberated and we should have established this beautiful democracy, where are they today? And as I said, either outside the country or in hiding. 1.5 million people, Iranians, have left the country. Not only the rich people, but the best brains of the country, the best minds of the country, they have all left. Everybody who can leave the country is leaving the country. So where are those people in the Bar Association and in other places who were promising democracy and these things? Where are they today? You ask me why they are concentrating so much against me, my person, and accusing me of mass murdering or even money manipulation, which is very far from my nature. The adopting this Nazi-like propaganda is something quite curious. It comes in the picture that the man there now, you see, he doesn't want to hear about the history of our country one day before he came back to Tehran a year ago and took over. He says the history of the country does not exist. There has not been a single good king in the history of Iran. So he thinks that the history of Iran starts with him on whatever it was, February of 1979. That's why they are concentrating so much on me, because I was the king. The history of Iran must disappear. With I as a king, with the other kings, with everything that existed before February 1979. A patriot must think of the future. I'm thinking of the year 2000. If we kept our youth and our population out of the orbit of the new technology, how could we be competitive with the rest of the world in the year 2000? Unless we are ready to fall in the category of the 5th or 6th grade nations. Now they say that boys of 15 and girls of 13 could marry. Our population explosion is 3.2 already. Soon it will become, I don't know, in the category of 5 to 6%. How are they going to feed these mouths? Especially if what now is making the wheels turn somewhat, that is oil money, will be finished. It's only through technology and mastering the science, and the future of the world is based on technology and science. And this is only in the Western world that you could find. So the man is not thinking of the country or its future, only about his hatred against me. I'm thinking of the country, of our people, of our future, and he's just want to destroy what I am. That's the difference. And when I tell you, Mr. Frost, that I still cannot understand, I will repeat that again. I still cannot understand what has happened.
If you had your time as Shahanshah over again, those 37 years, what would you have done differently?
Well, now probably I will say a few things, because something went wrong, obviously. And in addition of either saying the truth or making yourself excuses and all kind of things to defend yourself against the failures, but probably in addition to all the intrigues from within and without, something had gone wrong. And this is what I think about. I have recently published a book in which I elaborate on some of these subjects, but I will tell you now that either we started a little too late the liberalization program, or we started a little too early and too fast. Either we should have started it in 1973 instead of 75 or 6, or at a time of crisis, when we were seeing that things were moving in the direction of complete chaos and anarchy, then to take our time, first to re-establish law, order, and the execution of rule, implementation of rule, and then start to liberalize again. It's one of those two things. But I was following my inner instincts.
How do you think future generations of Iranians will view your 37 years?
The truth and the reality of history could not be kept always in the shadows. That is impossible. Truth will come out. In any case, sooner or later.
And at that point, in 50 years' time, how will future Iranians judge you?
50 years, I hope it will be sooner than that.
Well, whenever, I was saying, how will your people, after a period, judge you?
Well, if they read history, they will see what it was before my father, what it was when I took over, and what it was when I left.
Do you feel that your people let you down, or that you let your people down?
First of all, when we say the people, we cannot talk about all the people. That's absolutely not true. I can say that the silent majority remained silent. And if I let my people down, it was for the purpose that I tried to explain, that a king cannot be a dictator and that a throne could not be based on blood. This is my only explanation for what it is worth.
Did your people let you down, do you think?
Well, the majority remained silent.
Is the worst thing about being here, thinking of your homeland?
Well, here or anywhere outside my country is the same. The question is that you cannot stop thinking about your own country.
What do you miss most about it?
No, what I miss, or what makes me really cry, is that we could have been this year, surely by the end of '82, something quite viable. And what are we now? What has it served? The religion? Democracy? Human rights? The rule of the people?
So that was the full. I think that's pretty much like the majority of the Shah's last interview before he passed away from cancer. As you can tell, the Muslim, like the Islamists and the communists, did him dirty. Islamists, communists, woke left, progressive left, really, really did him dirty. We loved him so much, and we're glad that we're glad that history is finally revealing itself and the truth is coming out, right? Okay, let me grab my coffee. I made a coffee, And we are going to watch Piers Morgan interview. Give me one moment. I'll be right back. Okay, and like I promised Armin, I'm not going to provide any commentary on this. Okay, so we're gonna do the commentary when Armin gets back, so he can do initial watch, and then we'll provide commentary. All right, here we go.
John Bolton, okay, we've been on this rodeo before. Does that not give you pause for thought now with Iran?
No, my position would be that we are entitled to and should use enough force to help destabilize the regime and get the opposition into power.
General Clark, hold on. They have cost us trillions of dollars. And you know that. And they have cost us blood and treasure. And it's Israel doing it, General Clark. Be a patriot. Be a patriot. Stand up for America, not for Israel.
Can we have some respect for the general, please?
This isn't about what the facts are. This is about how you are looking at the facts. And this isn't, no, we don't interrupt.
You're not my teacher.
As we speak, the United States is assembling a formidable arsenal of warships and aircraft in the Middle East. It's the biggest military buildup in that region since the invasion of Iraq in 2003. A lot of the talking points are very familiar too. Iran wants to build long-range missiles which could strike the continental United States. Iran is governed by fanatics who butcher their own people. They hate us. They're misogynists and they don't share our values. All of these things, as far as I can see, are true, but do they justify a United States war which currently looks inevitable and may even have begun by the time we air this debate? There are big practical questions which haven't been answered. Is the US planning a surgical strike against specific facilities or powerful men, or is there something more decisive and risky, as the military buildup implies? Is the aim to bully this regime in negotiations, or is it to change the regime altogether? Protesters are calling for the return of Reza Pahlavi as monarch, but the monarchists don't have the guns. So who is really going to govern a new Iran? And the biggest question being asked in the United States is simply, well, why are we doing this? 7 in 10 Americans don't support a war with Iran. Many sympathize with the plight of the Iranian people, but as with Ukraine, want nothing to do with a conflict happening thousands of miles away. And many others are making the case that the United States is again doing Israel's bidding. I'll be joined by a panel to debate all this shortly, but we start with the former National Security Advisor, John Bolton. John Bolton, welcome back to Uncensored. Would Donald Trump be right, do you think, to launch a full attack on Iran?
Well, I don't think anybody's contemplating American boots on the ground. I think we're talking about some kind of air attack. I think we have for too long ignored the Iranian opposition. We haven't coordinated with them. But I also believe at this moment that the regime in Tehran is at its weakest point since it took power in 1979. And I think there is no chance for peace and stability in the Middle East, or really because of the nuclear and terrorist threats that the regime poses around the world until it goes. So my position would be that we are entitled to and should use enough force to help destabilize the regime and get the opposition into power.
But we saw recently in Venezuela the removal of Maduro, which was a very surgically precise military operation, which involved no American loss of life, and he was taken to a United States federal prison. This is very different and much more complicated. To get in anywhere near where, for argument's sake, the Ayatollah is or the senior regime leaders in Iran is not going to be anything like it was with Maduro in Venezuela, is it?
No, it won't. I don't think it should be. I think we made a mistake in Venezuela in not getting more of the gang of criminals running the country rather than just Maduro. And I think, in fact, inside Iraq today, I would argue that the real rulers of the country are the commanders of the Revolutionary Guard. I think the Ayatollahs provide a religious legitimacy, a kind of ideological camouflage, but the real power is in the Revolutionary Guard. And in fact, it's the bases and headquarters of the Guard that really should be our principal targets.
There are lots of people, as you know, who will say, well, John Bolton, okay, we've been on this rodeo before rhetorically. It was in the build-up to the Iraq War in 2003. And the rhetoric then was that Saddam Hussein was a bad guy. All the things we're saying about the Iranian leadership now, that he had weapons of mass destruction, that he was representing a direct threat to the United States and to the UK and others, and therefore he had to be removed. And we all know that that turned out, well, not to be true in the question of his ability to have weapons of mass destruction. They never got found, but also that it caused total carnage in Iraq and the wider Middle East. It led to the rise of ISIS and everything that followed from there, and was pretty much a catastrophe. You were one of the leading lights at the time saying we should do that. Does that not give you pause for thought now with Iran?
No, I think you have to look at each circumstance on its individual facts. And I think you can start with Iraq, or you could go back a little bit further. In World War II, we determined that removing Adolf Hitler and the Nazis from Germany would be a good thing, and we did it. And it turned out Germany's okay these days. So, there's a lot of history here we don't have time to discuss. I think in the case of Iran, that there's no regime worse than the one that's in power now. And that what they recently did to their own citizens, if you're not worried about nuclear weapons and terrorism, look at how they massacred tens of thousands of their own citizens.
But that would be an example, I would argue, to counter your point about they've never been weaker, that we've seen over the since 79 when they took control, the Ayatollahs and Revolutionary Guard, we've seen a number of uprisings, all of which have been quashed in similar ruthless fashion. This seemed to me to be particularly bloody, even by their standards of quashing rebellions, but didn't suggest to me that they've been as weakened as people think.
Well, I think the support for the regime has disappeared across the country, and what supports it really are the elements of the Revolutionary Guard and some of the conventional military, which is why the opposition, which by and large is without weapons, needs outside help. So that's why if we target the instruments of Iranian state power, those which threaten us, Israel, the Arab states, and which repress its own people, the Revolutionary Guard, the Basiji militia, the nuclear and ballistic missile programs, then I think we can help convince people, even inside the regime itself, in the regular military, that this is not going to end well for them.
This question may have been overtaken by events when this airs, but is Donald Trump potentially playing a game of bluff here with the Iranian leadership? Has he got this huge military buildup primarily to force them to the negotiating table to unequivocally declare they will not pursue nuclear weapons?
I don't think he knows what he wants to do. If you look at comments by his lead negotiator, Steve Witkoff, over the weekend, he said, we can't figure out why with all these air and naval assets, they're not ready to make a deal, which sounds like the reaction of a Manhattan real estate dealer. The fact is that that may be what Trump was.
Okay, guys, I know John Bolton is a mech supporter. Believe me, I know. When this interview was being recorded, I was already backstage. I was watching the whole thing. So don't worry. Guys, believe me, if John Bolton had said something inappropriate during Piers Morgan, you would have already heard about it. I would have already been all over that. Okay. So he doesn't say anything inappropriate here, which is why, like, whatever. We don't care. We don't need to give him any more attention, but like, you guys don't need to freak out that it's John Bolton. He doesn't say anything inappropriate here. Believe me, I was on it. I was watching the whole thing live.
Hoping, but I don't think he's made a decision to strike either to vindicate the red line that he drew for the Ayatollahs against killing any more of their own people on the one hand, or a strike hopefully coordinated with the opposition to destabilize the regime. For Trump, making decisions is very hard. He likes to keep his options open. And the mere fact we've put a lot of capabilities out there for Trump does not necessarily mean he will use them.
If you were a betting man, maybe you are a betting man, but if you were a betting man.
Listen, I just want to say, this doesn't mean that I like John Bolton. Guys, I don't like John Bolton. I don't like him. I don't like anything about him, but I'm not going to attack someone. Like if I'm going to criticize someone, I'll criticize them for what they say, right? So I even though I dislike him, he didn't say anything inappropriate here, so there's nothing for me to criticize. And, you know, my personal opinion is my personal opinion, and that's separate from, you know, what he says.
Would you think that the United States will attack Iran this week?
My bet is that at a minimum, Trump has to vindicate that red line. Otherwise, he loses credibility. And it's very much in Trump's character to have a pretty significant strike, but a one and done affair and say, that's it, I declare victory, and now we're going home, as he's fully capable of doing that.
John Bolton, thank you very much indeed for joining me. I appreciate it.
Thank you for having me.
One thing that I have in common with Harry and Meghan is that we all value privacy. If you've ever Googled your own name, discover bits of your address, phone number, and employment details hanging around, you'll be aware that your data privacy is under siege. That's because your data is purchased and sold by data brokers without your consent. Today's sponsor has a solution. Incogni contacts those shady websites and gets your personal data removed automatically. No forms, no emails, no ransoms. They handle all the back and forth of these brokers and update you on their simple dashboard. Incogni does not stop after the first sweep. They monitor and keep on removing your data if it pops up again. If you care about privacy and you want fewer spam calls, fewer junk emails, and a reduced risk of identity theft, this is a smart move. We've teamed up to give you a 60% discount on an annual plan at incogni.com/peers. Use code PEERS when you check out. That's Incogni, incogni.com/peers, PIERS. Use code PEERS when you check out. Turning now to my panel is the founder and CEO of the Young Turks, Cenk Uygur, the Iranian American attorney and activist Elika Lebon, and former Canadian lawmaker and Iran activist Goldie Gamari. And Dave Smith will be joining us shortly. So welcome to all of you. Elika Lebon, it looks increasingly, well, welcome back to Uncensored, first of all.
Take care.
Just in terms of where we are with this, the scale of the buildup of the military on the United States side suggests that a military strike is almost inevitable. Is that a good thing?
Yes, it is absolutely a good thing. We have a regime who we've just witnessed committing an unprecedented massacre, one of the worst atrocities in modern times. And there really is no way for this regime to go down by just simply relying on the Iranian people. They do not have weapons. They do not have any means to take this regime out. The idea that the Iranian people should free themselves is as absurd as saying a person who is kidnapped and held hostage in somebody's basement without any weapons should free themselves. And so there really is no other means to take this regime out. And so now we're in a position where this regime has gone as far as it can possibly go. It's funded its proxies across the Middle East. It has supported massacres such as October 7th. It has shown unrelentless signs of committing its empire expansion across the Middle East. It has embedded and entrenched in its ideology its intent to do so. It has killed Israelis, Iranians, even Muslims, and there really is no better solution for humanity than to remove this regime with targeted strikes on military bases, which, by the way, is a rescue operation and really doesn't need to be framed as a war.
Cenk Uygur, welcome back to Uncensored. Always good to have you. When I hear someone like Elika talking in such a emotive way about this, I completely understand why a lot of people who have a vested personal interest in Iran and have so many people they know there, obviously, feel this strongly about it. But I'm skeptical when I hear people like John Bolton, because it reminds me exactly of the build-up to the Iraq War, which I opposed as editor of the Daily Mirror in the UK. I led the media campaign against it over here and was very sad and angry when I failed in that campaign. I wish I'd been successful. But it's the same kind of jungle drums beating. And the problem is, once you go into a place like Iraq, as it turned out, or now Iran, then it's very hard to control the sequence of events that follows. I don't see this as being as clean a situation as, say, Venezuela, where you just take out Maduro and everyone goes home. I think this could be a real hornet's nest.
Yeah. So Young Turks is the longest running show in online history. So we were on the air during the Iraq war buildup, and we were one of only 2 national shows screaming, no, don't do it. Don't listen to people like John Bolton. The neocons have always been wrong, preposterously wrong. They said, oh, Iraq has weapons of mass destruction. It's so dangerous. We have to go in. They said it was connected to 9/11. It was all lies. Now here comes the same liars lying to us again on behalf of Israel and saying, oh, my God, Iran is so dangerous. Weapons of mass destruction. Yeah, that's the ticket. We'll use that same BS argument. And then the second argument coming from John Bolton and the Israelis is hilarious. We care so much about the Iranian people. Those Muslim lives mean so much to Israel and to the neocons. That's why we have to bomb them and kill them.
Sorry, guys. I'll be back in a few moments. I don't want to miss this. I'll be right back. Sorry, guys. I had to deal with a delivery. Okay, let's continue.
Get out of here. Nonsense. So look, for the folks on here who are Iranian, there are plenty of Persians who say, yeah, we hate this current government. I don't blame them for that. I have great sympathy for them in that regard. But you could say, hey, the Iranian people would like this. Trust me, bro. Maybe. The Israelis can say, we demand another war in the Middle East on our behalf. Iran is 4 times the size of Iraq, and that one cost you a couple of $1 trillion, and hundreds of thousands of people lost their lives. But we demand that America listen to our orders again, and that's exactly what they're doing. Or we can listen to the American people. How is this a difficult choice? You cited a poll where 70% of Americans said we don't want this. There's another poll out that says 85%. So if we were having a panel here that was representative of the American people, it would be at least 8 people saying, no, don't go in. It has nothing to do with us. And 2 people going, yeah, we need it for Iran. And 1 person for Iran, and 1 person going, we need it for Israel. So we don't need it at all. It's going to be an epic disaster if we get in. Unfortunately, the president's a bit of a child. So the Israelis lead him around by the nose. Attack their sites. No, get their uranium. No, get their ballistic missiles. No, make sure they don't support the proxy groups. Constantly pushing the American people into their stupid, endless wars where we waste so many lives and the entire American treasure. We did $8 trillion on the global war on Israel's enemies. Enough. Serve America. Going into this war would be absolute madness, and it would turn into disaster. On behalf of the American people, I say loudly, no.
Okay, Goldie Gamari, you fled Iran as a toddler. So no one is more personally invested in its future than somebody like you. What is your response to Cenk Uygur?
I mean, this whole Jews control the world trope is just becoming very old. this is, please don't interrupt me, Cenk. I let you spout your jihadi propaganda. I don't have the time or patience to deal with your nonsense. So if you, all right, you know what? Pierce, I actually just sent you a clip of the Islamic regime, state TV, airing your interview from last time where they are defending Cenk and they're attacking me. I just sent that clip to your producers. So, you have to ask yourself, when you have the Islamic regime defending the arguments of someone like Cenk, it makes you wonder, is Cenk working for the regime or is he being a useful idiot for them? All I'm saying is that, these anti-Semitic tropes, no one's buying them anymore. Ultimately, the Iranian people have made it very clear what they want. And as you can see, the fact that even I'm speaking is threatening Cenk so much that he feels the need to laugh and interrupt. But, I do not listen to the words, or I don't even want to legitimize the words of anyone who is being defended by the Islamic regime, because you don't go on the Islamic regime state TV unless you're basically sanctioned by Khamenei. So it's very strange to me that someone who claims that they're America first is being defended by the Islamic regime.
Well, to be clear, I don't think Cenk has gone on Iranian state TV. They've used a clip of him, right? He hasn't
Exactly.
gone on
They used a clip of him to defend his arguments about how Israel is behind everything. So again, when your arguments line up with the most brutal
does that mean we agree with you?
When the Islamic regime is basically relying on the arguments of someone like Cenk Uygur, especially with these anti-Semitic tropes, I think it just goes to show how strange the situation is.
Okay, let me bring in Dave Smith. Dave Smith, welcome back to...
You're all anti-Semites if you don't go to war for Israel. Yeah, nobody's buying that crap anymore. Go fight your own wars. Besides which, you obviously work for the Israelis. So why should we listen to anyone who works for the Israelis?
Cenk, last time I checked, your name is not Cenk. Your name is not Dave Smith. You may like it to be, but it's not.
No.
So let me come to the actual Dave Smith.
No, I'm
Dave. I'm seeing a lot of this pushback actually from people on the Iranian side saying this whole debate gets quickly framed as this is what Israel wants to do in Iran, when actually there might be perfectly legitimate reasons why the United States, for its own defense and for its own geopolitical reasons, may want to dismantle this Iranian regime. But this is an argument I've seen. What is your response to that argument? That it's not just at Israel's bidding, it actually suits America to do this. And indeed, I've seen people like Saudi Arabia and others saying, they've been reported as saying they're perfectly happy if the US wants to do this.
Well, first off, I'll defend Cenk and say, I don't know. I think I'm the only Jewish guy on the panel here. There's nothing even remotely anti-Semitic about what Cenk said. And obviously, Pierce, there's no, I don't even.
Do you speak for the Jews?
No, I think all this, no, I don't. I think actually all this identitarianism is pretty stupid, but I think it was pretty stupid to call Cenk anti-Semitic for saying that obviously Israel. Pierce, it's just completely undeniable that Israel wants this war. Every other week, Netanyahu comes here, and when he does, that's all they talk about. And if you want to say that, look, of all the wars, in fact, John Mearsheimer and Walt wrote that great book, The Israel Lobby, and they had a couple of great anecdotes in there where U.S. officials were saying during the Iraq war to the Israelis, like, hey, shut up, because you're making this look like this is a war for Israel. Like, you don't want to reveal that too much. In this case, this is clearly a war for Israel. That's what the geopolitical motivator is here. And listen, for both you guys, I'm an anti-government guy across the board. I'm anti all governments, including the mullahs and the Ayatollah. But if you're actually arguing that U.S. foreign policy moves based on humanitarian impulses, it's just too ridiculous. We back the Saudis in their genocide of the people of Yemen. We back Israel in their genocide of the people of Gaza. We back all types of just brutal regimes. The United Arab Emirates and their role in Sudan right now, that doesn't stop us from backing them. So the idea that this has anything to do with the treatment of the Iranian people, that's all just ridiculous. It's not about that. And Pierce, all those same people who you correctly stood up and fought against, who wanted to lie us into Iraq, they've all in their own words admitted that Iran has always been the goal, that eventually we get regime change there too. And as far as the idea that, we can do a regime change without boots on the ground, it's possible. Maybe they can locate where the Ayatollah is and take him out. And maybe that does, unlike the situation in Venezuela, actually take out the regime. But there's every reason in the world to think that that would be the worst thing for the Iranian people. You look at examples like Libya or Syria, where we were able to orchestrate regime changes without massive numbers of troops on the ground. And it's a disaster for the people. Libya is a failed state to this day. And that is what Benjamin Netanyahu is quite happy to make Iran. Because they see that as advantageous to them. And so, yeah, that's all a big part of this, and why any sane American would want to support this policy. It makes no sense. As Cenk said, no one wants this war. None of the other states in the region want it. Europe doesn't want it. Your own country, Pierce, has been given pushback to the U.S. over the last 48 hours about it. The American people don't want it. The only people who want this war are Israel and the Israel lobby, essentially.
That's not true.
Elika, I can see you frowning there, Elika. What's your response to Dave Smith?
First of all, the idea that Israel wants this war and therefore that negates everything else in the universe just proves that this anti-Zionist ideology makes Israel the sun around which they orbit. And when they orbit Israel like the sun, nothing else exists to them anymore. It is perfectly possible for multiple people to align in a shared goal. Of course, Israel wants this war. Why would Israel not want to take out a regime that has been terrorizing them through their proxies, not just for the past 2 years, but for the past decades? Of course, it is in Israel's interest, as it should be, because why wouldn't you want a terrorist state that has an eschatological vision of eliminating you for justice to arrive on earth to be eliminated? Okay, yes, we all understand it is Israel's goal, and good for them that it's their goal. Okay, second of all, the Iranian people also have their own sovereignty, their own national interests in mind, and those are aligned goals. Now, it isn't just the Iranian people, it isn't just the Israeli people. If you do not eliminate the Islamic regime, you end up in a forever war that ultimately implicates the US. And so if you don't want war, you take out this regime. You said you could do diplomacy with the regime all of these years. You tried to do the JCPOA, you tried to do this Obama-style diplomacy, and then what happened down the line? Their proxies just kept getting stronger. They continued to do their attacks all over the Middle East. They did October 7th, and what happened when October 7th happened was that Israel had to go to war with Hamas, and guess what? The US had to be implicated to defend its ally. So if you don't want a forever war, forever and ever and ever and ever and ever and ever, you have to eliminate the source of the forever war. You have to eliminate the people. You have to eliminate the people who make war inevitable. Israel has only ever responded to the acts of the regime and its policies. And to go even further, it was actually very popular at the time to say no to war with Germany, to say no to war with the Nazis. But guess what? All of those deaths that ensued, those were deaths that were made inevitable by the Nazis because they were relentless. You had the peace for our time, the Munich Agreement, where everyone was like, finally, we're going to have peace. Then they invaded Poland. And you can see these people who are ideological extremists will always inevitably pull the entire world into war. So if you are anti-war, fantastic. Let's eliminate this regime so there's no more wars and no more threats to the United States and the rest of the world.
Okay, let me just take a short break from the panel. I'll come back to you in a moment. I want to just move now because Dave Smith referenced the infamous list which held that Iran was always the aim in the Middle East. And we're now joined by the former NATO commander, General Wesley Clark. General Clark, great to have you back on Uncensored.
Thank you.
There was, of course, this famous Pentagon memo, which you saw shortly after 9/11. You said it described a plan to take out 7 countries in 5 years, beginning with Iraq, ending with Iran. The other countries were Syria, Lebanon, Libya, Somalia, and Sudan. Some will look at this and say, well, this is the fruition of the plan, and Iran is the last one standing. Lebanon, of course, a bit more complicated, but the others have all gone through regime change. What would you say to people that think that?
Well, I'd say that that was over 20 years ago that memo was written, and the U.S. government doesn't really have plans that extend that far. So it wasn't really a plan. That was a concept that came out of the neocons, and maybe it was a plan that they thought they could eliminate all those regimes that might be hostile to the United States in the region. but it never really resolved itself into a plan per se. It just happens. And when you are a country like the United States and you find opponents around the world, and particularly Iran calling us the great Satan and so forth, Iran's been on the warpath against the United States from the very beginning. They targeted the Marine barracks in Lebanon, killed 283 people with a truck-mounted bomb. It was a terrible tragedy. They went after the French embassy. We actually, in the United States, we held back the Shah in Iran. We sent a 4-star general to Iran in 1978 to tell the Iranian generals, don't interfere with the emergence of real democracy in Iran. And so they blocked the Iranian military that was loyal to the Shah from keeping the Shah in power. We actually helped Khomeini get to power. Now, we didn't intend that. We thought a man named Shapur Bakhtiar was going to take the reins, but he was quickly overthrown by the fundamentalists like Khomeini. But the point is that the United States didn't begin this fight with Iran. Iran decided, Khomeini decided, that to purify his regime, to have a moral purpose in life, and for the Iranian people, he wanted to go after enemies. And so he picked 2 enemies, Israel and the United States. So the fact that after 40 some odd years, we're turning now to Iran and people are talking about regime change, yeah, it's sort of a natural course of events.
General Clark, from a purely military perspective, the sheer size and scale of the American military buildup here around Iran is reminiscent of 2003 and the buildup before they went into Iraq. Is there a point where, as someone put it to me back in 2003, the American military train has left the station? In other words, it reaches the point when it has to do something.
No, I don't think that's the case. These assets are deployable and they can be redeployed quite easily. 2 aircraft carriers, they sail off. The aircraft squadrons redeploy. It can be done. It's not a use it or lose it kind of situation. Putting those forces there doesn't inevitably mean they'll be used. No. You know,
in terms of
when people talk like that,
the obvious question. Yeah, sorry.
You had ground troops that were over there in 2003. You don't have any ground troops there, so you can sail off, fly off, no problem.
And in terms of what an American attack might look like, and it may even be, by the time this post America's done something, what is the most likely form of attack? It presumably won't be anything like we saw in Venezuela with a very quick surgical strike, which removed Maduro and got him out. And presumably it won't be like the strikes we saw last summer on the Iranian nuclear facilities. So what would this one look like?
I would suspect that it would be first, of course, you've got to clear out the air defense radars and whatever residual air defense is there. So you have freedom of operations in the skies. And that includes going after aircraft that could be used to intercept you at air bases and so forth. But I don't think there's that much left. It seems to me that could be done very quickly, maybe a few sorties during one night could handle most of what's there. And then you're going after the ballistic missile systems, where they're stored, where they're produced, where the launchers are, where the underground storage is. That's a tougher problem. That might take several days, maybe weeks. And then you start on the headquarters of the IRGC, and finally you go after the nuclear. So if you're going to do a limited strike, probably you take out the any air defense radars, and you start on the ballistic missiles. A night, maybe 2 days.
But if your mission is to affect regime change, how would that come about?
I don't think that's the mission at this point. I think president is looking at a limited strike to try to get a negotiated settlement. But what the United States is asking for is something more than what we obtained in 2015 through President Obama's efforts. So we'd be looking at no nuclear enrichment or minimal nuclear activities at all. Maybe that would be a compromise. And then stop the ballistic missile program and get rid of that axis of resistance. And on these latter 2 points, Iran doesn't seem to be prepared to compromise. And so there may not be a compromise in this, but I think the president wants to go at this, hopefully, and get a diplomatic solution rather than pound away at Iran with air power.
I spoke to Ambassador John Bolton earlier, who was saying that he believes the Iranian regime has never been weaker, and therefore there's never been a better time to try and take it on. Would you agree with that?
I think the regime is weaker in terms of public support, in terms of the economic structure, but actually this regime has shown itself to be pretty well structured internally. It's as far as we know, we haven't really turned any major figures. There's no major disagreements within the regime. People in the regime have loyalty, plus they've been bought off. Sometimes their children are in Europe or even in the United States. They're relatively well off compared to the rest of the population. So they're living off the fat of the land, so to speak. And we haven't been able to turn them. If you're going to get regime change, you need to crack the wall of resistance of the IRGC. We need a general or two who says, you know, this is gone, this is crazy. Why would you have a government that 85, 90 million people hate, that kills tens of thousands of its own people? Why would you do that? So presumably there are responsible people somewhere in that Iranian Revolutionary Guards Corps who can see past the ideology and the bribery that's going on, the corruption, and maybe look for the good of the Iranian people. And that's what we would be hoping for. Now, I wouldn't have access to those people being outside the chain of command right now, but hopefully we are in communications with people like that. And that's the way you would get regime change.
And finally, before we go to the panel, and you're going to stay with the panel, and thank you for that, there are several members of the panel who believe this is all being done purely at the behest of Israel. It's not in America's national interest to be doing this, and that Netanyahu has railroaded Trump into potentially attacking Iran. Do you think there's merit to that argument?
Well, not as much merit as you might think. The United States has continuously said that we're against the proliferation of nuclear weapons. And Iran has really, since the days of the Shah, had a nuclear program, and the Khomeini regime kept it going. There was a fake in 2007. They fooled American intelligence into issuing an estimate that said they had stopped it, but I don't think they stopped it. And so we know now they're very close to getting the materials to use a nuclear weapon. That's destabilizing the whole world, and especially the Middle East. So it's not just us, it's our friends and allies in the region that don't want it. And the Iranians themselves are working on longer and longer range missiles. So we don't need another hostile state that has sworn its purpose is to destroy another state to have nuclear weapons. It's not just about Israel, it's about global stability.
Okay, let's go back to the panel. Cenk Uygur, I mean, there's your answer from a former commander of NATO forces, which is it's not just about Israel wanting this to happen. It is in America's strategic interest to prevent Iran developing nuclear weapons.
Nonsense. So, I mean, I really respect General Clark. I don't know what's happened to him. That letter was very clear. They did, the neocons and Israel First did execute it. They have knocked out 6 to 7 of those countries, just like they said they would. They've gone to Iran at the end, just like they said they would. If we're talking about a country that is destabilizing the region and the world with endless wars, that country is Israel. I mean, look, this whole thing is topsy-turvy. The whole framing of the discussion is ludicrous. Israel has attacked 7 of its neighbors, not Iran. Israel forced us into the Iraq war. And they said it would be easy, and it was a disaster. They said they were doing it for the Iranian people, and then we wound up killing hundreds of thousands of Iraqis. We lost thousands of our own men. The fake weapons of mass destruction evidence came from where? It came from Israel. They pushed us into the war with Libya. Now there's modern day slavery back in Libya. Every war they have pushed us into has cost us trillions. Hold on, General Clark. Hold on. They have cost us trillions of dollars. And you know that. And they have cost us blood and treasure. And it's Israel doing it, General Clark. Be a patriot. Be a patriot. Stand up for America, not for Israel. I'm not going to go to another war for Israel. We're not going to spend trillions more for Israel. We're not going to lose American soldiers for Israel. The Israelis have bought 94% of Congress. The Israelis have bought Donald Trump. And this is a fact. And you guys keep obfuscating these facts.
Can we have some respect for the general, please? I think doesn't deserve to be screamed at.
No, he's interrupting me. He should have respect for the American people, 85% of whom do not want to go. General Clark, why are you pushing us into this war when 85% of Americans don't want it? And you yourself know that the neocons have wanted this war for 20 years. Our interests? What interest? We said nuclear, and then we got rid of their nuclear facilities. Then now all of a sudden ballistic missiles. General Clark, tell me with a straight face that we have a right to demand that any country end their ballistic missile program.
Why don't you stop?
Ballistic missiles, we'd have to get rid of the whole world for Israel if we're going to get rid of ballistic missiles.
Let him respond.
To other people. Now,
General Clark,
you want to hear what I say? Listen. First of all, there is no they there. We've been through the Bush administration. There were neocons. We've been through the Obama administration. There were no neocons there. We've been through the Trump administration. He didn't want a war. We've been through the Biden administration. Now we're another Trump administration. When you say they, there's no they there. There's no secret plot behind
this. The Israeli lobby is the number one donor to every single person you mentioned. Biden, Trump, every one of them. The Israeli lobby has been here the whole time, General Clark. Wakey.
I don't get a chance to talk.
Cenk, please let General Clark finish his point.
Common courtesy. Now, just
I agree. Cenk, let the general respond.
And I'm going to say it not just to you, but to all the other panelists. So there's no they there. This is about national interests. And you can go through these states one by one. First of all, I was against the invasion of Iraq. I knew it was a mistake and it wasn't going to work out well. I was against it. But it's the men and women in uniform. Of course, you're not against your own soldiers fighting. You want them to succeed. But the mission was a bad mission, and I called it for that. Syria, there was a revolution there. President Obama said Bashar Assad shouldn't stay in charge. But unfortunately, he did until Turkey got rid of him. On Libya, I warned the United States not to intervene because there was no follow-on for that, and we've still got a mess in Libya. We've never been able to come to terms with Darfur, Sudan, and what's happening in the center of Africa. Now, when you turn to Iran, Iran has been a continuous problem for the United States. They killed hundreds of our soldiers with the explosively formed penetrators when we were in Iraq. They started this thing back in the late 1970s, early 80s. They assassinated a bunch of Iranian generals because they'd been to school in the United States. So what's their beef with the United States? They want trouble from the United States. That's their raison d'etre. That's what keeps the, well, you can shake your head, but I'm telling you, look at the propaganda. So is Israel concerned? Of course Israel should be concerned. As the Ayatollah has said and others, when they get nuclear weapons, they're going to use them. Now, I've been all through the Gulf leadership. Maybe you've talked to those leaders too, but I have, and they don't want Iran to have a nuclear weapon. They can't do much about it, but they hope that we will. And unfortunately, the agreement that we thought we solved it with in 2015 was thrown out in 2018. And I agree that that agreement wasn't a great agreement. It didn't stop their ballistic missiles, and it didn't stop their axis of resistance. It didn't deal with Hezbollah, but it was an agreement. Now we don't have anything. And so we're on the precipice of another set of military strikes in the region. Is that a good thing? No, it's not a good thing. It'd be a lot better if Iran would simply become a normal state, engage in trade, work with its neighbors, stop trying to take over the region, stop threatening Israel. But Iran doesn't seem, under its present regime, to want to do that. So that's where we're headed. Thank you, Piers.
Liz, can I just answer something?
Let me wait 1 second. I will come to everybody, but I want to get Dave Smith's response to that. Dave Smith.
Okay, well, I mean, if the general who is on the record, not just on that Amy Goodman interview, but here on this show, Pierce, who said the plans went back a decade before that, and that they were resurrected in a study paid for by the Israelis. If he's walking away from that or saying, well, yeah, that happened, but there were 4 different administrations in there, so there's no they there. Well, as Cenk was pointing out there, Benjamin Netanyahu's been here pretty much the entire time. The Israel lobby's been here pretty much the entire time. And you'd certainly have to admit, sir, it's an awfully big coincidence that you saw that there was a plan to overthrow 7 countries. And that since that time, now, obviously, none of us are arguing it didn't happen the way you said it was going to. It's supposed to happen in 5 years. And obviously, the war in Iraq ended up being a quagmire that was unforeseen by most of the military establishment at the time. But Israel and or the United States of America have attacked all of those countries, maybe minus Sudan, which kind of collapsed without those attacks. That would seem to be a huge coincidence there. And it seems much more likely that those entrenched interests that were pushing for that continued to push for that over all of these years, especially when the fact is that we can look at who's been advocating for all of these policies over the years, and it's been Benjamin Netanyahu and the Israel Firsters and the Israel lobby and all of them. I think it's kind of crazy to expect us to somehow get them out of any responsibility for this. And in terms of, Pierce, just last summer, I was on this show. We were having a bunch of arguments. Everybody back then said it was about the 60% enriched uranium, that I was crazy for claiming that this was about a regime change operation. And here we are a few months later. President Trump has boasted that he obliterated their nuclear program, that it's no issue. And yet we still need to go back to war with Iran once again. The fact of the matter is that the impetus for the global war on terrorism to begin with was our beef with radical Sunni terrorist groups. There's no reason for the United States of America to be at war with the Shiites. And you can mention, by the way, I don't think the general is correct in saying that Iran was responsible for killing that many soldiers in Iraq. I think they were Iraqi Shiites, and I think most of those roadside bombs were made in Iraq. My friend Scott Horton has demonstrated this in his great book, Enough Already. But the bottom line is just that we are $38 trillion in debt. Well, 1 second, General, and I won't interrupt you at all. Let me just finish my point. And then, I don't think that's true, but regardless, Anyway, listen, I said 38. Is it 39 or 40? I can't keep track anymore. We're close to $40 trillion in debt. We have major problems in our own country, including a drug overdose epidemic, a homelessness epidemic. We have we have tens of millions of people who are in our country illegally, and yet we're flirting with what is obviously, definitionally, a war of choice, a war of aggression. Iran, we're not responding to an attack from Iran, and to move all these goalposts. Oh, they support proxies in the region. They have intercontinental ballistic missiles. Yeah, in other words, they're a government. Yes, in other words, they haven't just completely, as Witkoff said the other day, that Trump was curious why they haven't capitulated. In other words, they haven't completely capitulated to us and said they're going to make themselves entirely defenseless against the Israelis who attack them throughout the years with impunity. This is ridiculous. We have no need to fight this war. We're flirting with another catastrophe for no reason.
Okay, let me bring in the two ladies who've been waiting very patiently. Elika, I'll come to you one moment, but let Goldie Gamari respond first, and then Elika. Goldie first.
Well, thank you so much, Piers. First of all, I just want to thank the general for his service. And thank all American military for everything they've done to defend democracy and freedom around the world. So thank you for your service, General. So the way that we have to frame this and the way that we have to look at it, Pierce, is that Right now, we are in a forever war with the Islamic regime. And what happened is back in 1979, it was Jimmy Carter and the Democrats that backed the Ayatollah. And that's what basically led to the Islamic coup d'etat. And so right now, Iran is unfortunately a failed state. And so what Iranians are trying to do is, we're trying to rectify the mistake. Is regime change the goal? 100%. Absolutely. We Iranians, we have been trying to fix Jimmy Carter's mistake since 1979. And this is the first time since the Islamic regime took over that we actually have a United States president who is standing with the Iranian people, recognizing full well that U.S. and Iranian interests are aligned right now. And by Iranian, I mean the Iranian people. I don't mean the Islamic regime that's occupying us. Because, as the general said, prior to 1979, Iran and the United States were allies. So right now, the country is currently in that failed state situation. And I can say that, Iranians in occupied Iran are incredibly grateful that the United States is coming to help liberate them. This is not a war, Pierce. This is not a war. This is a rescue mission. The United States is coming to help rescue 90 million Iranians who have been held hostage by a brutal and savage dictatorship. With respect to what Dave Smith was saying about the proxies, I'll leave that up to the general.
Okay, Elika.
Nonsense.
So when there's these constant examples of where the US has failed in intervention, you have to wonder, why is it that they keep repeating the worst case scenarios? Why don't they talk about the US intervention in Kuwait to stop Iraq's intervention, right? Which actually led to stability in Kuwait. Why don't we talk about Bosnia? Why don't we talk about Kosovo? Why don't we talk about the times where NATO and the US have done tremendous work to bring stability with targeted strikes, okay? The reason that they keep mentioning this is because they want to constantly frame this in the worst case scenario for the US so as to defend the terrorist regime, which makes you wonder why. Second of all, this claim that we don't want to, intervene in Iran because it's going to be a failed state and it's going to kill hundreds of thousands of people. I'm sorry, you don't care now that it's a failed state. You don't care now how many people are being killed. You want to talk about Iraq? You want to say hundreds of thousands of people were killed in Iraq. How many people did Saddam Hussein kill? 180,000 Kurds alone, chemical genocide against Kurds, the ethnic cleansing of Turks,
and
of
we
Kurds,
backed them.
of Shia Muslims. So you want to say that if we should have just left Saddam Hussein, and he's expanding his war in Kuwait, his war in Iran, and you want to say that what the US did was so bad? Fine, it was bad, but before it was worse. And if it was left unchecked, how much worse would it be? So this isn't about what the facts are. This is about how you are looking at the facts. And this isn't, no, we don't interrupt. This is an intentional...
I was just going to ask a question. You interrupted me before plenty of times.
Ask me my question after. You can ask me my question.
Yeah, you're not my teacher, so don't scold me.
Stop. We're not looking at this through the lens of fact. We're looking at this through the lens of how can we look at this in the most negative way so we don't support attacks on the regime. Second of all, this constant thing about Israel is the one that wants this war. We have all conceded and acknowledged that Israel does for obvious reasons. You're talking about, you take Israel and you take the IRGC, you take this terrorist regime that has enshrined an eschatological vision to eliminate Israel in its charter and has repeatedly acted on that vision. Any sane country in the world, whether it was US or Israel, would obviously want to protect itself. So you're talking about a liberal democracy that seeks safety and protection of its own people, and you're talking about a terrorist state that wants to eliminate that state. And so to even look at this in any other lens is just to be out of touch with reality. You talk about Israel doing these strikes on Hezbollah, when Hezbollah is the one that is throwing its rockets into Israel. You talk about its strikes on the Houthis. Think about this. The regime created Hezbollah as a second IRGC to station it in the closest border to Israel for the sole purpose of eliminating Israel and creating a second Islamic Republic in Lebanon. Now, you want to say that in response to that, Israel should just bend over and do nothing? Of course, Israel wants this war because it is.
Come on! How much more can Israel do?
It is
endless goddamn war because of Israel. Can I respond to this utter rubbish, this garbage Israeli propaganda?
Anti-Semitism is a mind virus, and you've lost your mind. Okay, so just be quiet.
Yeah. Anti-Semitism. Blah, 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 blah. We've heard that garbage over and over to shield Israel from criticism. We're not going to take it anymore. You called the whole country anti-Semites. You think Israel has called all of America anti-Semites. 85% of us don't want this war. And then you come in and go, you dirty anti-Semite Americans. You owe us more war. You owe us trillions of dollars. We are beloved Israel. We want endless war.
One question for you, Cenk. One question for you. What percentage of Germans were anti-Semites? What
the hell does that have to do with this? The real fascists here are Israel.
Is that really a gotcha?
You want to ask me what percentage of Israel are fascists? Unfortunately, the percentage is over 50%.
You know what the point is, Cenk? The point is that it is a mind virus.
Can I actually answer any of this garbage that they're putting out there?
Can you stop interrupting her, please? It's getting, you're very rude. You're very rude.
Interrupting her. She's gone on for 10 minutes.
How long do you think you went on, sir?
Okay.
Let me, Cenk, I'll give you a brief right of reply there, and then I want to go to the general.
So, guys, this is a total illusion. The country starting all the wars in the Middle East is Israel, not Iran. The ones that have the religious ideology of taking over the Middle East is Israel. They call it Greater Israel. It's a patch on their uniform. It's a map in their Knesset. They're trying, and their cabinet members say, we're going for Greater Israel. Greater Israel is most of the Middle East. The reason why knocking out their so-called nuclear program wasn't enough for these warmongers is because they want every country in the Middle East defenseless so Israel can attack and take more land. And have they actually attacked and taken more land? Yes, they currently have 53% of Gaza. They say they're never going to give back Golan Heights. They keep talking about how Israel should exist. Israel already exists, already has nukes, and is super dangerous with those nukes. They already have Iron Dome. They already have the greatest military in the Middle East. It's the Palestinians who don't exist because the Israelis won't allow them. The Israelis are doing a fascist Greater Israel project, and our press won't talk about it, even though the Israelis talk about it nonstop. We've shown video after video on the Young Turks of how they're going for Greater Israel. And the idea that Iran is taking over their neighbors, they haven't taken over any neighbors. Israel keeps taking land while our press keeps lying to you and pretending that Israel's the victim when they are the aggressor, and they don't do it with their own money and they don't do it with their own troops. They force America to spend trillions of dollars and lose American soldiers for Israel. 85% of this country does not want it. When you hear this propaganda telling you, yeah, Israel wants it. And if Israel doesn't get what it wants, we're going to call all of you anti-Semites. All you Americans are anti-Semites unless you give Israel $330 billion, spend $8 trillion on the global war on terror, and we want another war and another war. And then they pretend Iran wants endless war. Israel is making us pay for their endless war. Don't listen to the liars. Stand up for the American people.
You've made the
not
point.
The Israeli people. I'm looking at this propaganda. Now she's talking about how the Iraq war was a great idea.
Your point, Cenk.
And how we're going to be greeted as liberators. That's what they told us in Iraq. No, the Iranian people also do not want to be bombed. That is an Israeli lie.
Okay, we're running out of time. I just want, you've actually reminded me, and I want to come to Dave Smith quickly for this, then go to the general. Tucker Carlson interviewed the US ambassador to Israel, Mike Huckabee, this week. And Mike Huckabee said something that managed to get condemnation from pretty much every other country in the region, because he said this.
This particular area that we're talking about now, Israel, is a land that God gave through Abraham to a people that he chose. It was a people, a place, and a purpose. We can look at it that way. Christian Zionism, I want to go back because that's where we started.
I'm not going to let you off on this because you have said it 3 times that God gave this land to this people. What does that mean? Does Israel have the right to that land? Because you're appealing to Genesis. You're saying that's the original deed.
It would be fine if they took it all.
Take it all, Dave, was the US ambassador to Israel.
Oh yeah, I'm so glad you played that clip. I'm about to do a whole show on breaking down that interview. I think one of the things that's so, I mean, aside from the fact that it's just like how insane and what a religious fundamentalist you have to be to believe that God gave Iraq to Netanyahu or something like that. But what's really wild about this, as I'm sure the general can back up, that since at least the 1970s, the official U.S. position has been that we support 67 borders and that we ultimately want a Palestinian state. The U.S. is officially, not that we're going to do anything about any of that, but we're officially against the settlement expansions in the West Bank. And here you have the U.S. ambassador to Israel. I mean, it sure seems like he's the Israeli ambassador, if you ask me, but his title is he's the U.S. ambassador to Israel, just saying because of his religious beliefs that he would be absolutely fine with Israel, not just taking the West Bank and Gaza and the Golan Heights as they have since 1967, but evidently, Pierce, taking huge swaths of Iraq, Jordan, Lebanon, and for anybody who does not believe that God promised Iraq to Netanyahu, that is just insanity. And then you do notice on this panel how a lot of people beat up on the mullahs for being religious extremists, and like, I got no beef with you on that. It certainly is true that they are. But as Cenk was pointing out, the level of extreme religious fanaticism that drives policy, both U.S. policy toward Israel and Israeli policy at the top of their government, there really is something to behold. We're not as secular and as one might believe. And I just want to say, and then I'll shut up for the rest of the panel, but I do got to say, man, Pierce, as I know you've seen all the time, this thing where, like, if we start arguing that we shouldn't have war in Iran, then the response that we get is like, oh, you must secretly love the Ayatollah or something like that. The only reason you're doing this is because you want to protect that regime. This is like the lowest IQ, most bad faith form of political argumentation. And, people did say the same thing about people like you, Pierce, and evidently people like you, General Clark, which I was unaware of, who opposed the war in Iraq. You were protecting Saddam Hussein or spreading Saddam talking points. Over the last couple years, Pierce, isn't it amazing just on your show, I love Vladimir Putin, and I love Hamas, and I also love the Iran, and I guess I love the Houthis, but actually I'm just like a Jewish libertarian from Brooklyn who doesn't want to see more people get killed and my country get bankrupted. That's really the truth of this. And for all of you guys, your response is always, excuse me, no interrupting, little girl. And for all of you guys, listen, again, this is my.
Don't want my opinion, don't invite me on.
Let me come to the general. General, before I come to you for the final word, because you deserve the final.
You talked more than me, General.
After very far. I mean, Dave makes a very good point. I remember being called a Saddam apologist because I thought the illegal war in Iraq was an atrocity that should never have been waged. And I've similarly been called an anti-Semite because I think that the Israeli government went way too far in Gaza. All of these things are preposterous, and they're a deliberate attempt to stifle freedom of speech and genuine opinion. I think it's a great shame. I've known Cenk and Dave for quite a long time now. I've never heard a moment of anti-Semitism from either of them. And to say that is what motivates them is a hatred of Jewish people is completely preposterous. Well, hang on, Elliga. I've got to. We've run out of time. I just want to say that
about Cenk, that's very disingenuous.
No, it's not. He's not anti-Semitic.
Nah, he has a big problem.
He has a big problem with the Israeli government. Let's not get into it.
Doing insults. Let General Clark talk.
If somebody can, for another show, but Elliga, if you want to go away and find me evidence of Cenk Uygur saying anything which indicates a hatred of Jewish people, that's fine. If you want to find me evidence where he says he hates Jewish people,
you want to talk about an Israeli point of view?
Show me evidence.
My existence offends you. And I'm the person who's a biggit. You're the bigot.
I didn't say that.
Let General Clark
I said your existence is the evidence.
Okay,
you literally said that.
I'm going to wrap things up. By coming to General Clark. So please give the general some respect. I can tell you that the money market, Poly Market, says there's a 21% chance of a US strike on Iran by March the 1st, 57% chance by March the 31st, 73% chance by the end of the year. Over $370 million has been spent in this market. So the smart money going on an attack by the end of March. Would you agree with that, General?
what I'd say is that when you start dropping bombs on nations, and it's easy to start a war, it's not easy to finish it. So we don't know what's going to happen when it gets going. So there's going to be a lot of judgment calls between now and then. And we're just going to have to see how they go. But I will say this, that there has been a continuum of American interest to see a peaceful Middle East, and that Iran has been the troublemaker in that Middle East since the overthrow of the Shah. And secondly, that in terms of Israel itself, I was there when Israel pulled back out of southern Lebanon. Some people said, you're making a mistake. Ehud Barak said, nope, we're going to do it. Sure enough, it led to trouble. I was there when later when Israel pulled out of Gaza, and they said, no, let's let Gaza be there. I remember when Condoleezza Rice advocated for democracy. Let's have the Palestinians vote, and they voted in Hamas. So there have been many, many efforts to head this off, and yet Israel finds itself in a very, very unfriendly area. The Abraham Accords, that was a good step forward. But who's against the Abraham Accords? Well, Iran, of course. They don't want peace in the region. Now, in terms of what's happening inside Israel, I'm a believer in the two-state solution, the same solution that President Clinton tried to get implemented in 1999, 2000, and was blocked by the PLO, Yasser Arafat, and probably by Iranian money. So we've had many, many efforts to solve this problem. But letting Iran have a nuclear weapon, no, that's not a way to solve the problem. So while the United States has the power and the influence, we should be doing what we can to prevent Iran from getting a nuclear weapon. And that's the end of the story as far as I'm concerned. Piers, thank you for giving me a chance.
General Clark, it's always a great honor to have you on the program. You're one of the generals I most respect, and I really appreciate you coming on. Thank you all very much to my panel. It was a lively and fiery debate at times, but it's, war is a fiery, lively business, so it should be. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Piers.
What did you guys think of that? Right? I think Armin's going to have a field day. Armin's going to have a field day with this when he comes back. Guys, there's so many moments. Guys, I haven't even given you my commentary or my analysis, right? Because there's so many points during this interview where I wanted to pause and explain something to you guys, but like I said, we'll do like a just like a watch party. But Armin, so guys, Armin's in his discussion group. I can't take him away. I mean, I could message him. I can be like, all right, I can message Armin and I'll let him know to come back early. Okay, let me message him right now. Armin's gonna have a field day with this, right? Because Armin is very, very good at debunking all of the anti-Semitism and stuff, right? Thank you. Well, what my strategy was, just be calm and say what I have to say. Listen, guys, I also just want to say, I know that, some of you are criticizing Piers Morgan. I want to say, regardless of what Piers Morgan says or does, I personally have a lot of respect for Piers Morgan. Okay. And let me explain why. And I know that, a number of people might not have had a positive experience with him, but I personally have a lot of respect for Piers Morgan. And I am very, very grateful to Piers Morgan because he gave me the opportunity to confront that disgusting Marandi Charandi, remember? And Piers didn't have to do that. Piers Morgan did not have to do that, right? Remember this is from like a month ago. Let me like this here. And my browser lost connection. Okay, my browser lost connection to the internet. Let me just reconnect it. So, I mean, regardless of what, Piers says or does, I mean, and I don't agree with anything. In fact, there is something that he said about anti-Semitism, which I am going to comment on. But I'm going to comment very respectfully, right? Because ultimately, I am very grateful to Piers. I'm very, very grateful to Piers Morgan. I'm very grateful to his producers because they gave me the opportunity to confront Charandi Marandi, because that was supposed to be a one-on-one interview. Like that was the, I guess, the agreement that the Joseph Goebbels of the Islamic regime had made. But while all that was going on, I was in the background. And when that guy was showing fake footage, like I didn't know that so that was like one of my first times I was on a panel. So I didn't know the producers could hear me. So when the guy started showing fake footage, I was just watching it. And I basically said to myself, I was like, oh my God, that's fake footage. That footage is old. That footage is from 2020. Oh my God. And then I guess the producers heard me. So one of the producers reached out. They was like, what do you mean? And I'm like, that's fake footage. Like that footage is old. So then the producers, I guess they sent a message to Piers Morgan, and then Piers Morgan brought me on. And then that clip, guys, that clip went viral in Iran. So that's why the Islamic regime was, attacking me and defending chunky yogurt, right? So let's watch this. This is from like a year ago.
I want to just turn now to someone who's been on Uncensored a few times, Mohammed Marandi, professor at Tehran University, a supporter of the regime. Welcome back to Uncensored, Mohammed Marandi. I appreciate you coming on. What is your assessment of what is happening on the ground in Iran?
Well, first of all, when you say a supporter of the regime, you're framing it in a certain way. I assume you are a supporter of the British or the American regime. But it's obvious what happened. We had currency manipulation last week. The currency fell 30-40%. It was carried out by the United States, forcing neighboring countries not to cooperate with Iranians over the currency. Then we had peaceful protests among business people. And there were a few thousand people in 2-3 different cities. There was no violence. There were no arrests. Nothing happened. Then the next day, we had more protests, roughly the same size, I guess. I don't remember exactly. Then we had infiltration, and we had violent rioters. And that was the beginning of extreme violence, which peaked on Thursday night. And we know that Pompeo, the former head of the CIA, said that Mossad is on the ground with the rioters. We have Mossad in a Persian statement. They said that they are on the ground. And the most interesting thing of all is that late on Thursday night, during the height of the riots, and roughly 100 officers of the law were murdered. A couple of them burnt alive, beheaded, head smashed.
These are all lies, by the way.
We had a nurse who was burned alive in a clinic. The clinic was burnt down. We had many buses, ambulances, and fire engines destroyed, tens of each. I'm not sure about ambulances, but I know tens of fire engines and public buses and private property. But the point is that late on Thursday night or early in the morning, they cut off the internet and suddenly everything died down. The reason? Because all these groups, these small groups, violent.
Can I just say something? So did you hear the part where he said they cut the internet and everything died down? No, they cut the internet, and within the span of 2 days, the Islamic regime slaughtered over 35,000 people, right? So do you see how he's lying? Because again, this interview was like from a month ago when it was like in the middle of the internet shutdown. So like this guy is pure evil, pure evil.
Groups that were spread out in different cities and different parts of big cities, they could no longer communicate with their bosses abroad. So if it was really spontaneous, the riots would have continued. But now we've had 4 days of quiet. And yesterday, we had massive anti-riot protests across the country. And I asked your producer.
So the entire time that he's saying this, I'm literally like, I'm watching this because this is happening live, right? It's being recorded live. It's like, it's via Zoom or whatever. And I'm just like, I'm watching this from behind the scenes, like from backstage. And I'm freaking out. I'm like, what is happening? Like, what is going on? Oh my God, what is he lying? Like 30,000 people have been murdered, right? I'm just saying this to myself, not knowing that the producers can hear me and they're listening to me, right?
To show footage of the.
And then as soon as the footage comes, I'm like, oh my God, this is fake footage. This is fake footage. Oh my gosh, like this is fake footage. Like I'm literally freaking out to myself. I'm like, why is he showing fake footage? And then that's when the producers reached out to me and they were like, what do you mean?
Protests in Tehran against the rioters. And this is from the middle of the footage. This is Engelab Square. It goes from Imam Hussein Square to Azadi Square, from Engelab Square south to Imam Khomeini Square. That is millions of people. That is huge. Anyone can look on the map or use DeepSeek or some other AI app and check what sort of distance this is. This is a helicopter. But just a few hours ago.
Just to stop you.
So this is where I guess, so when the footage starts playing, I'm like, oh my gosh, this is fake, this is fake, this is fake. And then the producers reach out to me, we have a quick conversation. And I guess this is when the producers, because I guess Pierce has like maybe like an earpiece or something. So this is where I guess the producers tell Pierce Morgan that this footage is fake. So then now Pierce interrupts him, right? So listen to this part.
There, Professor Vermey. Just to be clear, that's footage you've supplied. We've been unable to independently verify it. So it is what it is. Clearly, there are people, it seems from all the independent reports I've read, who are... Okay, so Goldie, for example, one of our panelists is saying that footage is from 2020. So we don't know what you're showing us there. You accept that?
No, that's a dishonest take. That footage is very clear. This misinformation is being produced by the West, and the reporter who was on that helicopter, whose face is there, he came on television, showed the footage. I was at the protest. There were millions of people. What you are trying to do, just like you did during the Israeli regime's attack on Iran, is you are trying to help war. Because when the Israeli regime carried out that blitzkrieg attack, as we were negotiating with them, you invited me and started bad-mouthing Iran. Why? Because you and many others like you.
I didn't bad-mouth Iran. Sorry, just to be clear.
Oh, yes, you did.
Just to be clear. Hang on. Professor, just to be clear, I never bad-mouthed Iran. I bad-mouthed the Iranian regime, which I think is one of the most malevolent regimes in the world. That's not bad-mouthing the country of Iran or the Iranian people. Now, I want to bring in Goldie Gamari because she wants to challenge.
She wants to
directly challenge what you have said.
One-on-one.
Yes,
You said
that's
it's a
fine.
one-on-one.
That's fine.
Your producer,
But you've accused her.
You did not allow me to
Fine,
continue.
but you have.
Your producer said.
Yes.
It's a one-on-one between you and me.
Yes.
You're escaping the debate.
Hang on, Goldie. Hang on, Goldie. Hang on, please. Don't all talk at once. Professor Morandi. Professor Morandi.
You and me.
Professor Morandi. Let me. Goldie, please let me handle this.
Okay, so basically what I said here is Bisharaf. So I'm like, dishonorable, you dishonorable person. On behalf of the people of Iran, I want to tell you that we're going to come after you when the revolution is over. And on behalf of the people, I want you to know that when we get you, the tip of your pinky finger will be the biggest piece of your body left. Boom. So there's me just smiling for a little bit. I'm just like, oh, hello, welcome. It's like, oh, hey, do you see me? Do you see me?
In the world. That's not bad-mouthing the country of Iran or the Iranian people. Now, I want to bring in Goldie Gamari because she wants to directly challenge what you have said.
One-on-one.
Yes,
you said
that's
it's
fine.
a one-on-one.
That's fine.
Your producer,
but you've accused her.
You did not allow me to continue.
Fine, but you have.
We are coming after you.
Hang on, Goldie. Hang on, Goldie. Hang on, please. Don't all talk at once.
And I'm like, vachtige giriftimit. It's like when we catch you, when
Professor Morandi,
you catch you, the tip of your pinky finger will be the biggest piece of your body left. That Piers Morgan gave me an opportunity to confront, and so that's why. But I would appreciate maybe insulting him. Because, you know, ultimately at the end of the day, we can respect on various things. And you know, that's our right within a democracy. Insulting him on my channel because I'm actually very grateful to Piers Morgan. It's been a lifetime opportunity to confront him. Guys, if my YouTube channel is YouTube's been so if my YouTube channel is buff, clear the cache, clear the history. Because I don't know why it's buffering. I mean, let me check my YouTube on my phone. My YouTube on my phone is fine. It's a YouTube channel thing. Yeah, okay, let me see here. It's on your TV. I don't know, maybe just refresh or something. Maybe just refresh. But yeah, so this is why guys, honestly, this is why I have all the time in the world for Piers Morgan because he gave me this opportunity to confront the Joseph Goebbels of the Islamic regime on behalf of the Iranian people. And I've actually received a lot of messages from people in occupied Iran who have told me that, you know, they've seen this clip has gone viral. And a lot of people have said that, like, you know, during like one of the darkest periods of this whole revolution and you know the massacre, this clip basically gave them hope because this clip let them know that there are people who are outside of Iran who are still speaking up for the Iranian people. So let's not insult Piers Morgan. Listen, even in the interview that was aired today, there are some things that I 100% disagree with some of the things that he said, but I don't need to insult him, right? Because that's not how politics or democracy and a topic about it, right? Like we can have a conversation about it, we can have a debate about it. I mean, you guys want to insult chunky yogurt? I mean, go ahead. I don't care. Chunky yogurt is you know, jihadi garbage. I don't care. I don't care about chunky yogurt. Dave Smith, I don't even know who he is. I don't care, right? Like Dave Smith doesn't even exist for me. Like he's literally not even on my radar. Yeah, just let's just be respectful to Piers Morgan because we're entitled to have a difference of opinion and we can criticize people, but we can criticize them respectfully. So I would appreciate if people are respectful to Piers Morgan. How am I supposed to contact YouTube about the buffering? But anyways, like this is why I'm very grateful to Piers Morgan, and I will have all the time in the world. I have all the time in the world for Piers Morgan. I will go on his show whenever he wants me to go on. No hesitations, no questions asked. Only because he gave me this opportunity to confront the Joseph Goebbels. But guys, it wasn't just that. It wasn't just him giving me the opportunity. Once Piers Morgan recognized that this man is a jihadi Islamist liar, even Piers Morgan went after him, okay? So Piers Morgan went after him. So that's all I want to say. Like, again, we can disagree with you know, people's, like, guys, like, the whole point of politics is to have, you know, like, we can have disagreement without attacking the person, right? So I would just appreciate if we don't attack Piers Morgan, the individual. We can just criticize what people say. But I mean, Chunky Yogurt, I don't care about him. Chunky Yogurt, attack him all you want. He's garbage. I don't care about Chunky Yogurt. Piers Morgan, I have a lot of respect for. All right, so let's continue watching this, because now I think you guys appreciate this.
I brought Goldie back into the conversation with you.
No, so you're being dishonest.
Because she says to us, have you watched that footage? It is actually not what you have said it is. Goldie, tell the professor what you believe that footage is.
That footage is from Qasem Soleimani's funeral in 2020. That is not footage from today. That is 100% propaganda. The Islamic regime, they are liars. They are murderers. They are thieves. I don't even know how he has access to the internet right now. The internet is shut off. The internet is shut off. Where is he communicating from?
Okay, now, Piers, I just want to remind you that your producer said this is a one-on-one.
Yeah.
And like on previous occasions, you do not abide by what you say you'll do.
Well, you made a statement. You made a statement and gave us footage, which one of our panelists has directly challenged.
But just to respond, in the General Qasem Soleimani's funeral, the bodies were on trucks. And there are no trucks in this crowd. And the crowd goes from Imam Hussein Square, which is to the top, towards the top. The crowd here goes all the way to Imam Hussein Square. The bodies never went there. The bodies the funeral procession began at the University of Tehran. So the path of the General Soleimani and his companions was not towards Imam Hussein. And here, where are the trucks? Where is the funeral procession? Because it was not just him. There were a number of people who were murdered. Don't pretend. No one can pretend that the rallies yesterday, which took place across Iran, in Mashhad, in Tabriz, in Maran, in Esfahan.
The rally, the footage rally, all been debunked.
This Piers, next I won't come again on your show, because every time you're dishonest.
You won't be able to come again on the show, because when Iran is free, we're going to get you. You're going to go to jail.
So look, he says, I'm not going to come again on your show. And I'm like, you won't be able to come back, because when Iran is free, we're going to get you and you're going to go to jail.
You're dishonest.
You won't be able to come again on the show, because when Iran is free, we're going to get you. You're going to go to jail.
To be fair, let me explain. Goldie, let me explain.
People on your hands right now.
Goldie, I will come back to Goldie and the panel in a moment. I'll go back to one-on-one. I will go back to one, Professor. I will go back to one-on-one with you now. She wanted to directly challenge that footage. She's done so. You have responded. That is perfectly legitimate journalism from where I'm sitting.
No, that's not acceptable, Piers. In any case, just hours ago, the BBC was showing the footage of the protests across Iran against the rioters yesterday, and talking about an uprising, implying dishonestly that these people on the streets who are protesting against the rioters are in fact supporters of the rioters. This is how it works in the West.
Well, the best way, surely, all right, Professor, the best way, Professor, Professor, the best way to
talk about.
Professor,
just one moment.
The best way to clear this up is to allow journalists to do their job freely in Iran, turn the internet back on, let everybody work out for themselves what is really happening. But when a regime shuts off the internet, what it's really doing is not trying to stop communication between protesters, it's trying to stop the truth about what it is doing in response being communicated to the world. And what it's doing is murdering thousands of Iranians who are protesting. They've admitted killing 2,000. Reports are that maybe as many as 12,000 or more. We're seeing footage here of body bags everywhere. And that is why the regime is turning off the internet. It's not out of some great altruistic, well, we just, don't want these people communicating. It's so that we can kill them and the rest of the world can't see what we're doing.
No, Pierce, that is an utterly dishonest take. The numbers are fabricated. The government has not given any numbers. And as I said,
2,000.
I'm talking, Pierce. You don't want me to talk.
You said you're just wrong.
You are just like those journalists who are talking about weapons of mass destruction in Iraq and the incubators. And
I led the campaign against that, as you may remember.
Well, you've flipped.
I haven't flipped to anything. I try and deal in facts.
No, Pierce. We had rioters who burned people alive, who cut people's heads off, and the evidence.
And what has your regime done to the protesters?
The protesters, Pierce, the millions of people that came to the streets yesterday. Why did they come to the streets? It's because your narrative is nonsense.
Well, how many protesters have been killed?
Your narrative.
How many protesters have been killed?
I don't know the numbers.
You don't
know. I do know that roughly 100 officers of the law have been murdered.
So you know how many people you believe have been killed on the regime side, but you have no idea how many people the regime's killed. Interesting.
You don't want me to talk because you're afraid. Because you're afraid that I'm going to wreck your narrative. That's cowardly, Pierce.
I think what you're afraid of, afraid of this uprising this time being the one that actually topples the regime that you prop up.
You want to help, just like you were preparing as the Israeli regime carried out its blitzkrieg attack on Iran when Iran was negotiating. You were saying all sorts of nonsense about Iran to demonize the country, to justify the aggression and the slaughter. So you have blood on your hands. And this is what you're doing now today for Trump. The protesters on the streets across the country yesterday said a big no to you and your fake narratives. But people like you will just go out and say, this is fake. There was no demonstration. Whereas there were reporters in Iran. Al Jazeera was there. Many other people were there.
Al Jazeera,
you had
right?
Iranians across the board there. It was shown live on television, Pierce. It was shown on Iranian channels live. Your producers can go back and look at the footage online as it was being shown. You cannot pretend that millions of people were not on the streets in Tehran. You cannot pretend that simultaneously millions of people were not on the streets throughout the country. It's a fact. It was shown live throughout.
I'm not sure, Professor, all due respect, I'm not sure that you and facts are easy bedfellows. But I appreciate
That's your problem, Pierce.
Not really.
You're the one who
actually it may be a problem for you.
You're the one who denied the genocide in Gaza for a year and a half. And you tried to justify the actions of the Israeli regime for a year and a half.
So, guys, do you see the pattern here? Do you see how, both, Charandi Marandi and then Chunky Yogurt and, Dave Smith, their go-to is always, the Gaza genocide, Israel, right? Do you see, the Islamist jihadi narrative is always the same. Doesn't matter if they're in Iran. Doesn't matter if they're a Turkish infiltrator, Islamic jihadi, who's infiltrated the United States. Doesn't matter if it's some idiotic self-hating Jew, right? They always go back to what about Gaza? What about Gaza, right? It's a thing. It's a thing. And when you know what to look for, it's literally the same narrative amongst all of the jihadis. And by the way, he's talking about this while at that very moment, In the last 2-3 days, over 40,000 Iranians have been murdered by the Islamic regime, right? In those 2-3 days, more innocent Iranians were murdered by the Islamic regime than the entirety of civilian casualties in Gaza in 2 years. And those civilian casualties were because of Hamas, right? This is how like pedar sukhte these people are.
And let me be very clear that if the United States, if Trump carries out an attack on Iran, Iranian retaliation will be massive. And people like you,
it was after the strike last summer, you mean?
People like you.
You said this last time.
You
said this last time.
Like you will bear responsibility.
But this is the trouble. You're full of crap, aren't you? Because you said this last time. Do you remember? It was all going to happen last time.
Last time, Steve Bannon, the day after the war ended, on his show, said that the reality was that during the last 3-4 days of the war, the Israeli regime was in serious trouble, and they were begging for a ceasefire.
But what happened to the retaliation that you said would happen?
And Trump, because the Israeli regime was begging for a ceasefire.
What happened to your retaliation?
Did you see Tel Aviv? Did you see how we hammered Tel Aviv?
Please, it's embarrassing.
Sure.
It's embarrassing.
You
come on here all the time and you say it's going to be retaliation is going to be horrific. It's going to be this. It's going to be that, and it doesn't happen. Iran doesn't have the capability to respond in the way that you talk. It's all bluff. It's all bluster. And what it seems to me, Professor, now is the people of Iran have had enough of this bullshit and they're rising up. And as the German Chancellor says, I believe this is the beginning of the end of that regime, and puppets like you that have helped prop it up are going to look very stupid when that day comes. But I appreciate you joining me. Thank you very much indeed for joining me.
Lies, Piers.
I'll go back to the panel.
Piers, history will remember your lies.
Yeah, okay. I'm sure they'll remember someone's lies, and it won't be me. But thank you.
Remember your lies.
Always a pleasure to talk to you, Professor Morandi. Let's go back.
So polite, right? That's just the British politeness. He's like, oh, always a pleasure to talk to you, right? Where he really, he wants to be like, wants to say a few swear words there. But guys, so this is why I have a lot of respect for Piers Morgan. I know that, there's issues between him and other people. I'm not going to get involved. I'm not going to get involved in that. Everyone's entitled to their opinion. But because of this, I personally respect him very much. Even though there are certain things he says that, I might disagree with, but I can still disagree with someone's opinion while I respect them. Okay. So you can respect someone and you can disagree with certain of their opinions and you don't need to attack them personally for it. And I think, that's one of the things that we've lost in all of this political discourse, I would say in the last like 15, 20 years, where we've sort of lost, we've forgotten about the art of debate, right? We've forgotten about how we can debate ideas without attacking the person, right? Chunky Yogurt, we can like attack him because he's garbage, right? So I don't care about Chunky Yogurt. Let me actually, while we're waiting for Armin to come back, because while we wait for Armin to come back, let me go to some people my browser lost audio. Here, let me stop sharing. Okay. Let me pull up my post about Chunky Yogurt. Armin's going to have a field day with this. Armin is going to have a field day. So look at some of the memes that people put under here. Look at this one. Oh my gosh, like look at this. Everyone's putting like Chunky Yogurt memes here. This one's kind of funny. This one's kind of funny. Look at this, guys. Someone made Chunky Yogurt. Oh man. Oh, I'm a hater? Ew, who are you? A loser. Random people. Goldie's just a hater from someone named Pally Mo. Ew. Shouldn't your name be Bally Mo? Because there's no letter P, right? So I don't know why do you pronounce it Palestine when you don't have a letter B? Weirdo. I'm a Zionist nobody. Is that why you're so threatened and why you have to is that why you have to come into my live stream and tell me that I'm a Zionist nobody? Guys, so this is what's going to happen now, right? Because of Piers Morgan's the show that came out today, everyone's going to all the jihadis are going to come attacking me now, right? Which is fine. They're super triggered. Ew, this one is so gross. Yep. And then, ew, look at this one. I don't know, man. But my favorite is someone made the chunky yogurt meme. So funny. There you go. Yeah, the Bally Bros are coming out. I know, واقعا حیف ماست. واقعا حیف ماسته. I don't understand this. You're my conversion Persian? I don't know what that means. Sorry, guys. Okay. I don't know when Armin's coming back. Okay. Let's see. Nice. Okay, there's a whole bunch of things that are out already. Okay, let me. Okay. Be a patriot. Stand up for America, not for Israel. That's so funny. Oh my gosh, guys, chunky yogurt is going viral. Piers Morgan still platforming the vile chunky yogurt. That's so funny. Okay. Let's see this one. Okay, so we don't even care about Ambassador Bolden. Oh, guys, look at this. Look at this. Please don't interrupt me. I let you spew your jihadi propaganda. Goldie Gamari tells Cenk Uygur clips of him are being used by the Islamic regime to attack her. Boom. Okay, I'm gonna write something here. When your arguments are being broadcast and defended by Khamenei's Islamic regime on Islamic Regime State TV, you might need to reevaluate your life choices. That doesn't sound like first to me. There you go. When your arguments are being broadcast and defended by Khamenei's Islamic regime on state-sanctioned Islamic regime TV, you might need to reevaluate your life choices. Being defended by Muslim Nazis doesn't exactly sound like America first to me. How's that? Oh, let's see the comments here. I'm the Persian Golda. Thank you. Oh, thank you. All right, let's look at the comments. Let's see what people are saying in the comments. Oh, Elika, Goldie are amazing. Oh, well said, Jikamari. A message from the Iranian people to Chunky Yogurt. Okay, shut your mouth, you clown. Ew, look at his face. Why two people of Iranian heritage are pro-war? How is that a balanced conversation? And then someone responds, why have Cenk and Dave who blame Israel for everything? I don't think Cenk and comic Dave Smith can make any argument without blaming Israel for pretty much every fault and bad thing in the world. It's amazing to watch their anti-Semitism roar over the last 2 years. And yes, I know Dave is Jewish, but that doesn't mean he doesn't hate his ancestry. Oh, look at this. So this person's like, the regime TV only televised views they agree with. So Cenk doesn't literally have to go on. The fact that they are televising him shows Cenk is spewing pro-regime propaganda, right? Thank you, Pierce. Well done, Goldie. It's becoming unwatchable with Cenk. Pierce keeps dragging Cenk on so he can scream Israel and Jews at whoever dares mention. There you go. Goldie is right. While pundits talk, the regime uses that noise to hide their 2026 massacre of 35,000 plus innocent Iranians. We must stop the propaganda, back the people of Iran, back the people fighting for free Iran. Oh, wow. Calling Cenk not anti-Semitic might be the most absurd take of the year. Cenk asking, we use your clip, does that mean we agree? The IR is using Cenk's arguments and saying, hey, look, even people in the US don't want this war because they're afraid of the IRGC. The regime is using his clips as propaganda. And honestly, I think he's been paying by them. Cenk is being so disrespectful. Let her talk. These two men come across as weak. Accuse opponent of being a jihadi, except I have the proof. Oh, this Cenk have completely lost it. Calling a 4-star general a sellout, calling Iranians Mossad agents, having a meltdown and interrupting everyone. Whatever operation Jews were running on Cenk has been clearly successful because he's a certified nut job now. See, Goldie is right. You won't be on Islamic regime TV unless you are bought out. There you go. Oh, this is so kind. What a kind comment here. Wow. Okay, so there's that one. Let's see. Oh, let's see about the general. Man, this was unhinged. Look at this. Dude that has never and will never go to war screaming, I'm not going to war for Israel at a general who devoted his entire life to defending our country is insane. Yeah, absolutely. Right? This is so true. Like everyone is upset. Like, it is outrageous to see Cenk Uyghur speak so disrespectfully to General Wesley Clark, a man who served the United States Army with honor and distinction. General Clark commanded NATO forces during the Kosovo War and led a successful campaign that stopped ethnic cleansing in the Balkans.
He also served as Supreme Allied Commander Europe, one of the highest military posts in the alliance. That is a lifetime of service and responsibility. He risked his life to protect American interests. For someone who has never worn the uniform to sit in a studio and shout at a 4-star general who earned a Silver Star in Vietnam is beyond insulting. It is shameful. Americans should take a strong stance against a scumbag. Attacking the character and service of someone who risked his life for this country is a shameful display that deserves strong condemnation, right? Like, look at my face here. Look at my face. Okay,
Talking about a country that is destabilizing the region and the world with endless wars. That
first of all, look at the general. Like, the general is like laughing because he literally, like, I don't know what the general's thinking, but if I had to guess, I would say the general's probably thinking, who the heck is this idiot, right? Because, you know, 4-star general, very distinguished career. This guy's not someone who's going to put up with nonsense, right?
country is Israel.
And then like Elika and I were just like, you know, trying not to laugh.
I mean, look, this whole thing is topsy-turvy.
I look at my face and I'm just like, what?
The whole framing of the
And then the general, oh my gosh.
discussion is
You know what we need to do? We need to like go back and focus on every single person's expression here.
ludicrous. Israel has attacked 7 of its neighbors, not Iran.
Look, I'm laughing. The general's trying not to laugh. And then, like, of course, Elika is just like, oh my gosh, like she's trying not to laugh.
Israel forced us into the Iraq war, and they said it would be easy, and it was a disaster. They said they were doing it for...
You know what? That's actually not true. Israel did not force the United States into the Iraq war. Israel was actually telling the United States, don't go to war with Iraq. Israel was trying to discourage, like anyone who knows anything about the Iraq war and military operations knows that Israel was actually trying to convince George Bush not to go to war with Iraq, because Israel was like, don't do it. It's not worth it. If you want to go after a target, go after Iran.
The Iranian people, and then we wound up killing hundreds of thousands of Iraqis. We lost thousands of our own men. The fake weapons of mass destruction evidence came from where? It came from Israel. They pushed us into the war with Libya. Now there's modern day slavery back in Libya. Every war they have pushed us into has caused...
So you can tell the general's just like done. Like even the general is like, what is this BS, right? What is this like anti-Semitic like BS, right? So the general's like, Pierce, and the general was so polite too. He's like, Pierce, may I say a few things?
There's trillions. Hold on, General Clark. Hold on. They have cost us trillions of dollars. Yeah, you know that, and they have cost us blood.
The general's trying to be so polite here.
And treasure. And it's Israel.
So wait, the general's like, you're saying nonsense.
Cost us trillions of dollars. Yeah, you know that, and they have cost us blood and treasure. And it's Israel doing it, General Clark.
So the general's like, when you say nonsense to me, I have to respond, right? So even the general's like you're there's only garbage. Like the general's being very polite, right?
Be a patriot. Be a patriot. Stand up for America, not for Israel. I'm not going to go to another war for Israel. We're not going to spend trillions more for Israel. We're not going to lose American soldiers for Israel. The Israelis have bought 94.
Look at my face. Look at my face. I'm just like, is this like jihadi Turk yelling at a 4-star general right now? Like, is he actually like yelling at a 4-star general, accusing him of not being a patriot? Like disrespecting a general who's dedicated his entire life to serving America and literally putting his life on the line? And then Chunky Yogurt is yelling at him? Like, I'm just like, do you now understand like my post from yesterday where I was like watching Chunky Yogurt scream like a lunatic at a 4-star general who's dedicated his entire life to serving America and accusing him of being like anti-American or not patriotic or whatever is literally one of the most unhinged and insane things I have ever seen. Right?
Senate Congress, the Israelis have bought Donald Trump, and this is a fact. And you guys keep obfuscating these facts.
Can we have some respect for the general, please? I think Doesn't deserve to be screamed
No,
at.
he's
General
interrupting
Clark,
me.
you
He
want
should
to
have
respond?
respect for the American people.
So now Cenk is like, oh, the general should have respect for the American people. I'm just like, what? Like, what is this unhinged lunatic?
85% of whom do not want to go. General Clark, why are you pushing us into this war when 85% of Americans don't want it? And you yourself know that the neocons have wanted this war for 20 years.
The poor general. The general's just like, what the heck have I gotten myself into? Listen, Armin, well, this is the short clip that Piers Morgan put online. We have to go and watch the whole thing from the beginning with
our interests. What interest? We said nuclear, and then we got rid of their nuclear facilities. Then now all of a sudden ballistic missiles. General Clark, tell me with a straight face that we have a right to demand that any country end their ballistic missile program.
Wow. See? So the general finally had enough of Chunk's like nonsense, right? The general's like, why don't you stop talking? Wow. Like, guys, can I just say, like, military people have a lot of self-restraint, right? A lot of self-restraint, a lot of patience, especially if you're a 4-star general, like that's what you've been trained for, right? You've been trained to have like that restraint, you know, that calm. But even General Clark had enough of chunky yogurts like jihadi propaganda garbage, right?
What interest? We said nuclear.
And chunky yogurt is being so disrespectful.
And then we got rid of their nuclear facilities. Then now all of a sudden ballistic missiles. General Clark, tell me with a straight face that we have a right to demand that any country end their ballistic missile program.
You know, first of all, look at my face there. Second of all, I just want to say, if I was ever speaking to, like, I don't know, a decorated 4-star general, or, you know, someone who served, you know, risked their life for their country, if someone like that ever responded to me the way that General Clark responded to chunky yogurt, I would be so humiliated with my behavior and my actions that I would just like, I would leave. I would delete all my social media accounts and, like, I don't know, you'd never hear from me again, right? Because that's just, it's insane to me. It's insane to me, right? Oh, I have a comment here. Thank you for giving General Clark respect. Oh, 100%, of course. I have a lot of respect for Americans, and, you know, especially Americans who've served. 100%. You don't need to thank me for that. It's the proper and respectful thing to do. Look at my face here. I'm just like, oh my gosh.
Why don't you stop
ballistic missiles? We'd have to get rid of the whole world for Israel if we're going to get rid of ballistic missiles.
Show a little
Let him
bit
respond.
of courtesy to other people.
Wait, Armin just messaged me. Okay, Armin's coming. All right, Armin's coming. Okay. You know what I'll do? I will let me send the link to Armin.
Hello.
Welcome back.
We have it. We have the show.
Yes. Okay, but let me send it to you, because so what we did is we already played it once, and I didn't give a lot of commentary. I just played it once through with no commentary, yeah. You haven't seen any of the like the previews or anything like that either?
Nothing.
Okay.
Nothing. I've only seen the picture that you shared.
Okay, good. So we're gonna do a blind watch, and because I sent you the link in the private chat. Yeah, so you can open it up, and you pause at any point in time to provide your commentary. And if I want to pause something, I'll let you know.
Okay. Oh my God. All right. So let's go through this.
John Bolton, okay, we've been on this rodeo before. Does that not give you pause for thought now with Iran?
No, my position would be that we are entitled to and should use enough force to help destabilize the regime and get the opposition into power.
General Clark, hold on. They have cost us trillions of dollars. And you know that. And they have cost us blood and treasure. And it's Israel doing it, General Clark. Be a patriot. Be a patriot. Stand up for America, not for Israel.
Can we have some?
Oh my God. Go.
I told you, Armin. I told you yesterday. Remember, as soon as Piers Morgan was done, we were talking, and I was like, Armin, you have no idea what I just experienced. Chunky Yogurt was yelling at the general, at a 4-star general.
Oh my God. I love that the Piers Morgan crew loves your reaction and they used it at the they're not like, oh my, they were like, okay, you know Goldie, that they were sitting back there and they were like, oh my God, this Goldie woman, her reactions are priceless. We need to have her on just so that we can have a reaction. And we're gonna put that at the first few seconds of our show. This is great.
Someone saying that I looked horrified. I was horrified. I was honestly,
yeah.
I was horrified at the way that Chunky Yogurt was speaking to a 4-star general who's literally dedicated his entire life to serving in the military.
Guys, what you're witnessing here is Iranians people's respect for somebody who has served in the army. So like Goldie, like she wouldn't react like this if Chunky Yogurt was responding like that, talking like that to somebody else. So this is what a lot of people might not understand, because Iranian people, like, they respect people who have dedicated their life to serve their country. They think that they believe that these are people who are worthy of respect, and this is why Goldie is so shocked when seeing Chunky Yogurt just going at him like that.
It's also the same reason, Armin. It's also the same reason during like the global day of solidarity, like all the Iranians were giving flowers and chocolates to the police officers, right? Because we respect our, first responders. We respect police. We respect people who serve their country. Like that's a big deal for us, right? So we have a lot of respect for people who put their lives on the line to serve the country. So that's why this is so shocking for all of us.
And look, Goldie isn't even American, and Chunky Yogurt is supposed to be American, and that's how he's treating the people who served his country. And Goldie, who's not even American, is feeling like second-hand embarrassment on his behalf watching him do this. Yeah, so
Be a patriot. Be a patriot. Stand up for America.
Be a patriot. Oh my God. This is like, I want to punch something. God damn it. You're telling this man, a 4-star general, to be a patriot, as somebody who stands against every single American values out there. You're telling this man to be a patriot. This is like, oh my God, that's insane.
Not for Israel.
Can we have some respect for the general, please?
This isn't about what the facts are. This is about how you are looking at the facts. And this isn't, no, we don't interrupt.
You're not my teacher.
Yep. You're not my teacher. Well, she should be, because your teachers failed you.
As we speak, the United States is assembling a formidable arsenal of warships and aircraft in the Middle East. It's the biggest military buildup in that region since the invasion of Iraq in 2003. And a lot of the talking points are very familiar too. Iran wants to build long-range missiles which could strike the continental United States. Iran is governed by fanatics who butcher their own people. They hate us. They're misogynists, and they don't share our values. All of these things, as far as I can see, are true, but do they justify a United States war which currently looks inevitable and may even have begun by the time we air this debate? There are big practical questions which haven't been answered. Is the US planning a surgical strike against specific facilities or powerful men, or is there something more decisive and risky, as the military buildup implies? Is the aim to bully this regime in negotiations, or is it to change the regime altogether? Protesters are calling for the return of Reza Pahlavi as monarch, but the monarchists don't have the guns.
Correct. Okay, not the monarch part will be decided later, but okay.
Who is really going to govern a new Iran? And the biggest question being asked in the United States is simply, well, why are we doing this? 7 in 10 Americans don't support.
By the way, I'm saying that as somebody who would vote for monarchy myself, by the way.
A war with Iran. Many sympathize with the plight of the Iranian people, but as with Ukraine, want nothing to do with the conflict happening thousands of miles away. And many others are making the case that the United States is again doing Israel's bidding. I'll be joined by a panel to debate all this shortly, but we start with the former National Security Advisor, John Bolton. John Bolton, welcome back to Uncensored. Would Donald
Can
Trump...
I just say something here?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know John Bolton is like a paid by MEK or whatever.
Yeah, okay.
But
We're so connected.
yeah, but the reason that I didn't even like bring up John Bolton yesterday or even like today, like I haven't commented on him, is because like, so when he first came on, like I was backstage, right? And I was watching all of this. And at first I freaked out. I was like, oh my gosh, what is it? Like, is he going to spout like MEK propaganda? But John Bolton, for some reason, was on his best behavior. So
yep.
So he says the right things here, and he doesn't even mention the MEK or anything like that. So
yeah, I wonder if he still supports the MEK or not, because I haven't heard him support the MEK for like a couple of years now. I wonder if he has quit doing that or not. But what do you think?
I don't know. I have no idea. But I was still like, I was on guard here, and thankfully he didn't say anything inappropriate.
I just asked Gemini, and according to Gemini, as of early 2026, John Bolton remains one of the most prominent and vocal supporters of the MEK. Okay, yep. I don't know if this is okay, but anyways, he's whatever. If somebody's saying the right point, we're just gonna point. We're just gonna say, well, he's saying.
Yeah, that's why I'm not even like like that's why I didn't comment on him publicly, because I don't even want to like give his name any extra like publicity. Let's say.
Okay.
Right, do you think, to launch a full attack on Iran?
Well, I don't think anybody's contemplating American boots on the ground. I think we're talking about some kind of air attack. I think we have for too long ignored the Iranian opposition. We haven't coordinated with them. But I also believe at this moment that the regime in Tehran is at its weakest point since it took power in 1979. And I think there is no chance for peace and stability in the Middle East, or really because of the nuclear and terrorist threats that the regime poses around the world until it goes. So my position would be that we are entitled to and should use enough force to help destabilize the regime and get the opposition into power.
But we saw recently in Venezuela the removal of Maduro, which was a very surgically precise military operation, which involved no American loss of life, and he was taken to a United States federal prison. This is very different and much more complicated. To get in anywhere near where, for argument's sake, the Ayatollah is or the senior regime leaders in Iran is not going to be anything like it was with Maduro in Venezuela, is it?
No, it won't. I don't think it.
Just respond to the super chat. Somebody saying, of course, 70% of Americans do not support war. I worry about the 30% that do support war. Nobody in the right mind wants war, but wars get things settled when nothing else does. It's necessary. The way I like to actually say it, by the way, thank you for the super chat, but the way I want to say it is that America is already in war. You're already in war. You have been in war with the Islamic Republic since 1979. Khomeini declared war on America with the goal of ending America in 1979. So you're not starting a war. What's happening is that you're ending a war. Okay? This is America ending a war that started 47 years ago. So let's continue.
It should be. I think we made a mistake in Venezuela in not getting more of the gang of criminals running the country rather than just Maduro. And I think, in fact, inside Iraq today, I would argue that the real rulers of the country or the commanders of the Revolutionary Guard. I think the Ayatollahs provide a religious legitimacy, a kind of ideological camouflage, but the real power is in the Revolutionary Guard. And in fact, it's the bases and headquarters of the Guard that really should be our principal targets.
There are lots of people, as you know, who will say, well, John Bolton, okay, we've been on this rodeo before rhetorically. It was in the build-up to the Iraq War in 2003. And the rhetoric then was that Saddam Hussein was a bad guy. All the things we're saying about the Iranian leadership now, that he had weapons of mass destruction, that he was representing a direct threat to the United States and to the UK and others, and therefore he had to be removed. And we all know that that turned out, well, not to be true in the question of his ability to have weapons of mass destruction. They never got found, but also that it caused total
Sorry. Let me go back then. So, sorry, no sound. Armin, you're muted. Thank you for the super chat. So what I was saying is that comparing this to Saddam doesn't make any sense. Sorry, guys. Let me repeat that. Comparing this to Saddam doesn't make any sense because, yes, it's true that we didn't have any confirmed information that Saddam had weapons of mass destruction, but the fact that the Islamic Republic was enriching uranium outside of the areas where the IAEA was observing and monitoring has already been confirmed, not just by the United States, but by the IAEA itself. The fact that the fact that the Islamic Republic was enriching uranium to get nuclear bombs, even when the JCPOA was in effect, is a confirmed fact. And you don't need to listen to Israel. You don't need to listen to the United States. You could just listen to the IAEA itself. They have already confirmed that this was the case, that they were always cheating. And the only reason why they were doing this is the IAEA doesn't say that they were doing this to get to a nuclear bomb, but there's no other reason. This has been already confirmed by the IAEA. So don't trust America. Don't trust Israel. You think like this is a repeat of what happened with Saddam? How could it be a repeat of what happened with Saddam if, the weapons of mass destruction, that ended up not being true? But you don't have to wait for us to prove to you that the Islamic Republic, unlike Saddam, is getting to a nuclear weapon right now. You don't have to wait for that because this is established fact. Everybody who's paying attention would know this if they just listened to the IAEA. So, guys, even when the Obama deal, the JCPOA was in effect, even at that time, the Islamic Republic, this is proven fact. This is confirmed information by the IAEA itself, that they were enriching uranium outside of those areas where they were being monitored. So this is nothing like Saddam. Yeah, maybe they lied to you about Saddam having weapons of mass destruction, but they're not. But you don't even need to listen to Trump. You don't need to listen to the Americans. Listen to the IAEA. They're telling you they have information. They have confirmed that the Islamic Republic was enriching uranium outside of the areas that were being monitored. And not only that, it's also fact, we know this has already been confirmed by everybody, nobody denies this, that the 60% enriched uranium, the enrichment of uranium up to 60% by the Islamic Republic, has no use case other than building a bomb. And the only reason, here's another fact. These were not facts about Saddam regarding weapons of mass destruction, but this is another fact, that the 60% enrichment of uranium you only enrich uranium only if you are trying to get to a nuclear bomb. Nobody denies this. Nobody denies, and that the only reason why they don't have a nuclear bomb already is because Israel stopped them every single time. You know, a lot of people make fun of Netanyahu by saying, like, oh, look, 2 years ago, he said that the Islamic Republic is 2 weeks away, 2 months away. Like, you have videos of him 3 years ago, 4 years ago, 2 years ago, of Islamic Republic being just 2 months away from having a nuclear bomb, or 2 weeks away from having a nuclear bomb. So what happened? Why did all of those deadlines pass without the Islamic Republic having a nuclear bomb? The only reason why that happened is because Israel stopped them every single time. Israel delayed them every single time. You can't do this indefinitely. You can't do this forever. Eventually, the Islamic Republic, they are hell-bent, they are determined to have nuclear bombs. That was not true about Saddam. He could not get weapons of mass destruction, but the Islamic Republic can. And this has been proven. And that's the difference. Does that make sense?
And we all know that turned out, well, not to be true in the question of his.
I mean, this is not a fair. This is not a fair comparison. Yeah, it wasn't true about Saddam, but it is true. It is true about the Islamic Republic.
Ability to have weapons of mass destruction. They never got found, but also that it caused total carnage in Iraq and the wider Middle East. It led to the rise.
It only caused total carnage in the Middle East because of the de-Baathification. The de-Baathification. The fall of Saddam wouldn't have been this chaotic if after the military did its job perfectly. When it comes to removing Saddam, we like, you lost so many American lives, not with the removal of Saddam, but what came after, because of the removal of the Ba'ath Party and anybody that was even mildly associated with it. That caused the power vacuum. That caused the chaos that came after. The removal of Saddam didn't need to be this chaotic. The de-Baathification after the removal of Saddam was what caused the chaos. So, I mean, all you have to do is not repeat the same mistake.
Of ISIS and everything that followed from there, and was pretty much a catastrophe. You were one of the leading lights at the time saying we should do that. Does that not give you pause for thought now?
Yeah, and also another point is that Iraq is not as like it's a Frankenstein of a country. It's not united. Like it doesn't have the ancient bonds. It doesn't have the cultural unity. It doesn't have the nationalism, the patriotism of the Iranian people. It doesn't have that united bond. It doesn't have 90 million Iranians dedicated to rebuilding Iran as one entity. It doesn't have that. Iran does have that.
Iran?
No, I think you have to look at each circumstance on its individual facts. And I think you can start with Iraq, or you could go back a little bit further. In World War II, we determined that removing Adolf Hitler and the Nazis from Germany would be a good thing, and we did it. And it turned out Germany's okay these days. So, there's a lot of history here we don't have time to discuss. I think in the case of Iran, that there's no regime worse than the one that's in power now. And that what they recently did to their own citizens, if you're not worried about nuclear weapons and terrorism, look at how they massacred tens of thousands of their own citizens.
But that would be an example, I would argue, to counter your point about they've never been weaker, that we've seen over the since 79 when they took control, the Ayatollahs and Revolutionary Guard, we've seen a number of uprisings, all of which have been quashed in similar ruthless fashion. This seemed to me to be particularly bloody, even by their standards of quashing rebellions, but didn't suggest to me that they've been as weakened as people think.
Well, I think the support for the regime has disappeared across.
No, the regime is weak. The more violence that the regime uses, the weaker it shows that they are. They don't use this much violence when they're confident. They use this much violence when they're weak. The country. So don't think the violence of the Islamic Republic is a sign of their strength. The only time when the Islamic Republic gets this violent is when they are panicking because they see that they feel like they have their backs to the wall.
And what supports it really are the elements of the Revolutionary Guard and some of the conventional military, which is why the opposition, which by and large is without weapons, needs outside help. So that's why if we target the instruments of Iranian state power, those which threaten us, Israel, the Arab states, and which repress its own people, the Revolutionary Guard, the besieging militia, the nuclear and ballistic missile programs, then I think we can help convince people, even inside the regime itself, in the regular military, that this is not going to end well for them.
This question may have been overtaken by events when this airs, but is Donald Trump potentially playing a game of bluff here with the Iranian leadership? Has he got this huge military buildup primarily to force them to the negotiating table to unequivocally declare they will not pursue nuclear weapons?
I don't think he knows what he wants to do. If you look at comments by his lead negotiator, Steve Witkoff, over the weekend, he said, we can't figure out why with all these air and naval assets, they're not ready to make a deal, which sounds like the reaction of a Manhattan real estate dealer. The fact is that that may be what Trump was hoping, but I don't think he's made a decision to strike either to vindicate the
reason they should ask me the reason why they don't make a deal, even though they know that they're surrounded and they can't deal with the United States Army. They cannot push back against the U.S. Army. The reason why they still don't make a deal is because if they make a deal, they would lose their last remaining support by the hardliners, who their last remaining 3% support that they have, and they will topple even sooner.
Red line that he drew for the Ayatollahs against killing any more of their own people on the one hand, or a strike hopefully coordinated with the opposition to destabilize the regime.
You should ask me.
Armin,
I'm an expert in Durka.
Armin,
yes.
People are saying there's no sound.
No, that was from before.
Oh, that was from before? Okay.
Yeah, we fixed it.
Trump making decisions is very hard. He likes to keep his options.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah.
Stabilize the regime. For Trump, making decisions is very hard. He likes to keep his options open.
By the way, Goldie, he's making fun of Trump a little bit here. I don't know if you noticed. Yeah.
And the mere fact we've put a lot of capabilities out there for Trump does not necessarily mean he will use them.
If you were a betting man, maybe you are a betting man, but if you were a betting man, would you think that the United States will attack Iran this week?
My bet is that at a minimum, Trump has to vindicate that red line. Otherwise, he loses credibility. And it's very much in Trump's character to have a pretty significant strike, but a one and done affair, and say, that's it, I declare victory, and now we're going home. As he's fully capable of doing that.
Okay, just guys, remember before John Bolton makes you lose hope regarding that, even if that was the case, even if President Trump said that's something small and symbolic and didn't go all in, the thing is that he also has given the green light to Israel to go all in. So, in fact, even if United States didn't do anything at all and just stood there and just grabbed some popcorn and just watched Israel, what we like I'm just saying the bare minimum, right? All we need is the American Navy to be there and protect the 11 countries in the region. And as long as they are being protected, Israel could basically do the rest.
John Bolton, thank you very much indeed for joining me. I appreciate it.
Okay, so that's done. Armin, so
Tusi's going live in about 20 minutes. So
good, because I'm hungry.
I know. So what I was going to say is, we'll continue with the reaction watch, and then when Tusi goes live, we can take a break because I want to eat too because I'm hungry as well. And then when Tusi's done, we can continue with the reaction because you're going to want to see this, Armin.
Yes.
But you know what? Thank God for Tusi. He's a lifesaver because that's going to give us a time to eat something.
Thank you.
Yeah, we're going to Tusi, guys. We're going to Tusi. Don't worry.
Yes.
Appreciate it.
Thank you for having me.
One thing that I have in common with Harry and Meghan is that we all value privacy. If you've ever Googled your own name, discover bits of your address, phone number.
Meghan Markle, right? He hates Meghan Markle. So that's a very I'm not going to get into the British royalty thing, but he despises Meghan Markle for some reason. And I guess there's a whole thing with Meghan Markle's oh, I want to be private, but then she promotes herself or something. I don't know. Guys, I don't want to get into British royalty, but I just want to explain the joke here. So when he says one thing that Meghan Markle and I have in common is privacy, that's British humor. That's sarcasm on his part. He has a lot of respect for Queen Elizabeth II and the royal family, but he just doesn't like Meghan Markle. There's some sort of beef there.
I think because she's American or not British.
Employment details hanging around, you'll be aware that your data privacy is under siege. That's because your data is purchased and sold by data brokers without your consent. Today's sponsor has a solution. Incogni contacts those shady websites and gets your personal data removed automatically. No forms, no emails, no ransoms. They handle all the back and forth of these brokers and update you.
I'm not
on
going to
their
get into the
simple
Meghan
dashboard.
Markle thing. No, it's okay, Armin. You can continue because this is just a commercial. But I'm not going to get into the Meghan Markle thing.
Incogni does not.
I'm just explaining what Pierce means when he says that. That's it. We're not going to comment on Meghan Markle drama.
I'm pretty sure we already offended a whole bunch of people.
I'm just saying. I'm just explaining what Pierce Morgan means when he says that. That's it.
Okay.
At Incogni,
all right, we're going to skip this part.
See is when you hear the Young Turks, Cenk Uygur. Turning now to my panel is the founder and CEO of the Young Turks, Cenk Uygur, the Iranian American attorney and activist Elika Lebon, and former Canadian lawmaker and Iran activist Goldie Gamari, and Dave Smith will be joining us shortly. So welcome to all of you. Elika Lebon, it looks increasingly, well, welcome back to Uncensored, first of all.
Take care.
Just in terms of...
What was that?
There was some weird sound in the background. Could you move your mouse pointer though? Put it to the side.
Oh. I use it to pause. That's why.
Okay.
Elika Lebon, it looks increasingly, well, welcome back to Uncensored, first of all.
Take care.
Who was that? Okay.
Just in terms of where we are with this, the scale of the buildup of the military on the United States side suggests that a military strike is almost inevitable. Is that a good thing?
Yes, it is absolutely a good thing. We have a regime who we've just witnessed committing an unprecedented massacre, one of the worst atrocities in modern times. And there really is no way for this regime to go down by just simply relying on the Iranian people. They do not have weapons. They do not have any means to take this regime out. The idea that the Iranian people should free themselves is as absurd as saying a person who is kidnapped and held hostage in somebody's basement without any weapons should free themselves.
It's as absurd as saying during the Holocaust the Jews should have just freed themselves. That would be like that, yeah.
And so there really is no other means to take this regime out. And so now we're in a position where this regime has gone as far as it can possibly go. It's funded its proxies across the Middle East. It has supported massacres such as October 7th. It has shown unrelentless signs of committing its empire expansion across the Middle East. It has embedded and entrenched in its ideology its intent to do so. It has killed Israelis, Iranians, even Muslims, and there really is no better solution for humanity than to remove this regime with targeted strikes on military bases, which, by the way, is a rescue operation and really doesn't need to be framed as a war.
Cenk Uygur, welcome back to Uncensored. Always good.
So, Goldie, when you weren't here, I said that the way I described it is that this is not starting a war. This is ending a war. This war started 47 years ago, and America is not starting it. It's ending it.
I agree. We're ending a forever war.
Yeah.
To have you. When I hear someone like Elika talking in such a emotive way about this, I completely understand why a lot of people who have a vested personal interest in Iran and have so many people they know there, obviously, feel this strongly about it. But I'm skeptical when I hear people like John Bolton, because it reminds me exactly of the build-up to the Iraq War, which I opposed as editor of the Daily Mirror in the UK. I led the media campaign against it over here and was very sad and angry.
Look at my face. Do you see that? That's me like looking at chunky yogurt. And I'm basically like, I'm like, try me.
You're like a tiger looking at a buffalo. Like
I'm a tiger looking at like not a buffalo. I'm like a tiger looking at, I don't know, like a rabbit or something. I don't want to insult rabbits. Oh, a warthog. Okay. I'm like no. I'm a lion. I'm a lion, and I'm looking at a warthog.
All right. That's good.
When I failed in that campaign, I wish I'd been successful.
Look at it. Look at you. You're about to F someone up. Look at your face. Oh my God. You're gonna beat someone up. You're like
that was my game face. That was my game face, right?
Oh my God. Okay. Oh my God, don't mess with Goldie.
It's the same kind of jungle drums beating. And the problem is, once you go in...
In the jungle, the mighty jungle, the lion sleeps tonight. There you go.
Okay, that was too good. We're going to get a copyright strike. That was so close.
To a place like Iraq, as it turned out, or now Iran, then it's very hard to control the sequence of events that follows. I don't see this as being as clean a situation as, say, Venezuela, where you just take out Maduro and everyone goes home. I think this could be a real hornet's nest.
No.
Yeah. So Young Turks is the longest running show in online history. So we were on the air during the Iraq War buildup, and we were one of only 2 national shows screaming, no, don't do it. Don't listen to people like John Bolton. The neocons have always been wrong, preposterously wrong. They said, oh, Iraq has weapons of mass destruction. It's so dangerous. We have to go in. They said it was connected to 9/11. It was all lies. Now here comes the same.
Yeah, but the Islamic Republic is building weapons of mass destruction. That has already been proven. Just because that was wrong, that doesn't mean this. Like, that was wrong, so this must also be wrong. That's not how logic works. Just because something was wrong at some point, that doesn't mean that it will always be. This claim will always be wrong till the end of time. Like, what the hell? We have proof for this one. We didn't have proof for that one. We have proof for this one.
Liars lying to us again.
Also, Saddam never wanted to come and destroy America. He was an enemy of United States, but he didn't have global ambitions like the Islamic Republic.
On behalf of Israel and saying, oh my God, Iran is so dangerous. Weapons of mass destruction. Yeah. That's the ticket.
Oh yeah, weapons of mass destruction. Yeah. They're just making it up. Like, guys, we have evidence, or we have a mountain of evidence that Islamic Republic, Khomeini and the RGC are hell-bent. They're completely determined to get to a nuclear weapon. Like they always have. And they always will be. Like, there is a mountain of evidence. This is not even comparable to the weapons of mass destruction claim with Saddam. Like, go do 5 minutes of research before you embarrass yourself.
We'll use that same BS argument. And then the second argument coming from John Bolton.
What? Okay, guys, anybody who says that, just tell them, just ask them this. Why are they enriching uranium to 60%? If they're not trying to get a nuclear weapon, just tell me then why are they doing that? And also, why during the JCPOA, during the Obama deal, the IAEA has proven that they were enriching uranium in other areas beyond the areas that they agreed for being observed by the IAEA. Why were they doing that? Why were they hiding enrichment of uranium if it was all supposed to be for peaceful means? Ask them that and see if they have any answers to that.
The ticket, we'll use that same BS argument. And then the second argument coming from John Bolton and the Israelis is hilarious. We care so much about the Iranian people. Those Muslim lives mean so much to Israel and to the
lives.
Muslim lives.
Right to Sadish.
Wow. Okay. Muslim. He doesn't know anything about Iran.
Nothing.
He doesn't know
nothing.
anything.
neocons. That's why we have to bomb them and kill them. Get out of here. Nonsense. So look, for the folks on here who are Iranian, there are plenty of
we go back for a moment.
Do you say,
Armin, so do you see when it's like his face and then it goes back to like all of us, you can see like my eyes are to the side because I'm just like my expression is basically like, what the F did I just hear? Did he just say Muslim lives? Like, go look at my face where my eyes are to the side. That's like my politically correct what the F expression.
For the folks on here who are Iranian, there are plenty of Persians who say, yeah, we hate this current government. I don't blame them for that. I have great sympathy for them in that regard. But you could say, hey, the Iranian people would like this. Trust me, bro. Maybe. The Israelis can say, we demand
trust. Oh, look at him. He has he used to laugh at this. Emily Schrader was on Piers Morgan, and Emily Schrader told him that the Iranian people want this attack. They want military intervention. And he was like, ha, 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 ha. Sure, the Iranian people want to be bombed. Ha, 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 ha. You're so ridiculous. And Emily was like looking at him like, yeah, well, they don't want to be bombed. They want to. He didn't understand the difference between the Islamic Republic and the Iranian people. He didn't understand that from the perspective of the Iranian people, the Islamic Republic being bombed doesn't mean Iran is being bombed. He didn't understand that. So he laughed at that. But now how he adjusted, because he was humiliated online for not knowing that. He's like trying to take a step back by saying, okay, maybe, okay, they're just gonna go, trust me, bro. Like, he's still acting, he's like trying to take a step back by not making that claim because he was embarrassed and humiliated online after that. But he's also still pretending like there's no evidence. He's saying that this is based on a trust me, bro claim, even though we have ample amount of evidence to show that no, the Iranian people want an intervention. Go ahead, Goldie, you want to say something?
No, I was just gonna say, like, finish your, like, no. I'll say something when it gets to my part.
Oh, okay.
Like this, trust me, bro. Maybe. The Israelis can say, we demand another war in the Middle East on our behalf. Iran is 4 times the size of Iraq, and that one cost you a couple of $1 trillion, and hundreds of thousands of people lost their lives. But we demand.
This one is not going to cost you as much because the Iranian people, unlike the Iraqi people, are pro-American. So you already have the Iranian people being on your side, unlike in Iraq.
That America listen to our orders again, and that's exactly what they're doing. Or we can listen to the American people. How is this a difficult choice? You cited a poll where 70% of Americans said we don't want this. There's another poll out that says 85%. So if we were having a panel here that was representative of the American people, it would be at least 8 people saying, no, don't go in. It has nothing to do with us. And 2 people going, yeah, we need it for Iran. And 1 person for Iran and 1 person going, we need it for Israel. So we don't need it at all. It's going to be an epic disaster if we get in. Unfortunately, the president's a bit of a child. So the Israelis lead him around by the nose. Attack their sites. No, get their uranium. No, get their ballistic.
He just called President Trump a child. And that the Israelis lead President Trump around by the nose. He literally just disrespected and insulted the president of the United States of America.
Yeah. And if he knew anything about Trump, he would know that he's not a man to just be pushed around to do anything for the sake of other people against his own interests or the interests of, I don't know, what he thinks is fit for America. Like, imagine knowing Trump and thinking that he's just going to be like, I don't want this, but I have no choice because Israel wants this. Like, if you genuinely think that, honestly, nobody should take you seriously. You have no understanding of how President Trump thinks and operates. Like, is even if you disagree with President Trump, even if you're completely against him, to think that he's a person that's going to be like, oh, I don't want this, but Israel wants this, so I'm going to do it. You're basically living in a parallel universe if you think that's how he makes decisions.
It's going to be an epic disaster if we get in. Unfortunately, the president's a bit of a child, so the Israelis lead him around by the nose. Attack their sites now. No, get.
Yeah. Oh my God.
Their uranium. No, get their ballistic missiles. No, make sure they don't support the proxy groups. Constantly pushing the American people.
I mean, how ungrateful you all also have to be of Israel. Israel has made this job so much less costly for Israel. So Israel has already weakened the Islamic Republic to the point that they're like just at the edge of the cliff. And the cost of regime change and removing United States' main enemy has been brought down to the minimum by Israel. So many Israelis have died and been sacrificed to kill America's enemies, and now everything is ready. It's like a low-hanging fruit for United States to just do the final push for the Islamic Republic, for the main enemy of United States to be removed once and for all. And instead of being grateful to Israel for removing the cost of war so much, you're like, oh, they're controlling us. I mean, if they were controlling you, why are they paying the biggest price for killing your enemies?
Into their stupid, endless wars where we waste so many lives and the entire American treasure. We did $8 trillion on the global war on Israel's enemies. Enough. Serve America.
Oh, Israel's enemies. So they're not your enemies. I don't know. Hezbollah is not America's enemy. Hamas is not America's enemies. The IRGC is not America's enemies. Like, these are just only Israel's enemies. They had only positive views about America if it wasn't for Israel, apparently. Get out of here.
Going into this war would be absolute madness, and it would turn into disaster. On behalf of the American people, I say loudly, no.
Okay, Goldie Gamara, you fled Iran
Pause
as
for
a
a second. So Armin, Tusi's going on in like about 3 minutes. So what I would appreciate, maybe what we can do, if you want, play my response.
Okay.
It might go a little bit longer than when Tusi starts. Play my response. Don't pause. Don't comment. Just play my response, and then we'll go to Tusi. And then when Tusi's done, we'll come back, and then you can go back, replay it, and respond.
Okay. I'm gonna mute my mic then.
No one is more personally invested in its future than somebody like you. What is your response to Cenk Uygur?
I mean, this whole Jews control the world trope is just becoming very old. This is, please don't interrupt me, Cenk. I let you spout your jihadi propaganda. I don't have the time or patience to deal with your nonsense. So all right, you know what? Pierce, I actually just sent you a clip of the Islamic regime, state TV, airing your interview from last time where they are defending Cenk and they're attacking me. I just sent that clip to your producers. So, you have to ask yourself, when you have the Islamic regime defending the arguments of someone like Cenk, it makes you wonder, is Cenk working for the regime or is he being a useful idiot for them? All I'm saying is that, these anti-Semitic tropes, no one's buying them anymore. Ultimately, the Iranian people have made it very clear what they want. And as you can see, the fact that even I'm speaking is threatening Cenk so much that he feels the need to laugh and interrupt. But, I do not listen to the words, or I don't even want to legitimize the words of anyone who is being defended by the Islamic regime, because you don't go on the Islamic regime state TV unless you're basically sanctioned by Khamenei. So it's very strange to me that someone who claims that they're America first is being defended by the Islamic regime.
Well, to be clear, I don't think Cenk has gone on Iranian state TV. They've used a clip of him, right? He hasn't
exactly.
gone on
They used a clip of him to defend his arguments about how Israel is behind everything. So again, when your arguments line up with the most brutal
does that mean we agree with you?
When the Islamic regime is basically relying on the arguments of someone like Cenk Uygur, especially with these anti-Semitic tropes, I think it just goes to show how strange the situation is.
Okay, let me bring in Dave Smith. Dave Smith, welcome back to.
What do you think?
Welcome back to
Oh my God, he's so threatened by you. He's so threatened by you. That's why he has to keep interrupting you. You destroyed him. And also, he's so stupid. He's like, we could play a clip of you. Doesn't mean we agree with you. Yeah, but if you play it. Okay, I'll tell you later.
Just finish your thought. Finish your thought.
And like, what are you talking about? You don't understand what Goldie is saying? And like, if we play a clip of her, doesn't mean we agree with her. I'm trying not to swear. You freaking idiot! If you played a clip of her and defending her, and as a way to show agreement with her, then yes, you would be in agreement with her. Goldie's point is not that they just showed a clip of you. Goldie's point is that they showed a clip of you in agreement with you. You goddamn idiot! How do you not understand that? How is this guy an analyst? I don't understand. How does anybody take his man seriously?
Okay, we'll go back and replay that, and you can comment. But let's go to 2C. We'll eat some dinner. We'll come back because Armin, it gets even spicier than that. That's just the beginning. Oh my God. See you soon.
Welcome to 2C TV. This is your global news channel. I'm Maya 2C, and we are having a big night and a huge week for the Iranian people. Over the last few hours, tanks and armored vehicles have been deployed on the streets of the country in Iran. Later tonight, President Trump will be making his State of the Union speech, and he is expected to unveil some of his plans for Iran. Of course, we will try to cover this live on 2C TV at the State of the Union. And of course, we'll get your reaction live as well. There's been a number of other mysterious fires in Iran, which we'll talk about. But the most important thing here is that the US government have now directly made a move before the war has even officially started. President Trump has ordered the CIA to get involved and to get in touch with the Iranian people to join the fight against Ali Khamenei. We're going to give you guys all the updates and get your reaction in the live chat. There's a number of things that's also been happening, including the massive protests against the IRGC over the last few days. Today, once again, we've had clashes at university campuses. The Iranians, pro-freedom Iranians, have been fighting back against the IRGC Basij members. And one of the biggest problems right now for the regime is that they are trying their best not to be seen to be directly killing people. Unfortunately, one person has already been reported killed by the regime. But more people from the regime have now died because they keep doing these military drills and trainings, and they don't seem to know how to fly fighter jets or helicopters because they keep crashing. So let's talk about that first. And then we are going to get your reaction as well. First things first. Another mysterious fire in the capital, this time in the area of Al-Azhar. Now, the IRIB, the Islamic Republic state media, until now, they've been focusing a lot on using the excuse of gas leaks. But over the last week, they kind of stopped doing that. They didn't really respond much to these explosions and fires. Today, the state media in Tehran have said that everything is fine. It was just a small shop that was set on fire. Now, I would like to believe them about this fire. I'm not really sure what sort of small shop will create this level of smoke, but okay, we'll believe them. Let's go with the official statement from the state media, because that's all we have at this point, and of course our own eyes. Also, let's quickly go to the issue of the Islamic Republic military, because they don't seem to be awake when they are doing their trainings. They keep crashing fighter jets and helicopters. We have now had about 5 or 6 people who have now been part of the casualties of this war, and the war hasn't even started officially. And once again, Iranian military helicopter crashed into one of the fruit and vegetable markets in Dorche during their flight training. Let's go. Now, for a regime that tend to hide their weaknesses, this time the actual report officially came from the IRIB, the Islamic Republic State Media. I'm pretty sure at this point they are blaming the helicopter because the helicopter was Jewish and that's why it crashed. But we can now confirm that 4 people have been killed, including the pilot and the co-pilot. This was near Esfahan in Khomeini Shah. And according to the city's fire and safety services, that there have been some disruptions at the fruit and vegetable markets. Yes, some disruptions. You destroyed people's livelihood because you guys can't fly a helicopter. And but in terms of the protests, this is now day 4, day 5 of the return of the massive wave of uprising, this time led by the brave young students in Iran. Let's quickly go to the central part of the capital in Tehran, Shahid University, where people start chanting, until the mullahs and the Islamists are buried, this homeland will not be a homeland. And of course, they also chanted, don't stand aside, join us. Now, shortly after this, there once again clashes started on the streets and at university campuses between the pro-freedom Iranian students and the smelly, beardy weirdies of the Islamic Republic. I'm going to show you some of the clips. Somebody in the live chat says, Quiet Contrary says, I hope the intelligence is successful so operators can execute. Love to see TV in USA. God bless America. Thank you very much. Let's quickly go to what happened after the huge protests that once again erupted and the regime were not able to prevent it. I'm not really sure what they're up to anymore when it comes to these crackdowns. The only way they can relatively pause the uprising is always shooting people in panic. That's literally the only thing they can do. They are not able to actually stop these things. The only thing they can do is just basically when things get worse, they start shooting at innocent people. Let's go to the clashes. Now, as I said, later tonight, we're going to have the State of the Union speech by President Trump. And there are a lot of speculations. According to the White House, President Trump will be unveiling his plans for Iran. Now, let's not forget, right now is Tuesday, the 24th of February. We are technically supposed to be having the final negotiations 2 days from now, on Thursday, the 26th of February. Now, if you go with predictability, a lot of people are saying, well, yes, Thursday is going to happen and it's not going to work out, obviously, unless there's some sort of miracle for the regime in Iran. And then Friday, after the markets are closed, there's going to be an attack. Now, that's common sense, but we're not really dealing with common sense right now because or predictability, anything could happen at any time. Also, considering that if President Trump said something radical tonight, something direct about war, then obviously the Islamic Republic might try to do a preemptive attack between now and Thursday or between now and Friday. But that will be a little bit stupid because they are still banking on the fact that there are some talks on Thursday. So they are really, really hoping that they can do something. I'm not really sure if they are actually confident about the negotiations, but perhaps they are desperate and they know that they can't win the conflict. I'm going to talk about that more, but let's quickly go to Oromia as the province, as the regime decided to deploy tanks and armored vehicles obviously, towards hospitals and civilian areas. Now, the reason for this is that civilians in Iran have been targeted over the last couple of months almost now in hospitals and in schools and many other places that they're not supposed to. The regime are using hospitals as a base, but they're also trying their best to use that as a hub to be able to go after innocent people. Let's quickly show you the video from Urmia. Now, there is no justification to say, well, yes, these things are being deployed because of the Americans or the Israelis, because nothing to do with a random hospital in a province. This is against the Iranian people. That's what they're doing this. And considering they're primarily focusing on the Navy and the Air Force in order to fight against their enemy, we're not necessarily going to have, I don't know, but we're not really going to have ground invasion, unless I am wrong at this point. We haven't heard any indication of ground invasion, although with the amount of armed forces personnel and special forces and everybody else going towards the Middle East, anything is possible. But I think if there's going to be any sort of boots on the ground, it's going to be, for example, Delta Force or those guys. We're not going to necessarily have I don't know, hundreds of thousands, tens of thousands of American soldiers there. It will be slightly chaotic. Americans need to ensure that whatever military operation is taking place, they also keep their soldiers safe. And the best way to do it is to control the airspace. And if you do that, then things will be a lot easier. Now, going towards the CIA, they have now been ordered by President Trump to get involved. This is what they have now posted online, saying, hello, the Central Intelligence Agency can hear your voice and wants to help you. So they have sent out this message in Persian. Of course, I'm going to translate this, saying that there are a number of steps that you should take if you are in Iran to help us so that we can help you. Use a VPN to hide your real location and IP address. Choose a reputable obviously a VPN. Use the Tor browser for extra anonymity. Download from the official torproject.org website. Browse in private mode or incognito and avoid logging into personal accounts. Clear all cookies and history after use on your computer. Go to the official CIA contact page and cia.gov /contact-CIA or the secure submission form linked there. Submit your information and tip through the encrypted form. Do not include identifying details unless necessary. After submission, consider deleting accounts, clearing data, or taking further precautions. So this is the CIA making a direct step. Something that we have seen until now over the last few months by Mossad in Israel. They have been providing some support and communicated with the people inside Iran. For the first time, we are now also seeing a public communication between the CIA and the Iranians. Of course, the CIA operatives and their assets in Iran have already been doing their job anyway against the regime, but this is major, and this is on purpose, by the way. On the one hand, there is a practical point to this, to actually create a platform, but they already have a number of assets anyway, right? So they just need more support, CIA, so that they could help. But in reality, this is also part of the mind games. This is to send a message that we haven't actually pulled the trigger, but we are now officially involved. We don't want you. We want to get rid of you. And we're going to use the Iranian people to help them so they could help us to get rid of you. So essentially at this point, the Americans are at war with the Islamic Republic, just like how the Islamic Republic have been at war with the United States since 1979. And it was interesting because the White House press secretary, Caroline Leavitt, was asked by some stupid mainstream media reporters earlier, saying, do you and the White House and the president see the Islamic Republic as a threat to the United States, as an enemy? And then she said, well, they do wake up every day and chant death to America. And of course, they have killed Americans, they have kidnapped Americans, they have attacked Americans. Take it as you will, maybe, perhaps you could make an argument that the Islamic Republic is a threat to America. This is what we're dealing with. They forget about the IRGC, forget about the proxies, forget about all the other obstacles, the Persian Gulf Arab countries. You also have the liberal mainstream media as a massive obstacle, at times as a propaganda mouthpiece for the regime in Tehran. It's embarrassing that these guys who are supposed to be, according to the enemies of the United States, everything is a propaganda mouthpiece for the White House, right? They believe that the White House and Langley, CIA are running the world, right? They're trying their best, by the way. But they say everything is basically coordinated. The reason they say this is because in Pyongyang, in North Korea, in Tehran, Iran, that's how regimes operate. That's how dictatorships operate. So they believe that all media outlets are basically pro-Trump. The reality is that liberal legacy corporate media outlets are not only, you don't have to be pro-Trump, you have to do your job as a journalist, but you have to be pro-America. You need to stop taking the sides of America's enemies. It's not really rocket science. But this is what what we're seeing. And you got the tabloid journalists and all the other weirdos who used to be mainstream, but again, you can take the man out of the mainstream media, but you can't take the mainstream media out of the man. And I'm specifically talking about individuals like Tucker Carlson. That mentality doesn't go anywhere. Tucker Carlson is now basically defending the Islamic Republic against his own country. It's the same as CNN and ABC and all the others. Now, let's quickly go to the Crown Prince, Reza Pahlavi. He's released yet another public address. He's thanked, of course, the protesters in Iran who are still brave enough to come out to fight for freedom and their country. And he did say in this video, I'm going to show you with the English subtitles in a second, that my father, nearly 50 years ago, had predicted how future generations would judge him and his services. Today, you gave the answer of history. His soul is at peace because he sees that the children of Iran are awake. Let's go.
فرزندان دانشجویم، دختران و پسران شجاع ایران، شما بازگشایی دانشگاه‌ها را به فریاد بلند ملت بدل کردید و پیوند استوار دانشگاه و ملت را به نمایش گذاشتید. شما نشان دادید که ایران زنده است و اراده ملت خاموش شدنی نیست. پدرم نزدیک به 50 سال پیش بینی کرده بود که نسل‌های آینده درباره او و خدماتش چگونه داوری خواهند کرد. امروز شما پاسخ تاریخ را دادید. روح او در آرامش است چون می‌بیند فرزندان ایران بیدارند و با شجاعت و آگاهی برای بازپسگیری ایران ایستاده‌اند. متحد بمانید، ایستادگی کنید، اجازه ندهید تصویری عادی از میهن زخمی ما ساخته شود. تا وقتی مردم ما کشته میشوند، خواهران و برادران ما به اعدام محکوم میشوند و مادران و پدران، همسران و کودکان ما داغ دارند، تا وقتی این شب تیره به پایان نرسد و ایران از چنگ این رژیم اشغالگر آزاد نشود، هیچ چیز عادی نیست و مبارزه ما پایان نخواهد یافت. بدانید که آینده از آن شماست. از آن شما که خاموش نماندید، برخاستید و ایستادید. ما با هم ایران را پس میگیریم و دوباره آن را میسازیم. پاینده ایران، پیروز باد انقلاب شیر و خورشید ملت ایران.
God bless the Crown Prince. Now, obviously, people in Iran are getting motivated. They are getting energized. All these young students, who, by the way, for weeks and weeks, they were stuck on university campuses, a number of them, because the regime essentially barricaded them in, and then they managed to fight their way out. And now they have full control of the universities, even though the IRGC Basij members, when they attack the pro-freedom Iranians, when the Iranians are defending themselves, somehow the IRGC Basij members are the victims. Again, as I said over the last couple of days, this is Hollywood, Tehran style. Let's go back to the videos from the protests. Now, there's some reaction I'm going to focus on because one of the major things that have been happening is the preparation for this potential conflict, especially when it comes to the IRGC military themselves. And let me just quickly double check. Someone says, what do you think of the report from Free Beacon that Iran is arming their warheads with chemical weapons? Now, there's a lot of things that are already being reported as speculations, but at the same time, anything is possible because you're dealing with a very, very dirty and evil regime. So it is natural to be skeptical about whatever these guys would be planning, but at the same time, they do bark a lot, and most of the time they just talk nonsense. But let's just quickly double check the rest of you guys over here. Our glass is empty. Grab the popcorn and pray, says Clippy. Yeah, it's getting there. Very, very close. I hope that Ali is arrested and fed exclusively pork products for the rest of his life. Release the tactical bacon. Yeah, if you start dropping bacons on the IRGC bases, they will just be defeated instantly. Is there any way to smuggle weapons to the people? This has been discussed many times, but it's not as straightforward as that. And we've already had some issues with Starlink devices being secretly, obviously, transferred into the country. President Trump, of course, did that with Elon Musk. And there has been a massive risk to people's lives. But you basically have the US military preparing to send help to the Iranian people to prevent that. Will Ali and his family claim asylum in the UK? So that's interesting because the original plan was France for the IRGC families. A lot of them did seek asylum last month during the uprising, but France and the European Union obviously designated the IRGC as a terrorist organization, so they can't go to any European Union countries. Moscow is the natural home. The second option for them will be the United Kingdom, because the UK, as the former friends of the Islamic Republic, they are always the home, and they have refused to designate the IRGC as a terror organization. So yes, they can easily come to the UK unless the British government change their policies, which I'm not really seeing anything happening yet. I think towards the end, President Trump will put pressure on Keir Starmer to make a U-turn. Otherwise, people in Britain will be at risk because obviously we're going to have a lot of these guys coming there. The actual desperate backup plan for the military level IRGC guys will be Afghanistan, because they want to be able to go to Afghanistan, which is next door, in order to regroup and rearm, with the help of the Taliban to then return to fight in Iran. But I don't think that there are going to be any real threat. But for the first few months after the revolution, you're going to have to deal with that. And the next door neighbor, Afghanistan, needs to be dealt with because the Taliban have now finally decided to become friends with the Islamic Republic, despite their differences. And it sort of makes sense. So the military guys will be towards Afghanistan. The senior political leadership will be in Moscow. And the families will be in the United Kingdom, basically. To simplify it, obviously, it's not as straightforward as that, but generalization, that will be the obvious destinations. History repeats. The IRGC has ruined the economy. They are dipping the chocolate chip cookies in 2% milk, which Richard Pryor approved in 79 causes explosive fires. That's why all these random shops are going boom, boom, right? I can say that the rats are definitely jumping from the ship. Yeah, that is very true. They've already obviously transferred billions and billions of dollars from Iran. And if you know, of course, the situation with the currency, billions of dollars in Iranian rial is a lot of money, let's just say. It's a lot of money. And that is the wealth of the nation being stolen by the regime. Mossad and CIA are prepping the battlefield. Yeah, but the thing is, they always do that anyway before any big operation, but they don't necessarily have to publish it. But we are now living in 2026 and the age of propaganda going on a more social media level and more direct communication. So that's why you had the CIA releasing that video or infographic publicly instead of going through their official channels behind the scenes. It's also to send a message to everybody. We are now active. Obviously, they have been active, but it's just to say, don't worry about us. We're still around. To see what can we in the West do to help the Iranian people? How do we fight in propaganda? I mean, one of the major things has been the two things. One, putting pressure on your public officers and your local representatives, your MPs, your obviously senators, wherever you are, to put pressure on governments to obviously support the Iranian people and withdraw support from the Islamic Republic. This mainly now applies to people in Britain, by the way. And if you want, obviously, there are also global protests every weekend. If you find out more information about wherever you are, what city, what country, it does help because right now, over the last few weeks, one of the main points of these campaigns that you've seen, so protests around the world, putting pressure on local politicians, national politicians, and also people in Iran continuing the protest. The main reason, the main objective was to still put pressure on the White House and the president saying, look, people are still active. They haven't surrendered, and there's a lot of support internationally. And by doing the international support, they've also obviously brought up the Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi's profile, public profile. And now we are seeing the international backing. The international community have now been pressured, have been cornered. And as someone who's been in politics, one of the things that I've been fascinated about was that the Iranian opposition, different opposition groups over the last few decades, just like Venezuela, just like many other countries, Cubans, have been absolutely terrible at doing Western politics. It's been really fascinating. Obviously, I'm biased because my expertise was in Western politics, well, British politics, and in terms of actual proactively, obviously, being a so-called operative on frontline British politics, but also being connected to DC and many other places. It's been interesting how so many of the diaspora of, again, Cuba, Venezuela, Iran, have not really been that good until now in being able to win the game in those countries, to be able to actually raise their profiles. But now things are changing. There is a concerted effort coming from people in Iran, lobbyists, campaigners, and, God bless him, the Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi himself stepping up all together organically last minute over the last year, completely changed the game. Ironically, one group who were technically good at lobbying, and again, lobbying is not good enough. Also, lobbying sometimes is just pointless and it's just a waste of energy, was the MEK, the Mujahideen, who are the Islamic Marxist group. There's like, not many of them. Obviously, nobody cares about them, but they had a lot of money over the years. So they started buying out support. They started buying out politicians like Rudy Giuliani and many others. But where did they go? All that money spent in the United Kingdom. They got Bob Blackman, the Tory MP. They got a couple of other MPs. They got big names, relatively big names, supporting them, right? And they have conferences every year. But that doesn't really get you anywhere, because it's not really just about doing the cliche of, oh, I've read the book, I have to do this. I have to go to Capitol Hill and spend this money and have a conversation. Having conversations is stupid. And the thing is, a lot of people have been doing this for some time. Having meetings. Oh, we're going to have a meeting with a senator. You are stupid. But the thing is, that's what's been going on, unfortunately, with Cubans, Venezuelans, Iranians, everybody. That's not how the game works. Be smarter. Now, obviously, if I were in charge of the frontline campaigns, to not just in terms of lobbying, but everything, things would have been different. Obviously, for all three groups, I could multitask. I could have helped the Cubans, Iranians, and everybody else. But you've had a bunch of idiots who didn't even know what to do, how to start the game. The Western political game is very different to what people, again, the oppositions, in places like Venezuela or Iran are used to. They think everything's just black and white and clinical. You read a book about it, you can do it. That's not how it works. That's why there's been a massive delay. President Trump has now accelerated the plans. Jim says, will the CIA train and provide weapons? If not, what other help can they provide? So we're never going to know about the detailed plan when it comes to CIA. But I'm pretty sure there will be a proactive support. Also in terms of logistics, obviously. I am praying that the Iranians will be able to celebrate a genuinely happy Nowruz in 2026. Yeah, well, we've got less than a month to go till the Persian New Year, or Nowruz, which is the 20th of March, usually. But I think this year might be in the middle of war. So probably next year is going to be the first free Persian New Year. Unless the war is very quick. I know, wishful thinking. Wishful thinking. Pete Hexer said that he's ordering a pizza randomly now. Yeah, I mean, I did say that a couple of weeks ago. I said I think the people in Pentagon are now using the pizza tracker as a new basically conspiracy theory. It's just basically ordered a lot of pizzas every night to terrify the regime in Iran. So every time people order pizza in Pentagon, people are like, oh, there we go. They're working late. Everybody's eating pizza. That means war is imminent. Washington has pizza tracker. Tehran has is it underwear tracker or oh yeah, got it, because they're essing their pants. Nice. Can't wait for the day when this nightmare ends and Tusi opens up his pub. Payande Iran, Javid Shah. Thank you very much. And Ian says, Mr. Tusi, do you think it's possible that there might be a coup attempt against the Ayatollah before the Americans attack begin? According to the...
Okay, I'm still eating, but we can continue.
Okay.
All right, so do you want to go back and now you can go back and replay what I said, and if you want to like add commentary as we go along.
Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that. Okay. All right.
Anti-Semites,
He hasn't gone on
they're the biggest
Iranian
terrorists in the
state
world.
TV. They've used.
Let's go back.
You have to ask yourself.
What is your response to Cenk Uygur?
I mean, this whole Jews control the world trope is just becoming very old. This is
what do you mean? Yeah. Like, yeah, like that's what you guys are. That's the trope that you're using. Like, yeah. What does that mean? How is that even a response? By the way, look how everybody was silent and listening to this idiot just going on with his anti-Semitic. And I say honestly, I don't think anti-Semitic is a proper word. Jew hatred is the better way to describe what these people stand for. Okay, I don't think anti-Semitic just does justice to what these people stand for. But these Jew haters, these idiots with their conspiracy theories, like, look, everybody had to sit back like a civilized human being and listen to this idiot just go on and on and on, and nobody opened their mic. Nobody said anything, and he had the opportunity to just spew his BS for everyone to see. But as soon as, like within a few seconds after Goldie open, has to just get himself involved. Like, and again, this is a response. This is the comeback. Oh yeah. Yeah, you're being exposed. You're being called out for this conspiratorial anti-Jewish nonsense that you're spreading everywhere. But your comeback is like, yeah, as if that is something that is a comeback that makes her points wrong. Like, what is that? This is just you being called out, and you can't tolerate it. So you can't just sit back and be silent until it's your turn, because you know that your you know what, I'm trying to be polite here, is being handed to you, like in front of everybody. You're being humiliated, and you don't want that. So you just have to open your mic and just say something. Because you cannot accept that this woman is basically destroying you in front of this audience. Like,
I just want to say something. Someone's asking what I'm eating. So I'm eating green beans, and then I'm also eating macaroni salad, which is the leftovers from my date last night. So there you go. That's what I'm eating.
Amazing. Macaroni
Green
salad?
beans and macaroni salad.
All
I
right.
know, very fancy. I know. I'm eating leftovers. Please don't interrupt. Old trope is just becoming very.
Oh, by the way, Goldie, good job in saying please don't interrupt me, because it points out to the audience that this man cannot control himself.
Old.
It's very interesting because he's basically has the same amount of self-control as a child, and then he goes and calls other people children.
This is. Please don't interrupt me, Cenk. I let you spout your jihadi propaganda. I don't have the time or patience to deal with your nonsense. So if you. All right,
look at this. This is basically somebody who doesn't have any points. This is the tactics. If you actually are confident about the points that you have, you would make arguments. If you don't, you would basically do these things. Yeah. Sure. Oh, really? These are what somebody who doesn't actually have any logical points. These are the tactics used by people who don't have any logical points. Go on.
So I just want to say something. I actually, so I knew what Cenk was going to do. Like, he's so stupid. He's such an idiot, right? So like, I knew he was going to start interrupting me. So I actually already had the video of him being defended by the Islamic regime state TV. It was already like loaded up on my WhatsApp like message to Pierce Morgan's producers with the message, right? So like, as you can see, like, I don't know, it was like ready to go. It was ready to go. I had already written it out because I knew what he was going to do. So my strategy was, because remember a lot of people were like, oh, because I said to everyone, I was like, I'm gonna bring like the big guns with me, right? I'm gonna like destroy him in a way that he won't even know what's going on. So this is what I had. I had the clip of him being defended by the Islamic regime. I had it loaded up on my WhatsApp with a message to Pierce Morgan's producers. And I was like, if he interrupts me, I'm just going to push send. So that's why I was so prepared here, because I had it preloaded and pre-written, because he's so predictable. He's so predictable. So as soon as he started attacking me, then I literally pushed send. There you go.
Yeah. Amazing. All right. And maybe you could show that video to us. I mean, did you show it on the show? But when I was in here, we could show it. You're muted.
I don't know, but you know what? Here, I actually, okay, you know what? I actually just posted like an edited version of this one. Oh, my browser lost connection. Okay, I posted an edited version of this section where I included the clip from the Islamic Regime State TV. I just posted it on my Instagram and on my X. So here you go. Let me share this with you guys.
As a toddler. No one is more personally invested in its future than somebody like you. What is your response to Cenk Uygur?
I mean, this whole Jews control the world trope is just becoming very old. This is, don't interrupt me, Cenk. I let you spout your jihadi propaganda. I don't have the time or patience to deal with your nonsense. So if you, all right, you know what? Pierce, I actually just sent you a clip of the Islamic regime, state TV, airing your interview from last time, where they are defending Cenk and they're attacking me.
When you do enough military,
I just sent that clip to your producer. So, you have to ask yourself when you have.
There you go. So that's the clip that I sent. The clip I sent is a little bit longer, but I just, for the purposes of editing this video on X, that's what I have there. But there you go.
Amazing. All right, let's go.
What? Pierce, I actually just sent you a clip of the Islamic regime, state TV, airing your interview from last time, where they are defending Cenk and they're attacking me. I just sent that clip to your producer. So, you have to ask yourself, when you have the Islamic regime defending the arguments of someone like.
I just want to point out that nobody who actually thinks that they have the upper hand, they have the points, would act like this. This is somebody who's desperate and afraid because they know that arguments will not serve them. He's basically trying to, he's acting like a clown, because if you were confident that my points are valid, then you wouldn't need to do any of this.
Cenk, it makes you wonder, is Cenk working for the regime?
Look at this.
Or is he being a useful idiot?
Oh, wow. Like what the, yeah, okay. Yeah, sure. Logical man, confident of his points. Sure.
For them. All I'm saying is that, these anti-Semitic tropes, no one's buying them anymore. Ultimately, the Iranian people.
Look at him. Like, what the hell is wrong with this? Like, ooh.
Honestly, like he's crazy. He's crazy. He needs to be in like a mental institution in like a straitjacket. Because Armin, if you think this is bad, it gets worse. He gets even more unhinged. Guys, Armin has no idea what's coming up. Armin has no idea what's coming up.
Before we go, is this not a forced laugh?
Of course it is.
Forced laugh.
It's
such an obvious. Like, this is not a natural laugh of somebody that finds something funny. Like,
people have made it very tropes. No one's buying them anymore. Ultimately, the Iranian.
Like, you can. I've never heard a more non-natural forced laughter in my entire life. Like, let me try to make it even like okay, this is a natural laugh. This is like it's so artificial. Oh my god.
People have made it very clear what they want. And as you can see, the fact that even I'm speaking is threatening Cenk so much that he feels the need to laugh and interrupt. But, I do not listen to the words, or I don't even want to legitimize the words of anyone who is being defended by the Islamic regime, because you don't go on the Islamic regime state TV.
What an effing clown.
Unless you're basically sanctioned by Khomeini. So it's very strange to me that someone who
this is all for him. This is all a performance. Like, as much as I'm against Dave Smith, I think like he's so wrong, and I hate him for his anti-Israeli positions. But I think he believes in this stuff, in this nonsense. I think Cenk is just in it for the views. Like, he doesn't believe in, it's not about it's not for truth. It's not like he's just a performing clown. I don't know. I don't think he's He doesn't come off as somebody that actually genuinely is fighting for anything that he believes in, other than just being a good performer.
Claims that they're America first is being defended by these.
And the only reason why he's given a platform is because he's the freak that you bring in to just make things a bit more entertaining. He's the freak show.
Well, to be clear, I don't think Cenk has gone on
They're the biggest
Iranian
terrorists in the
state
world.
TV.
What? You're defended?
Well, to be clear, I don't think Cenk has gone on.
You're defended by Israel. They're the biggest terrorists in the world. Guys, imagine being so delulu to think that Israel is the biggest terrorist in the world. Israel is the biggest terrorist eliminator in the world. You goddamn idiot.
Iranian state TV. They've used a clip of him, right? He hasn't
Exactly.
gone on.
They used a clip of him to defend his arguments about how Israel is behind everything. So again, when your arguments line up with the
on the Young
brutal
Turks. Does that mean we
dictatorship,
agree with you?
Yeah, this is him being like, okay, I'm so glad he said that, okay? Because he's like, we could use a clip of you on the Young Turks. Does that mean we agree with you? Let me think. Well, if you're playing a clip of her to criticize her, then no. If you're playing a clip of her to agree with her, then yes. Which is Goldie's point regarding them playing your clip on state TV. You goddamn idiot. I don't know. This is room temperature IQ levels.
when the Islamic regime is basically relying on the arguments of someone like Cenk Uygur, especially with these anti-Semitic tropes, I think it just goes to show how strange the
situation. My God, these are they're so forced. Look at this. Look at this. He has nothing. He has only this ridiculous acts that he's putting on. And again, I don't think anybody should let him, like no other panelist should let him speak when he's speaking. Because here's the thing, he gets so angry. He gets so angry when other people interrupt him. I don't know, guys, if you've seen him. When he's speaking, if somebody interrupts him, he loses his mind. And then yet he does this to everyone else. I think people should interrupt him all the time. But go on, Goldie. Yeah.
I was just going to say, so I purposely never once interrupted him or anyone else. But the reason that he kept on interrupting me is because he thought that by interrupting me, he could make me like he could distract me or make me like go off course or like respond to him or something. That's why he's constantly interrupting me, because he kept on he was trying desperately to get me to react to his comments, and I wasn't taking the bait, and that's what pissed him off. So the forced laugh and all the forced commentary is he's desperately trying to like distract me from what I'm trying to say, and I'm just like completely ignoring him. I'm like, I don't care.
Yeah, you're so calm. Right? This is like, you're so calm, and you're not being
game face, guys.
It's very impressive. Okay.
I mean, I did be a politician. Like, give me a little bit of credit. I was a politician for a little while, so
oh my God.
I have a little bit of political experience there.
Pretty impressive. I mean, I wouldn't be able to.
Well, thank you. But you know what's really funny is when Cenk started, you know what? Cenk was so threatened by the fact that both Elika and I were there that when he started, he was like, "Oh, I've had the longest running podcast." It's like, who cares? So what if you've had the longest running podcast? If your podcast is garbage, who cares, right? Anyways, he was very threatened. So that's.
So we're saying, Armin, learn from Goldie. Chunky wants you to react to him. Well, here we're doing this in the show. Here I can react to him.
Yeah, this is commentary, guys. Listen. I'm going to react here as well because I didn't want to react live, right? So this is just us having fun and reacting and pointing out how idiotic he is. So of course we can.
By the way, I haven't seen this, so I'm not sure. Like, I'm gonna make a prediction. I think let me see if this is correct. I think Dave Smith is looking at this and he's not going to go all out, like, because he's like, this is not a good look. 2 Iranian women. Like he's like, oh my God, Cenk is.
How much you want to bet? How much you want to bet? I'll take that bet. I'll take that bet. How much you want to bet?
That's not fair. You know how it works out. I haven't seen it. I just think Dave Smith is going to hold back a little bit.
Don't give him that much credit. Don't give him that much credit.
Okay. Because it doesn't look
No,
like,
don't give him that much credit, Armin. Armin, this is just the beginning. It gets worse. It gets worse.
Okay.
Just wait.
Right. Yeah. Well, if he does the same thing that Cenk is doing, then he's an idiot. If he's not noticing how bad this looks.
Dave Smith.
Anti-Semitic
Dave
jokes, my ass.
Smith. Welcome back to.
Oh, you're all anti-Semites if you don't go to war for Israel. Yeah, nobody's buying.
Oh yeah, that's exactly what she said. Goddamn idiot, straw man. Like this is what Cenk always does. He basically like did Goldie? Did you even mention going to war for Israel? This is what Cenk always does. He basically takes your argument and he creates a completely straw man version of it, and he just attacks that because he can't handle the real argument that people are making in front of him.
That crap anymore.
This is not just Israel. The point that he doesn't understand is that the Islamic Republic was America's enemy before they became Israel's enemy. This is what he doesn't understand. But Goldie, I like the way that you're drinking that. You're like, look at this. You're not being affected by it. He's like going all out.
Oh, you're all anti-Semites if you don't go to war for Israel.
Yeah. Look at that. That's a pretty okay. I didn't notice that. That's pretty subtle. You're like,
and I'm staring at him while I'm drinking my coffee. Like, I don't care about you. I'm more interested in my coffee.
Yeah, that was pretty. You know what? Honestly, I wasn't even noticing that. I thought that maybe you're just thirsty, but this was strategic, wasn't it? You did that on purpose, right?
Of course. I'm basically telling you that I care more about drinking my coffee on TV than I do about listening to your garbage propaganda.
Oh my God. You're thinking like this is 4D chess for you, isn't it? Like you're thinking on different dimensions. Okay. Okay. All right. That's based. Okay.
And nobody's buying that crap anymore. Go fight your own wars. Besides which, you obviously work for the Israelis. So why should we listen to anyone?
You work for the Israelis. I mean, guys, again, remember, this is denying the Iranian People Agency. So
not only is this anti-Semitic, but it's also very racist towards Iranians, right? Like this is what the Islamists do to us all the time. They deny our Iranian identity. They deny our Iranian agency. By, oh, you work for the Israelis, right? Even though, like, I don't. Like, I'm Iranian, I'm not Jewish. Just because my goals and my values align with Israel's goals and values, and just because I don't think that, just because I'm not part of, like, the Islamic Jihadi Ummah, right, doesn't mean I'm an Israeli agent. But this is what, like, the jihadis do. This is what, like, the Muslim Islamists do. They try to, like, deny our Iranian identity. Right. This is actually this is very, very racist towards Iranians. And we've been dealing with this racist propaganda for the last 47 years.
Yeah. And I don't know, Cenk, does the millions of Iranians who came out in the streets with Israeli flags, are they all working for Israel? All of them are working for Israel? You idiots. Goddamn idiot. Are they all? Oh,
by the way, if Israel's watching, guys, like apparently I'm working for you guys. I'm still waiting for my paycheck. So I don't know. Like, can someone pay me? I don't know. I'm still waiting for my paycheck because I've
been mentioning that for years, Goldie. Nothing yet. By the way, Goldie, before I click play again, is it okay? I'm gonna post it because there's only 200 people watching on my side, so I'm gonna
go for it.
Yeah,
guys, double screen, please. Double screen. So please, if you're watching, like, open up like a second screen. Just make sure that you're on Armin's channel as well. That goes a long way to help support both of our channels. And like I've been doing I've been like live streaming. Like I have like a window open where like I'm on Armin's channel as well all day just to support him. So great way to support.
Thank you, guys. I'm gonna post a link to the Atheist Republic channel in the chat for Goldie. Just a little bit more would really mean a lot because the channel was suffering earlier. But thank you, guys. All right, so let's continue. Oh, guys, you guys are sweet. People are saying I have both channels on. Oh, that's nice. That's nice of you guys.
Israelis.
Cenk, last time I checked, your name is not Cenk. Your name is not Dave Smith. You may like it to be, but it's not.
No.
So let me come to the actual Dave Smith.
No, I'm good
Dave. I'm seeing a lot of this pushback actually from people on the Iranian side saying this whole debate gets quick.
Okay, we did get paid actually from Musad. Sorry. Here's the
But that's
deposit
not
from
in
Mossad.
shekels. That's in DKK, so it doesn't count. I want shekels.
Yeah.
Thank you for the support. Thank you for the support.
thank
Appreciate
you.
that,
Thank
Roman
you.
cabbage.
Framed as this is what Israel wants to do in Iran, when actually there might be perfectly legitimate reasons why the United States, for its own defense and for its own geopolitical reasons, may want to dismantle this Iranian regime. Well, okay, but this is an argument I've seen. What is your response to that argument?
So basically, based on what I said, Cenk became so unhinged that he's now trolling Piers Morgan.
Right.
Like, I've never seen him
Yeah.
troll Piers Morgan like this before. So Cenk is so unhinged, he's laughing at what Piers Morgan is saying too.
Yeah, and he can't imagine how this is good for America. Yeah, look at this. Like Piers is saying, like, okay, maybe this is good for Israel, but maybe just maybe it's good for America as well. And Cenk is like, no, they're not our enemies. The people who chant death to America before they chant death to Israel, yeah, removing that there's no benefits in America for them. The people who call Israel the little Satan and America the big Satan, no, there is zero benefit. There's absolutely no gain from removing them from power. Oh, we got shekels.
Yes, Hava Nagila, Hava Nagila, Hava Nagila, la la la. There you go. I love that. All right, Israeli agent confirmed.
Yeah,
like some people in the comments are saying like I broke him. Yeah, I honestly, like I think I broke him because like Armin, I've never seen Chunky Yogurt like interrupt Piers Morgan. Piers Morgan's the host of the show. Like you respect the host of the show, and Chunky Yogurt is laughing at what Piers Morgan has to say. Like that's unhinged.
So even the rage that comes later, it's all because you started the chain reaction.
Just wait for it. Wait for it.
Okay.
Oh, more coffee money. Thank you. I'm a Mossad agent. Oops.
Oh, by the way, thank you guys. We're at 360 now on our channel. Thank you guys.
It's not just at Israel's bidding; it actually suits America to do this.
Wait, Armin, can you
And
see
indeed,
how
I've
I'm
seen-
smirking here? Like, just see how I'm smirking because I can see that Chunky Yogurt is becoming unhinged, and I'm just like, yeah, I did my job. I did my job. I'm good. I'm good.
Oh my god! Honestly, I think anybody looking at your face would like need to just like, you know what? I'm not messing with this woman. Honestly, if I was them, I would be afraid.
People like Saudi Arabia and others saying, they've been reported as saying they're perfectly happy if the US wants to do this.
Well, I mean, first off, I'll defend Cenk and say, I don't know. I think I'm the only Jewish guy on the panel here. There's nothing even remotely anti-Semitic about what Cenk said. And
okay, this is like, I'm Jewish. There's anything remotely anti-Semitic. This is you could be Jewish and anti-Jewish at the same time. What are you using this race card? Like, I'm the Jewish person here, and I'm going to give Cenk a pass. You think you can't be anti-Semitic because you're Jewish? There are anti-Semitic Jewish people. There are anti-Semitic. What is this? What? We don't give a crap that you're Jewish. You think that saves you? If you're anti-Zionism, you're anti-Jewish. Anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism because anti-Zionism is denying the right to self-determination to the Jewish people. What is this? What was that? Oh, you're muted.
It was just someone commenting on my joke about like how I watch shekels made me laugh. So I was like, if I'm a Mossad agent, I watch shekels.
They're gonna clip that part out, and we're like, see, she's
Good.
shouting, I want
Good. I'm Israel Chai.
I'm Israel Chai.
Add that to the clip.
Yeah. Oh my god.
obviously, Pierce, there's no.
What is that audio?
I don't.
Elika's saying, do you speak for the Jews?
No, I think all this.
What did she say?
She said, do you speak for the Jews? If you go back, she's like, wait, do you speak for all the Jews?
Ooh, amazing comeback.
Panel here. There's nothing even remotely anti-Semitic about what Cenk said, and obviously, Pierce, there's no. I don't.
Do you speak for the Jews?
No, I think all this. No, I don't. I think actually all this identitarianism is pretty stupid, but I think it was pretty stupid to call Cenk anti-Semitic for saying that obviously Israel. I mean, Pierce, it's just completely undeniable that Israel wants this war. Every other week, Netanyahu comes here, and when he does, that's all they talk about.
Israel never wants war.
Do you see how I'm trying not to like I'm trying not to laugh?
Oh my god! Oh my god! Look at your
I'm like, if you go back a little bit, Armin, you're gonna have to watch this like episode like 5 times, like not on the live stream, but 5 times individually, and just focus on every single person's expression, because especially Elika's and mine's, because it's hilarious.
Yeah, okay.
That obviously Israel. I mean, Pierce, it's just completely undeniable that Israel wants this war. Every other week, Netanyahu comes here.
Oh, I just noticed that you're like, okay, that was pretty good.
I'm like,
All right.
oh, okay, okay.
Yeah, okay.
So you know what? I was trolling them too. Part of the reason that they were like off their game is because I was trolling them, but I wasn't doing by interrupting. I was doing with my facial expressions, and I know they were looking at me. And honestly, Armin, facial expressions without interrupting can get a person more off their game than interrupting. Because if you interrupt them, they'll be like, oh, why are you attacking me? But if you're just giving a facial expression, what are they going to say? Right? So that unnerves them more than anything. So, I was totally on my facial expression game for this episode.
Yeah, interruption looks desperate, but facial expressions is like communicate stuff without interrupting anyone. Really good point. Really good point. Guys, we take notes. This is a masterclass from a politician. Just quickly, like with Dave Smith saying Israel wants this war. Israel never wanted war. As a country that is threatened with annihilation more than any other country on the planet, Israel's goal, it's in Israel's interest to stop wars, not start wars. And every single war that Israel has been, go check, guys. Every single war that Israel has ever been involved with was started by Israel's enemies, and Israel was only responding to other people starting a war. And here as well, Israel doesn't want a war with the Islamic Republic. Israel is now ending a war. Israel wants to end a war that the Islamic Republic started 47 years ago against Israel. Khomeini, at the very first day of the Islamic Revolution, announced that they're going to destroy Israel. They wanted to destroy Israel. They're anti-Israel. So they declared war against Israel. So Israel doesn't want to start a war with the Islamic Republic. Israel is trying to finish the Islamic Republic so that they could end the war that the Islamic Republic started. Israel ends wars. It doesn't start wars. So no, Israel doesn't want war. Israel wants peace.
And when he does, that's all that Israel wants.
Some idiots in my chat saying, what are you talking about? Saying 1948 Israel started? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? 1948 Israel started? Oh, no, you're saying Israel started as a country or started a war? Maybe I'm misunderstanding you. But if you're saying in 1948 Israel started a war, if you're saying Israel started, okay, that's okay. But 1948, Arab countries united to attack Israel. So I don't know which one you mean, but if you mean they started a war, you don't know your history.
This war every other week, Netanyahu comes here, and when he does, that's all they talk about. And if you want to say that, I mean, look, of all the wars, in fact, John Mearsheimer and Walt wrote that great book, The Israel Lobby, and they had a couple of great anecdotes in there where U.S. officials were saying during the Iraq war to the Israelis, like, hey, shut up, because you're making this look like this is a war for Israel. Like, you don't want to reveal that too much. In this case, this is
what
book, The Israel Lobby, and they had a couple of great anecdotes in there where U.S. officials were saying during the Iraq war to the Israelis, like, hey, shut up, because you're making this look like this is a war for Israel. Like, you don't want to reveal that too much.
You goddamn idiots. Israel was actually telling America to focus on Iran instead of Iraq. Back then, you're wrong about that. The speech that you play of Prime Minister Netanyahu in Congress saying that this would be a good idea was after the Israelis realized that America is going to go to war with Iraq, even though the Israelis were trying to convince America to focus on Iran instead of Iraq. And also, Prime Minister Netanyahu back then wasn't the Prime Minister, you goddamn idiots.
much. In this case, this is clearly a war for Israel. I mean, that's what the geopolitical motivator is here. And listen, for both you guys, I'm an anti-government guy across the board. I'm anti all governments, including the mullahs and the Ayatollah. But if
you're anti all governments across the board, so you're not a libertarian, you're an anarchist. You don't even understand how libertarianism works. If you're against governments as a concept, as a whole, every single government against all governments equally, all governments, you're an anarchist. You're not a libertarian. You don't even know what that words mean, you idiot. But against all government, you see how he's like equating like the Islamic Republic with like the United States and every other government. Wait, so you are anti the you're American and you're against the United States government as much as you're against the Islamic Republic? I need to swear, but it's okay.
If you're actually arguing that U.S. foreign policy,
look at it, it's so stupid. People are saying how evil the Islamic Republic is. Like, well, I'm against all governments. Oh yeah, okay, they're all. Oh my God. It's okay. Amazing. Just putting them at the same level.
The mullahs and the Ayatollah. But if you're actually arguing that U.S. foreign policy moves based on humanitarian impulses, it's just too ridiculous. I mean, we back the South.
You're ridiculous because American foreign policy doesn't move based on any one specific impulse. It's multifactorial, you goddamn idiot. And it's affected because America as a democracy is affected by American people, and American people are multidimensional and they want different things and they're affected by different things. So humanitarian is part of it. It's not all of it, because guess what? American people have a heart and they sometimes care about other people. So it's not the only thing. There are many different factors, but that's also part of it.
Saudis in their genocide of the people of Yemen. We back Israel in their genocide of the people of Gaza.
Do you want me to comment less? So, Goldie, should I comment less so that we get to the heated
part? No. People are just having fun. People are just having fun because we already know that later on in the show, your comments and your reactions are probably going to increase like 100 times. We're just getting warmed up. We're just getting warmed up, Armin.
Okay.
No, people are enjoying this. No. It's not about commenting less. It's just like it's a friendly joke. It's a friendly joke.
Okay.
Because you have no idea what's coming.
Okay.
We know what's coming, but you don't. It's okay.
I mean, can it get more ridiculous than this? This is insane.
Just, you know what? Continue with all your commentary. Honestly, I'm really enjoying your commentary. It makes it so much better.
Okay. Let's go.
Saudis in their genocide of the people of Yemen. We back Israel in their genocide of the people of Gaza. We back all impulses. It's just too ridiculous. I mean, we back the Saudis in their genocide of the people of Yemen. We back Israel in their genocide of the people of Gaza.
Israel did not commit genocide in Gaza in any shape or form. The United States did. I mean, the Biden administration didn't put enough pressure on Saudi Arabia when it came to Yemen. True, but at the end of the day, if you like, I don't understand. So do you want your government to focus on America first or not? Because yes, it's true that Saudi Arabia was committing war crimes against Yemeni people. However, being very anti-Saudi Arabia at that point is not in the best interest. It's not America first, right? So when it came to the Islamic Republic, everything aligns. They are being brutal to their people. Also, they're America's enemies. So again, this is why it's multifactorial. You can't just focus on them violating human rights and being brutal to their people. If it was just that, if for example, if it was just that and nothing else, then yeah, it wouldn't make sense for us to expect Americans to come intervene, okay? But when it comes to the brutality against the Iranian people, that is on top of them being a threat to America, to America's allies, to global security, to trade security, to all the trade routes, to the global economy, to everything, to basically for spreading garbage values across the world and trying to destabilize international security. So when we talk about the Islamic Republic being brutal to its people, if it was that and nothing else, then honestly, going out and asking Americans to come do something about it, I mean, the Americans will be like, well, our government, our tax, we need to focus on America first. It makes sense. But when we talk about the brutality of the Islamic Republic against the Iranian people, that is on top of a whole bunch of other things. That just adds another point to the fact why this is in the best interest of Americans. It's not the only thing. When it comes to Saudi Arabia, yes, they're brutal. They do some, they do a lot of things that are immoral and brutal to some other people, but it's not enough for American citizens to want to intervene, because it's not in the best interest, it's not aligned with the national interest of American citizens to do something about it. Okay, so that's why there's a difference between intervening with Saudi Arabia and intervening with the Islamic Republic. So that's with Saudi Arabia. But when it comes to Israel, honestly, I mean, do I need to say the genocide in Gaza? Yes, there is genocide in Gaza committed by Hamas. Okay, committed by Hamas against everything that is not aligned with Hamas's ideology. I mean, you could be Muslim and Arab in Israel. You can't be Jewish in Gaza. So, I mean, do I need to say more regarding who's committing genocide and who? Like genocide in Gaza, every single guys. By the way, Israelis, I found something that you really suck at. Okay, I found something that you really suck at. You suck at genocide. Okay, how is it like you have so much weaponry? If you weren't trying to commit genocide in Gaza, it would be so easy. It would be so easy. Like these are the numbers that they're telling you. Like that, those are not genocide numbers. Do these people understand that if Israel wanted to, they could wipe out Gaza in half a day? Half a day? Do you understand 60,000, even 100,000 people dying in a population, in a place where there's 2 million people? That in a time frame where they actually producing, where they actually more children are being born, the population increases even at the times that they have the maximum numbers of casualties. Even if the numbers were 100,000, that would not even come close to be able to erase the people from Gaza. Not even close. And I'm not suggesting that these numbers are low. Many people in Gaza die, and every single one of them that are civilian are a tragedy. But who kills them? It's Gaza. It's Hamas killing people in Gaza. I don't need to tell you guys, Hamas designed the October 7th attack to have the highest amount of people from Gaza dying. Like this was by design. They made it impossible for Israel to be able to defend itself without killing as many citizens of Gaza. So the only murderers of the people in Gaza, the civilians in Gaza, is Hamas. So here's what I say, and this is not an exaggeration. Israel has not killed a single civilian in Gaza. I will defend that. If anybody wants to debate me on this, come forward. Israel has not killed a single civilian in Gaza. Every single civilian death in Gaza is a murder by Hamas. Hamas has killed every single civilian. I know it was Israel. I mean, guys, come on. If somebody comes and kidnaps your child, and then they're holding your baby and their own baby in their hand as a hostage, if you try to aim at the person that has your baby in their hand, and while shooting at them, their own baby dies, who killed the baby? Who killed the baby? If you shoot the person trying to save your own baby, and in the process their baby dies, did you kill the baby or did they kill the baby? They killed the baby. You didn't kill any babies, okay? So this is what you need to tell people. Hamas, every single civilian death in Gaza, Hamas is responsible for it.
We back all types of just brutal regimes. The United Arab Emirates and their role in Sudan right now, that doesn't stop us from backing them. So the idea that this has anything to do with like the treatment of the Iranian people, that's all just ridiculous. It's not about that. And Pierce, all those people,
it's not about that. It's about many things. It's about U.S. interests. It's about U.S. security. It's about finally destroying America's number one enemy.
This has anything to do with like the treatment of the Iranian people. That's all just ridiculous. It's not about that.
I also love how Armin, he speaks about the Iranian people as if he knows more about the Iranian people or what our thoughts and feelings are than me or like Elika, right? Like it's very, very, very condescending and kind of racist, right? It's kind of racist for like Dave Smith to assume that he knows more about the Iranian people or what they're thinking than like actual Iranians, right? Just saying.
By the way, look, Goldie, look at this comment. Armin is part of the evil in this world.
Oh no! Whoa! Whoa!
Okay. Oh my god. Okay.
Pierce, all those people, all those same people who you correctly stood up and fought against, who wanted to lie us into Iraq, they've all in their own words admitted that Iran has always been the goal, that eventually we get regime change there too. And as far as the idea...
Yeah, I mean, guys, Saddam
Look at my face! Wait, look at my face! When he says...
that Iran has always been the goal.
Let me see.
That eventually we get regime change there too. And as far as the idea...
Do you see my eyes? I'm like...
Did you know that he's to your left? Yeah.
No, I didn't know, but in my head, I'm thinking like Bale, like Mongol. That's been our goal for 47 years.
Yeah.
Anyways.
Yeah, I mean, it should be your goal. Like, what do you mean? Like, obviously, the Islamic Republic is evil. Removing this cancerous tumor is a win for the world. It should have been your goal. It should be your goal. And honestly, removing Saddam, even though they lied about why they did it, it was a net positive. The only cost associated with removing Saddam, the only reason why it became so costly was the de-Baathification. Saddam not ruling over Iraq is a positive for the whole world. The reason why that turned into a decade of chaos was not because Saddam was being removed, but because after Saddam was removed, they removed the Ba'ath Party from power and anything that was mildly even connected to it. That's what caused the chaos. And that's why Prince Reza Pahlavi very wisely wants to avoid anything like the de-Baathification when the Islamic Republic falls. Right? Oh, Iran's planning. 2 women who are from Iranian descent. Okay. Right.
Yeah, that, well, we can do a regime change without boots on the ground. It's possible, maybe.
You're not going to be doing regime change, you goddamn idiot. The Iranian people are going to be doing the regime change. The only thing America needs to do, and America and Israel need to do, is remove the obstacle from their way. Just one obstacle of being shot in the face while they're doing the revolution. If you remove that, the Iranian people would do regime change. Why don't you understand this? Everybody has been explaining this. It's the Iranian people who would be doing the regime change
without boots on the ground. It's possible, maybe they can locate where the Ayatollah is and take him out. And maybe that does, unlike the situation in Venezuela, actually take out the regime. But there's every reason in the world to think that that would be the worst thing for the Iranian people.
I mean, these people were the same people who said, like, oh my God, if Israel goes to war with the Islamic Republic, we will have World War III. Where's your World War III, you goddamn idiot? Why is nobody calling you out that you have been so wrong about what would happen after the 12-day war? So you have no leg to stand on. Your predictions have not become true. Why are people taking you seriously at all? Oh my God.
Armin, did you also hear that he said regime change is going to be the worst thing for the Iranian people? Like, who said it? Bishara. Like, what do you know? Like, who are you to tell us that getting rid of the most brutal Islamic dictatorship that murdered 90,000 Iranians in the last month is going to be bad for us? Like, shame on you, you garbage human being. Garbage human being.
Millions of Iranian people have sacrificed their lives for regime change. And this idiot is telling us that that's not good for us. Okay, you know better than the Iranian people what's good for them.
He wants us, like Dave Smith wants us Iranians to be occupied by a brutal Muslim dictatorship that murders us in the name of Allah and Islam and jihad because he thinks that's good for us. That's Dave Smith. This is Dave Smith exposing himself. Don't worry.
Right.
We'll go after him, but like, I don't know. He's garbage. He's irrelevant anyway, but he exposed himself here.
And Dave, you goddamn I know you're a Jew, but you're an anti-Semite, you're a Jew-hating Jew. I know that, because you are basically in the same way that you're denying Jewish people the right to self-determination in the form of Israel, you also deny the right to self-determination for the Iranian people, because you think that they don't deserve to have a government, to have a state that represents their nation.
There's every reason in the world to think that that would be the worst thing for the Iranian people. You look at examples like Libya.
Who the F are you to tell us what's good for us? And what? Just listen to us. Listen to the Iranian people. We know what's good for us. Who the F are you? Get the F.
Or Syria, where we were able to orchestrate regime changes without massive numbers of troops on the ground, and it's a disaster for the people. Libya is a failed state.
Look at Goldie here.
I'm just like, really? No, you know what? In my head, I'm like, certo pertoto ادامه بده بی شرف Mongol. I don't know. Like, I don't know what to say. I'm just like, okay.
To this.
Yeah, okay.
This day. And that is what Benjamin Netanyahu is quite happy to make Iran, because they see that as advantageous to them. And so, yeah, that's all a big part of this, and why any sane American would want to support this policy. It makes no sense. As Cenk said,
Wait, Armin,
no one wants
we
this
were
war.
interrupting a little bit, but I think what he said here is he said that, like, insane, like anti-Semitic conspiracy theory. He's like, Benjamin Netanyahu wants Iran to be a failed state. That's why he wants regime change. Like, he gets it all wrong. Like, he's literally so stupid. Go back and you'll hear him talk about that. Like, it's wild. That's why I'm just looking at him. I'm like,
For
yeah,
the people. Libya is a failed state to this day, and that is what Benjamin Netanyahu is quite happy to make Iran. Because
the last thing that Israel wants is failed states. Okay, failed state in Iran would be a best. This is how I know this person does not understand geopolitics even a little bit. Okay, because guys, do you know what failed states are? Failed states are breeding grounds for terrorist groups. Failed states are exactly what groups like Al-Qaeda, ISIS, Jihad Islami, they love failed states, because there's nobody. Iran having a failed state would be more dangerous for Israel than the Islamic Republic, because then it will become a factory of all sorts of different terrorist groups that have nothing to lose, and they will use that as their base of operations to attack Israel. So yeah, no, it's within Israel's interest for Iran to become a strong secular democracy, and Israel would be in the best interest of Israel. But go on, Goldie.
Just really quickly, so I don't interrupt him here, but later on, I actually counter this, and I'm like, Iran became a failed state in 1979 when the regime took over. So right now, we're fighting to fix the failed state, because for Dave Smith to claim that if there's regime change, it's going to be failed state, that's idiotic, because it was 1979 that turned Iran into a failed state. And right now, we're trying to rectify the situation and fix the failed state, because Iran right now is a failed state under the Islamic regime. So Dave Smith is an idiot. Sorry, I shouldn't swear.
You didn't.
They see that as advantageous to them. And so, yeah, that's all a big part of this, and why any sane American would want to support this policy. It makes no sense. As Cenk said, no one wants this war. None of the other states in the region want it. Europe doesn't want it. Your own country, Pierce, has been given pushback to the U.S. over the last 48 hours.
Nobody wants this. First of all, the Iranian people want this war. First of all, it's the Iranian people. I mean, you're calling it war. I call it ending a war, a 47-year war. But even if we want to use your vocabulary, the Iranian people want this. And also, Saudi Arabia now wants this as well. So go update yourself. Like, you don't know what you're talking about.
About it. The American people don't want it. The only people who want this war are Israel and the Israel lobby.
Actually, you know what? I think that the whole world wants it. The whole world wants it, except maybe, I don't know, Turkey and Qatar. I think the whole world wants it, except Turkey and Qatar. But it's Israel and United States that are doing the job that the rest of the world doesn't have the the backbone. I was going to say something else to do. Like, you know how Germany came out and said that Israel is doing the rest of the world's dirty job? Yeah, because Germany, by the way, like, oh, actually, I forgot Germany. Goldie, Germany came out and said the time for the Islamic Republic is over. They need to go. So, like, not only I think the entire world wants this, except maybe Turkey and Qatar, not only, and maybe also the Taliban, actually. Not only the entire world wants this, there are actually, other than United States and Israel, we have actually two countries that now have publicly even stated that they want this, which is Saudi Arabia and Germany. So, guys, Dave Smith has nothing to do but analyze politics. And what I'm telling you, these are the news that anybody that was spending any time actually covered, like doing research, would have known. That Germany has publicly said that they want this. Saudi Arabia has said that they want this. So you don't even have to look at my theory regarding me thinking that all of the world wants this, maybe except a few other countries. You could actually look at public statements by officials of other countries who have said this. This is how easy it is to debunk this, man.
Essentially.
That's not true.
Elika, I can see you frowning there, Elika. What's your response to Dave Smith?
First of all, the idea that Israel wants this war and therefore that negates everything else in the universe just proves that this anti-Zionist ideology makes Israel the sun around which they orbit. And when they orbit Israel like the sun, nothing else exists to them anymore. It is perfectly possible for multiple people to align in a shared goal. Of course, Israel wants this war. Why would Israel not want to take out a regime that has been terrorizing them through their proxies, not just for the past 2 years, but for the past decades? Of course, it is in Israel's interest, as it should be, because why wouldn't you want a terrorist state that has an eschatological vision of eliminating you for justice to arrive on earth to be eliminated? Okay, yes, we all understand it is Israel's goal, and good for them that it's their goal. Okay, second of all, the Iranian people also have their own sovereignty, their own national interests in mind, and those are aligned goals. Now, it isn't just the Iranian people, it isn't just the Israeli people. If you do not eliminate the Islamic regime, you end up in a forever war that ultimately implicates the US. And so if you don't want war, you take out this regime. You said you could do diplomacy with the regime.
Look at this. Look at Goldie. Both of you were completely silent while they were basically spewing out their nonsense. And now, okay, Dave Smith is now using Chink's tactics as well. They're like, like no. They cannot stand you guys speaking the truth. They have to open their mic and they have to put their fake laughter in there. God damn.
Well, Elika was playing offense and I was playing defense. We were tag teaming here. So that's why like Elika's like on the offense and I'm just like behind, I'm just like sitting there and I'm just staring at them and I'm like, I dare you. Like, I dare you. دهنتو باز کن تا ببین من چی کارت میکنم. So.
By the way, guys, this is weakness. What they're doing is weakness. It shows that, فلانشون سوخته, Goldie, like it's basically, when they're listening, the reason why they have to start laughing is because they know that they're being humiliated in front of everybody. So this is just a defense mechanism because they can't stand this level of humiliation. That's why they laugh.
All of these years.
And look at this. And Shank also notices that Dave is laughing. So he also adds his fake laughter once he sees Dave is doing the same thing.
That ultimately implicates the US. And so if you don't
look at this, like she's so she's explaining this in such a detailed way, and it makes so much sense. And then all they have to do is like
want war, you take out this regime. You said you could do diplomacy with the regime all of these years. You tried to do the JCPOA, you tried to do this Obama-style diplomacy, and then what happened down the line? Their proxies just kept getting stronger. They continued to do their attacks all over the Middle East. They did October 7th, and what happened when October 7th happened was that Israel had to go to war with Hamas, And guess what? The US had to be implicated to defend its ally. So if you don't want a forever war, forever and ever and ever and ever and ever and ever, you have to eliminate the source of the forever war. You have to eliminate the people. You have to eliminate the people.
Look, he keeps interrupting. He can't help himself. He can't help himself. Israel, just drop that in there.
Who make war inevitable. Israel has only ever responded to the acts of the regime and its policies. And
look at that. Look at that. He can't shut the F up. Shut the F up. They did not interrupt you.
And to go even further, it was actually
look at this. Are these arguments? If somebody is making a point with logic, putting the premises next to each other and coming up with the proper conclusion, is shouting out Israel, shouting out Netanyahu, going, are these arguments? Do you think that you have do you think that you have defeated it? Do you think that was a counter argument? Like she's putting, like she's coming up with a well-formed argument to come to a conclusion. You think you're just shouting Israel, Netanyahu, and do you think these are counter arguments? Do you really think that you achieved something by doing that?
Actually very popular at the time to say no to war with Germany, to say no to war with the Nazis. But guess what? All of those deaths that ensued, those were deaths that were made inevitable by the Nazis because they were relentless. You had the peace for our time, the Munich Agreement, where everyone was like, finally, we're going to have peace. Then they invaded Poland. And you can see these people who are ideological extremists will always inevitably pull the entire world into war. So if you are anti-war, fantastic. Let's eliminate this regime so there's no more wars and no more threats.
Oh, guys, Israel. Oh, my God, guys. I heard what she's saying. It sounded reasonable to me. But then Cenk said, Israel. Mind blown. I am convinced. Thank you, Cenk Yogurt. That was so well put. I was wrong. Thank you for showing us the way. Okay, I learned from Cenk. He said he completely countered everything she was saying. Guys, Israel. Wow. Okay, fantastic. I've learned so much.
To the United States and the rest of the world.
Okay, let me just take a short break from the panel. I'll come back to you in a moment. I want to just move now because Dave Smith referenced the infamous list which held that Iran was always the aim in the Middle East. And we're now joined by the former NATO commander, General Wesley Clark. General Clark, great to have you back on Uncensored.
Thank you.
There was, of course, this...
Armin, can you pause for a second?
Yes.
So this is General Wesley Clark. He's 81 years old. He is a very, very decorated and well-respected 4-star general. Okay, so he has literally his entire life, he has served in the military, in the American military, in one way, shape, or another. Okay, not everyone becomes a 4-star general. Not everyone becomes a NATO commander. So this guy, this gentleman, this general, 4-star general, when he's talking, he knows his stuff. Okay, he knows his stuff. So just let's continue, and then I just wanted to add this because he is a very, very distinguished gentleman.
Okay, let's switch.
Q.
There was, of course, this famous Pentagon memo, which you saw shortly after 9/11. You said it described a plan to take out 7 countries in 5 years, beginning with Iraq, ending with Iran. The other countries were Syria, Lebanon, Libya, Somalia, and Sudan. You know, some will look at this and say, well, this is the fruition of the plan, and Iran is the last one standing. Lebanon, of course, a bit more complicated, but the others have all gone through regime change. What would you say to people that think that?
Well, I'd say that it's that was over 20 years ago that memo was written, and the U.S. government doesn't really have plans that extend that far. So it wasn't really a plan. That was a concept that came out of the neocons, and maybe it was a plan that they thought they could eliminate all those regimes that might be hostile to the United States in the region. But it never really resolved itself into a plan per se. It just happens. And when you are a country like the United States and you find opponents around the world and particularly Iran calling us the great Satan and so forth. You know, Iran's been on the warpath against the United States from the very beginning. They targeted the Marine barracks in Lebanon, killed 283 people with a truck-mounted bomb. It was a terrible tragedy. They went after the French embassy. We actually, in the United States, we held back the Shah in Iran. We sent a 4-star general to Iran in 1978 to tell the Iranian generals, don't interfere.
So I don't want to get into the politics here. Like, I don't want to get into the politics of General Wesley Clark, Democrat, Republican, whatever. Armin, don't worry. Don't worry about what you just sent me, because right now he's about to admit that the Americans made a mistake. And it was the Americans that made the mistake in not backing the Shah when they should have. There are a lot of people who are waking up. Guys, there's even like Canadian politicians who were fooled by the MEK in the past. So just go back a little bit and listen to what he just said. He mentioned گوش بده بعد چند دقیقه دیگه میگه که چرا رژیم با آمریکایی ها دشمنی میکنند. رژیم اومد همه what's general in Persian? What's general? سرهنگ. رژیم اومد همه سرهنگ هایی که تو آمریکا رفتن و مثلا درس خوندن و ترینینگ داشتن، همه سرهنگ های ایرانی رو کشت، مثلا جهانبانی و همه اینا. Like he says all this. So go back a few seconds and listen. Just listen. People are waking up, Armin. This is why I have a lot of respect for General Clark here.
So can I? Okay, so it's okay if I tell people the thing that I sent you on WhatsApp, or no?
نه ولش کن بیخیال.
Okay.
We actually, in the United States, we held back the Shah in Iran. We sent a 4-star general to Iran in 1978 to tell the Iranian generals, don't interfere with the emergence of real democracy in Iran.
Okay, guys, that narrative here is anti-MEK. Any MEK member listening to that would little bit like they would go in rage right now just hearing that, saying that the Shah was going towards democracy and stuff. Like they're basically saying that America made a mistake not supporting the Shah. That would put any MEK member in. Actually, let me listen to this one more time. That's actually very interesting.
Star general to Iran in 1978 to tell the Iranian generals, don't interfere with the emergence of real democracy in Iran. And so they blocked.
Okay. Yeah, okay.
The Iranian military that was loyal to the Shah from keeping the Shah in power. We actually.
That's anti-MEK. Any MEK person would hate hearing that.
ببین آرمین تو این چند 10 حالا 20 سال خیلی گول مجاهدین رو خوردن، ولی الان همه دارن آگاه میشن. ببین خودم توی سیاست کانادا خیلی از سیاستمدارانی هستن که مثلا با حزب محافظه‌کار هستند که مثلا 10 سال 15 سال پیش فکر میکردن که مثلا مجاهدین is the legitimate resistance، ولی الان متوجه شدن. اوکی؟ پس like we cannot، ما نمیتونیم غیر ایرانی‌ها رو like we can't hold them to the same standard، چون که واقعا نمیدونن، چون که خب ما مثلا 10 سال پیش 15 سال پیش لابی نداشتیم، پول نداشتیم، ولی الان ببین یه دفعه همشون آگاه شدن. پس ما باید به اینا افتخار بکنیم، باید ازشون حمایت بکنیم که اومدن به سمت ما و بهشون تشویق بکنیم که دارن الان با ما همراهی میکنن و با هم like we're supporting one another, right? I just want to say that.
Yeah. Instead of just attacking them for something that they might have viewed before.
Because they don't know. Like no one, even like a year ago, no one knew who the MEK was. So we cannot judge people or lay blame for anyone for any reason whatsoever, because مجاهدین خیلی ها رو گول زد.
They had the money to fool people.
Exactly.
They had the money. Yeah. Okay. All right.
They helped Khomeini get.
Guys, Goldie, thank you so much for noticing that and pointing that out, because I would have gone full on like, yep, thank you.
No, we
Keeping the show-
respect 4-star generals here. In this show, we respect 4-star generals. Don't worry, it's all good. Believe me, Armin, if this was an issue, I would have told you yesterday.
Okay.
On power. We actually helped Khomeini get to power. Now, we didn't intend that. We thought a man named Shapur Bakhtiar was going to take the reins, but he was quickly overthrown by the fundamentalists like Khomeini. But the point is that the United States didn't begin this fight with Iran. Iran decided, Khomeini decided, that to purify his regime, to have a moral purpose in life, and for the Iranian people, he wanted to go after enemies. And so he picked two enemies, Israel and the United States. So the fact that after 40 some odd years, we're turning now to Iran and people are talking about regime change, yeah, it's sort of a natural course of events.
General Clark, from a purely military perspective, the sheer size and scale of the American military buildup here around Iran is reminiscent of 2003 and the buildup before they went into Iraq. Is there a point where, as someone put it to me back in 2003, the American military train has left the station? In other words, it reaches the point when it has to do something.
No, I don't think that's the case. These assets are deployable and they can be redeployed quite easily. 2 aircraft carriers, they sail off. The aircraft squadrons redeploy. It can be done. It's not a use it or lose it kind of situation. Putting those forces there doesn't inevitably mean they'll be used. No. You know,
in terms of
when people talk like that,
the obvious question. Yeah, sorry.
You had ground troops that were over there in 2003. You don't have any ground troops there, so you can sail off, fly off, no problem.
And in terms,
because there's no plan for troops on the ground type invasion.
In terms of what an American attack might look like, and it may even be, you know, by the time this post, America's done something, what is the most likely form of attack? It presumably won't be anything like we saw in Venezuela with a very quick surgical strike, which removed Maduro and got him out. And presumably it won't be like the strikes we saw last summer on the Iranian nuclear facilities. So what would this one look like?
I would suspect that it would be first, of course, you've got to clear out the air defense radars and whatever residual air defense is there. So you have freedom of operations in the skies. And that includes going after aircraft that could be used to intercept you at air bases and so forth. But I don't think there's that much left. It seems to me that could be done very quickly, maybe a few sorties during one night could handle most of what's there. And then you're going after the ballistic missile systems, where they're stored, where they're produced, where the launchers are, where the underground storage is. That's a tougher problem. That might take several days, maybe weeks. And then you start on the headquarters of the IRGC, and finally you go after the nuclear. So if you're going to do a limited strike, probably you take out the any air defense radars and you start on the ballistic missiles. A night, maybe 2 days.
But if your mission is to affect regime change, how would that come about?
I don't think that's the mission at this point. I think the president is looking at a limited strike to try to get a negotiated settlement. But what?
So I really appreciate that he says it's not America's mission for regime change, because he's following the line of Senator Lindsey Graham, President Trump, Marco Rubio, and others, Armin, who are saying it's not up to Americans to affect regime change. It's not up to Americans to determine what comes the day after, right? So even like General Clark is respecting
the right for Iranians to self-determination, right? And this is what I mean when I say like the interests are aligned. American interests, Israeli interests, Iranian interests, Iranian people's interests are aligned. We all want to see the Islamic regime go, but for different reasons. But it's basically like a win-win-win situation. So I just want to point that out.
The United States is asking for is something more than what we obtained in 2015 through President Obama's efforts. So we'd be looking at no nuclear enrichment or minimal nuclear activities at all. Maybe that would be a compromise. And then stop the ballistic missile program and get rid of that axis of resistance. And on these latter 2 points, Iran doesn't seem to be prepared to compromise. And so there may not be a compromise in this, but I think the president wants to go at this, hopefully, and get a diplomatic solution rather than pound away at Iran with air power.
I spoke to Ambassador John Bolton earlier, who was saying that he believes the Iranian regime has never been weaker, and therefore there's never been a better time to try and take it on. Would you agree with that?
I think the regime is weaker in terms of public support, in terms of the economic structure, but actually this regime has shown itself to be pretty well structured internally. It's as far as we know, we haven't really turned any major figures. There's no major disagreements within the regime.
That's wrong, Goldie.
Oh. Irrelevant. Don't worry about that. Listen. President Trump, Senator Lindsey Graham, they've made their decisions. It's okay. That's not, I wouldn't even bother with that.
But do you want me to explain regards to the Islamic Republic's internal politics just quickly? There is a lot of division.
Sure. I mean, you can, but I mean, the general, his military analysis is excellent. His political analysis, not as much, but that's okay. Like I'll give him a pass on the political analysis.
Yeah, I'm not against. It's not against him. I just want to clarify.
Yeah, of course, go for it.
Yeah. I'm obviously when it comes to military expertise, I'm not gonna. Obviously, he's not gonna claim that I know anything compared to the 4-star general. But honestly, when it comes to Iran's internal, like the Islamic Republic's internal politics,
we know more about internal politics in Iran than a 4-star general. That's true.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I've been for the past more than 5 years, I've been following the Islamic Republic directly, their internal politics directly. So I feel like I have some
100%. Yeah.
Yeah. So he's when it comes to this part, he's the truth is that within the Islamic Republic there has never been more division. There are so many people backstabbing each other. There's a power vacuum. Everybody, even without this war, Khamenei is almost 90 years old and he's dying, and everybody is trying to compete for who, like, the power vacuum that is going to be created. There's even war. There's even behind the closed doors, there's war between the IRGC and Khamenei itself. Like the IRGC is trying to shift power away from the Beit Rabari, from the office of the supreme leadership, to the IRGC. There's so much backstabbing going on, even within guys. There's even war within the IRGC itself. So, and every year that passes, they become even more divided. And not only there's division between different elements of the Islamic Republic, there's also war between the followers of the Islamic Republic. There are different branches. There's the Paidaris, there's the Ghalibaf camp. There's so many different camps. There's the Reformers. There's Khatami's camp. There's the Rouhani's camp. There is the Ahmadinejad camp. And they all hate each other. They all hate each other, and they're trying to eliminate each other. So this is completely wrong, but it's okay. Not everybody has to know.
It's weaker in terms of public support, in terms of the economic structure, but actually this regime has shown itself to be pretty well structured internally. It's as far as we know, we haven't really turned any major figures. There's no major disagreements within the regime.
Oh, there's nothing but disagreements.
regime have.
I mean, we were showing on the live on air regarding there were people from the Paidari camp that were yelling in the parliament, shouting at the Islamic Republic to go to war earlier. There are people. There are people that are more radical, more Mahdi minded, more and there are people who are more pragmatic. So yeah, like Larijani and Ghalibaf and the Paidari camp, they all disagree with each other, and they all want each other dead.
Figures. There's no major disagreements within the regime. People in the regime have loyalty, plus they've been bought off. No. Sometimes their children are in Europe or even in the United States. So they're relatively well off compared to the rest. So they're living off the fat of the land, so to speak. And we haven't been able to turn.
Yeah, but they also see they're very well off, but they also see the writing on the wall. They see that the house of cards is collapsing. They see that the ship is sinking, and everybody is trying to. And there's only a limited life boats available, so everybody is trying to backstab the other one to be able to survive this sinking ship.
No, if you're going to get regime change, you need to crack the a wall of resistance of the IRGC. We need a general or two who says, this is gone, this is crazy. Why would you have a government that 85, 90 million people hate, that kills tens of thousands of its own people? Why would you do that? So presumably there are responsible people somewhere in that Iranian Revolutionary Guards Corps who can see past the ideology and the bribery that's going on, the corruption, and maybe look for the good of the Iranian people. And that's what we would be hoping for. Now, I wouldn't have access to those people being outside the chain of command right now.
Princess of Pahlavi has access to them, the people who are defecting from IRGC and the Artesh.
But hopefully we are in communications with people like that. And that's the way you would get regime.
Yeah, Princess of Pahlavi is in communication with them.
Change.
And finally, before we go to the panel, and you're going to stay with the panel, thank you for that. There are several members of the panel who believe this is all being done purely at the behest of Israel. It's not in America's national interest to be doing this, and that Netanyahu has railroaded Trump into potentially attacking Iran. Do you think there's merit to that argument?
Well, not as much merit as you might think. The United States has continuously said that we're against the proliferation of.
So when the general says there's not as much merit as you might think, that's a very, very polite way of saying that's bullshit. Like he's basically saying that's BS. So he's basically saying because Piers Morgan is like, so like, do you think Israel's behind this? And the general says in a very, very polite way, that's bullshit. So when he says there's not much merit behind that you might think, very polite way of saying daran certo pert migan.
Right. Yeah, and it's also true that the way that they think about it is that Israel's controlling America, and obviously that is complete nonsense. However, it is true that United States keeps in mind the interests of its allies, as it should, because that's what allies do. That's what the meaning of being an ally. So
right. Yeah, but that's how the general is saying it's utter nonsense. Yeah. So let's go but Armin, this is how you know. So the general was also backstage listening to us, like me, Elika, Chunky Yogurt, and the comedian speak before he came on. So if you go back a little bit, listen to his answer. He's like, there's not as much merit as you might think, because he's very polite, very classy, very dignified, right? Because 4-star generals, they're very, very dignified. So just listen to him and just observe his behavior now, and then just wait and see what happens in a few minutes.
Think there's merit to that argument?
Well, not as much merit as you might think. The United States has continuously said that we're against the proliferation of nuclear weapons. And Iran has really, since the days of the Shah, had a nuclear program, and the Khomeini regime kept it going. There was a fake in 2007. They fooled American intelligence into issuing an estimate that said they had stopped it, but I don't think they stopped it. And so we know now they're very close to getting the materials to use a nuclear weapon. That's destabilizing the whole world, and especially the Middle East. So It's not just us, it's our friends and allies in the region that don't want it. And the Iranians themselves are working on longer and longer range missiles. So we don't need another hostile state that has sworn its purpose is to destroy another state to have nuclear weapons. It's not just about Israel, it's about global stability.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, let's go back to the panel. Cenk Uygur, I mean, there's your...
Yeah, and it's not for Israel, and it's not just for Israel, it's not just also for United States, it's for the entire planet. America would be doing for the sake of their entire, guys, a world with an Islamic Republic that has atomic weapons is bad for everyone. Oh my God! Look at Goldie. Look at
Can I just say something? So
yeah.
So we're just doing the live reaction here, but you're gonna have to go back later and rewatch this part because you're gonna have to watch Chunky Yogurt's expressions, Elika's expressions, my expressions, but also the general's expressions. The general's expressions when Chunky Yogurt and the comedian are speaking are priceless. Literally, the 4-star general's expressions, priceless. Because now Piers Morgan decided to add the general to our panel.
Oh my God. I mean, I can't even I think it's so bizarre to have like a 4-star general and Cenk on the same panel. Like, I feel like, I don't know, it's like having an academic and a 4-year-old, I don't know,
I agree,
discussing politics.
I agree.
Yeah.
Your answer from a former commander of NATO forces, which is it's not just about Israel wanting this to happen. It is in America's strategic interest to prevent Iran developing nuclear weapons.
And the world's interest.
Nonsense. So, I mean, I really...
Nonsense? What? Like preventing the Islamic Republic from having nuclear weapons is not good for America? Are you kidding me?
He said what the 4-star general said is nonsense, as if Chunky Yogurt knows more than a 4-star American general.
Somebody saying pause and comment all you like, but please stop rewinding. I only rewind when we need to go back because Goldie says like rewatch this.
Yeah, if I want to rewind, I'll rewind. If you don't like it, leave and go watch it yourself. You know what? Okay. No. This episode is fully available on Piers Morgan's live stream, and I played this episode earlier today with zero commentary. Played the whole thing with no interruption. So if you want to see the thing with no commentary, go back to earlier today or go on Piers Morgan's channel.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
If I want to rewind 100 times, I'll rewind 100 times. Deal with it. Have that, man.
Nonsense. So, I mean, I really respect General Clark. I don't know what's happened to him. That letter was very clear. They did, the neocons and Israel first.
Look at the general. He's laughing.
Yeah, he's laughing. Let me see what Cenk is saying.
Was very clear. They did, the neocons and Israel first did execute it. They have knocked out 6 to 7 of those countries, just like they said they would. They've gone to Iran at the end, just like they.
All right. So regarding that report that, they did those countries just like they said they would. Guys, like, please understand that when it comes to reports made in Washington, D.C., there is like a gazillion of them. Okay. So you will be able to find a report asking for anything you want. Like, you could randomly, not anything, but you could, there are so many things that I could come up with. And I will right now, and I will bet you at some point, somebody wrote a report saying, and that made it to the president's desk in the White House that said this would be a good idea. Guys, like they're just, it's like snowflakes. They just drop, like they actually refer to them as like snow because they just keep piling. There's report after report with suggestion after suggestion for anything that you could imagine under the sun when it comes to geopolitical interests. It's all so like, oh my God, this report one day said something and this is what's happening. First of all, even if that's the case, that doesn't make a bad idea. Like, oh my God, you got us. There was a report saying that we should go and do these things to these countries. Okay, what's your argument? How, like, where's your argument regarding this being a bad idea? Also, this is not a gut sheet that you think it is because we have a gazillion reports and suggestions in the White House, and you could find a report for anything you want. But yeah. By the way, Goldie, look at your face. This work.
Well, because I've honestly, like, when Chunky Yogurt said that everything the 4-star general said is nonsense, I'm just like, oh my God, we're about to experience something insane. So I was just getting myself ready because I could not even imagine the audacity for some uneducated, inbred 7th century savage like Chunky Yogurt say that a 4-star general's commentary is nonsense, right? Like, it's just,
right.
I'm just like, whoa, all right. You're going to have something coming to you.
Am I focusing too much in doing rebuttals to the like?
No,
from a
I think you're doing
political
excellent. You're doing excellent.
Okay,
and I'm appreciating rebuttals and commentary.
Yeah, let me know in the chat if you wanted me to focus more on the the insanity. Yeah, okay.
We appreciate all your commentary. Yeah. Go for it. Have fun with this, Armin. Have fun.
I'm allergic to nonsense.
I know.
Said they would. If we're just like they said they would. They've gone to Iran at the end, just like they said they would. If we're talking about a country that is destabilized,
honestly, if they were this good at planning all of this, like this, and then just like dominoes, they're getting rid of evil dictators around the world. Like, oh my God, they did this just like they said they would. Like, okay, well, respect, I guess. Thank you, but it wasn't this. It's not like this. The politics doesn't work like this. Geopolitics, like there's no force on earth, not even United States, will be able to plan things this ahead of time and make it happen according to a plan. Okay, like a plan like that. But there is no such thing. There's no centralized force in the globe that is able to do that. But honestly, if they did, well, thank you. I appreciate that. Like, you guys are amazing. You're telling me that America is responsible for removing this many dictators from the world? Holy hell. Well, thank you guys.
Stabilizing the region and the world.
Can you stop for a moment? So just a few comments. So we want your reaction and analysis. Armin, you're doing great. To the person who said, let's play once and go back over. We already played this once. So we're in the go back over phase right now. So please don't ask us to play it once. I already played it once. We're in the go back over phase. I don't know what to tell you. But please continue. Armin, everyone in the chat is really enjoying your commentary. We knew you were going to have fun with this, which is why we're like, go for it. Go for it.
Sounds good. Let's do it.
They said they would. If we're talking about a country that is destabilizing the region and the world with endless wars, that country is Israel.
Look at how the general's laughing.
Oh my God, that's a perfect reaction. Oh, look at your face. Like, look at the eye roll. Look at the eye roll. Like,
guys, I look like I'm having a stroke over there where you paused.
Oh my God. Like, oh my God.
We can go back a little bit so you can at least see the full eye roll, right?
Okay.
The region and the world with endless wars, that country is Israel. I mean, look, this whole thing is.
Oh my God. By the way, I can never get over people saying that Israel is destabilizing the world. Israel has been, after United States, Israel has been the greatest source for stability in the world. After United States.
World with endless wars, that country is Israel. I mean,
with endless wars, name me one war that Israel started. I'll wait.
No, that's why the general is laughing. He's so cute. Like, honestly, the general was so cute. I don't want to be disrespectful, but he was so cute. I was like, okay,
oh my God, guys, name me. Yeah, this is okay. Never mind. I'm gonna go. Okay. Yeah. I mean, should we call the 4-star general cute? I don't know. I'm fine.
I can. You can't, but I can.
Okay,
I can be like, look, he's so cute here. I can get away with it. You can't.
Oh, really? Okay.
Oh yeah. So Omit's like he's laughing at how Mongol. Oh yeah. He's literally laughing at Chunky Yogurt's idiocy. Like I guarantee you, the general is like, how the hell did I get myself in this situation right now? Like, because like the general is so much higher and more educated than like Chunky Yogurt or Dave Smith, right? So, anyways,
the region and the world with endless wars. That country is Israel. I mean, look, this whole thing is topsy-turvy. The whole framing of the discussion is ludicrous. Israel has attacked 7 of its neighbors, not Iran.
Israel has not attacked 7 of its neighbors. Israel is defending itself against 7 of its neighbors. You goddamn idiot. Like, I don't really... Are you kidding me? Every single country that Israel has been in war with, they started it. Guys, again, ask people to name a single war that Israel started. A single. They can't.
Israel forced us into the Iraq war, and they said it was...
Israel was trying to get you to go focus on Iran instead of Iraq, and America was like, nope, we're doing Iraq. And Israel was like, okay, then I guess we'll support our ally. But Israel was against that. Israel was initially trying to convince Americans that Iran is the priority, and United States was determined to focus on Saddam. So you're wrong. You don't even know your history. God damn it. Oh my God.
Look at the general. Look at the general laughing at him when he says that like Israel is responsible for the Iraq war.
Oh my God. You know, Goldie, why they say this? Because they have one clip of Prime Minister Netanyahu in Congress saying this would be beneficial. And they don't tell you that was after America had already made up its mind, and Israel and Prime Minister Netanyahu, well, he wasn't a prime minister at that time. He was being supportive, and he wasn't the prime minister. He was just saying it as an Israeli. Oh my God.
Would be easy, and it was a disaster. They said they were doing it for the Iranian people.
Look
and
at
then we wound
Elika
up killing
laughing.
hundreds of...
Elika's so cute when she's laughing. Go back like a few seconds. You can see Elika's like losing
Israel
it.
Forced us into the Iraq war, and they said it would be easy, and it was a disaster.
Oh, look at that smile. That's so cute. Yes.
They said they were doing it for the Iranian people, and then we wound up killing hundreds of thousands of Iraqis. We lost...
What? For the Iranian people? When did the Americans... did I hear that right? Listen to this.
Israel has attacked 7 of it.
He said Iraqis.
No, let me hear.
The whole framing of the discussion is ludicrous. Israel has attacked 7 of its neighbors, not Iran. Israel forced us into the Iraq war, and they said it would be easy, and it was a disaster. They said they were doing it for the Iranian people, and then
He said Iranian. He misspoke. Okay. Because that wouldn't make any sense. He said they were doing it for the Iraqi
we wound
people.
up killing hundreds of thousands of Iraqis. We lost...
First of all, the reason hundreds of thousands of Iraqis died was because of the de-Baathification, not because of removing Saddam.
Thousands of our own men,
because of the de-Baathification. Removing Saddam was so easy. Removing Saddam didn't kill thousands of Americans. The de-Baathification, that was the mistake that came after. That's responsible for killing thousands of American soldiers.
Fake weapons of mass destruction evidence came from where?
It was the politicians who made the mistake. The military people were flawless. The military campaign was flawless. It was the political mistake that caused the chaos after.
Thousands of our own men, the fake weapons of mass destruction evidence came from where? It came from Israel. They pushed us into the war with Libya. Now,
wait, what? What is the evidence they have that the idea that Israel has weapons of mass destruction came from Israel? What is the source of that information? Where are you getting this from? That is nonsense. Are you going to tell me that Israel also did 9/11? I mean, you might as well also tell us that Israel did 9/11. Do you want to go that far?
There's modern day slavery back in Libya.
my God.
Israel. They pushed us into the war with Libya. Now there's modern day slavery back in Libya. Every war they
who pushed it. When did Israel push you to war with Libya? Why is everything Israel? What, like, oh my God, does this person, like, if he has an itch on his bum, is he going to say, Israel, give me an itch on my bum? Like, what is everything? When did Israel push United States? Is everything Israel? Honestly, if Israel has this much control, they're God. You might as well just worship them then.
Push us into has cost us trillions. Hold on, General Clark. Hold on. They have cost us trillions of dollars.
Armin,
you know that.
Armin, pause. So, like, the general has had enough of Chunky Yogurt's BS. So he tries to, like, say something, and then Chunky Yogurt is like, hold on, General, hold on. I know more than you, right? Anyways.
Oh, my God.
Own men. The fake weapons of mass destruction evidence came from where? It came from Israel. They pushed us into the war with Libya. Now there's modern day slavery.
Like, Goldie, I didn't know America is such a pathetically small, weak country that a country like Israel could just come like, oh, go do this, go do that. Like, these people are delusional. You do understand that the leverage United States has over Israel is so much higher than Israel over America. In fact, the Israeli people constantly complain regarding their dependence on the United States and how much America has leverage over their politics. I mean, they realize they celebrate the United States as their ally, but they also realize that the politics in the United States is going anti-Jewish, and the fact that America has this much leverage over Israel's politics is not good for Israel, and Israel needs to become more independent. It's the other way around. It's the other way around. America has so much more influence over Israel's politics than Israel over America. How do they not know this? Do you really think the superpower of the planet, the country with the biggest economy, with the biggest military, with the biggest industries, with the highest amount of trade, with the highest amount of cultural influence all around the world, would just be like, oh yeah, Israel wants me to do this, so I guess I'm going to put my national interest aside and just do that? You guys are delulu. Like, nothing works like that. You're like, oh, they lobby us with millions of dollars. The U.S.'s economy and the industries that rely on the U.S. economy are trillions of dollars. You think millions of dollars is going to be able to redirect that? You know how many leaders of giant industries in the United States would not let that happen if for the sake of millions you could reallocate trillions of dollars? Nothing works like that. You guys are delusional. But anyways.
Back in Libya. Israel. They pushed us into the war with Libya. Now there's modern day slavery back in Libya. Every war they have pushed us into has cost us trillions. Hold on, General Clark. Hold on. They have cost us trillions of dollars. And you know that. And they have cost us blood and treasure. And it's Israel doing it.
Goldie, what is the general saying? I don't even.
So he's saying you say nonsense. You say nonsense. So I want to respond, right? Because the general is listening to this idiot spew garbage, and the general, being an educated, distinguished 4-star general, he's thinking, what the heck am I listening to right now? So he's like, I need to respond to this nonsense that is like this garbage coming out of Chunky Yogurt's mouth, right? So if you go back, you'll hear him say the word nonsense. So he's like, I need to respond to the nonsense.
Oh. Okay, you have good ears, Goldie.
I have to listen to it a few times to hear what he's saying.
Oh, okay.
They pushed us into the war with Libya. Now there's modern day slavery back in Libya. Every war they have pushed us into has cost us trillions. Hold on, General Clark. Hold on. They have cost us trillions of dollars. And you know that. And they have cost us blood and treasure. And it's Israel doing it, General Clark. Be a patriot. Be a patriot. Stand up for America.
Pause. So go back a little bit, but the general says, when you say nonsense to me, I'm going to come back at you. So he says a whole bunch of other things, but ultimately the final thing is like, when you say nonsense to me, I'm going to come back at you to Chunky Yogurt.
Okay.
And you know that. And they have cost us blood and treasure. And it's Israel doing it, General Clark. Be a patriot. Be a patriot.
Be a patriot? What the hell? Like, oh my god. Oh my god. Guys, even in a goddamn parallel universe where Schenk Ugert is right and the general is wrong, a world completely opposite to this one, how is it that if you how is he non-patriotic? Like what a personal attack on somebody, like on somebody who has served their country more than you could ever imagine. You wouldn't be like, you wouldn't be able to serve the United States in 100 lifetimes as much as this man has done in 1 year. And you're telling him to be a patriot. This is the most insane thing that he has done, I think, so far. Telling its 4-star general to be a patriot. Somebody who has never, has he ever fought for his country? Everything has been anti-American. Goldie, can you imagine Chunky Yogurt in a battlefield trying to defend America? I mean, actually, I can imagine if you throw him at the enemy, I think that actually might be effective. But other than that, I can't really imagine him being really effective in the battlefield. Well, you're muted.
Sorry, I was just gonna say, you know what's really messed up? Chunky Yogurt was born in Turkey, so he's a naturalized American citizen. And then this Islamic jihadi propagandist who was born in Turkey and is a mouthpiece for the Muslim Brotherhood and Erdogan, he has the audacity
Right.
to tell a 4-star American general who's as American as apple pie, be a patriot. Like the audacity for like a Muslim jihadi to tell an American Christian to be a patriot. Guys,
Right.
Welcome to jihad. We've been warning you. Don't allow these like Muslim jihadis into your country, because you allow them into your country, you give them citizenship. This is how they come after you, right? They insult your generals that are more American than apple pie. And Chunky Yogurt, who's born in Turkey. No offense to Turkish people, but like, listen, I was born in Iran. Okay, I was born in Iran. I'm a naturalized Canadian citizen. Okay, never ever would I ever dare to go up to like a Canadian, who's here and be like, "Oh, I'm more patriotic than you." Like, it's insanity. It's insanity. Like, respect the country where you've immigrated to and respect the generals of that country. Anyways, I just want to point that out. A guy that was born in Turkey is accusing an American general of not being patriotic.
Well, I mean, Goldie, I think you are more patriotic than some, people who are born in Canada. But I think you wouldn't say that to a general.
Yeah,
you don't say that to a general.
You don't say to a general. You know what? I wouldn't even say to, even if I wouldn't say to anyone, because that's a very narcissistic thing to say, right? Like your actions speak louder than words. But for Chunky Yogurt to insult Chunky Yogurt, who's not even like a natural born American citizen, to insult a 4-star American general like this, awkward.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the way I look at it is that you come to America because people like him have made America what America is. America was an attractive destination to you because people like him have sacrificed so much to make America be the country that makes it a worthy destination for so many people to want to come to. And instead of being grateful for this man's sacrifice, for him to create a country where you could come and take benefit from, instead of doing that, you're so ungrateful. Like, this is the level of ungratefulness. These are the men who made America the country that you would want to leave Turkey and come to America for.
For America, not for Israel. I'm not going to go to another war for Israel. We're not going to spend.
What the hell? What the hell is happening?
Okay, go back a few seconds and just listen to the whole exchange.
Oh, God.
It's unhinged.
Sure. And it's Israel doing it, General Clark. Be a patriot. Be a patriot. Stand up for America, not for Israel. I'm not going to go to another war for Israel.
Standing for Israel is standing for America, you goddamn idiot. That's how allies work. That's how being an ally with another country works. You support your allies. America became a great country because of its allies, because it backed its allies.
I'm not going to spend trillions more for Israel.
Stop, Armin, stop. Go back a little bit because Chunky Yogurt yells at the general and says, I'm not going to another war for Israel. Meanwhile, Chunky Yogurt has never been to war. The general has spent his entire life serving in wars.
War.
Like, it's so unhinged.
I've never been to war. Speaking to the man who actually pays the price for going to war. Amazing.
General Clark, be a patriot. Be a patriot. Stand up for America, not for Israel. I'm not going to go to another war for Israel. We're not going to spend trillions more for Israel. We're not going to lose American soldiers for Israel. The Israelis have bought 94% of Congress. The Israelis have bought Donald Trump.
Shut the F up. What the hell is wrong with you? Somebody put, look at Goldie. Oh my God.
Listen, I was raised better. Like, I would never listen. If I spoke like that to a 4-star general, my parents would disown me. Like, they would kotak me and then disown me, right? Because we Iranians, we have like values and morals, and we treat we have respect for people who serve their country. So I'm just in shock. I don't know.
Goldie, you know how Chink told you that in the last time you were on Piers Morgan, told you that you don't speak for Iranians? How is he speaking for Americans right now? How is he speaking for Americans? Like, is he speaking on behalf of America? Like, who's we? We don't want to go to war. Like, who are you? Like, who made you? At least when Goldie is speaking, we are talking about a country with a government, with occupiers that don't let the Iranians choose their representative. In America, Americans choose their representative. Who elected you as the representative of Americans? I mean, actually, I don't know if you know this, Goldie, but he participated in elections and
he lost.
He was humiliated. It was so embarrassing. But yeah.
Trump. The Israelis have bought 94% of Congress. The Israelis have bought Donald Trump. And this is a fact. And you guys keep up.
The Israelis have bought Donald Trump. What are you talking about? When? Like, oh my God.
Obfuscating these facts.
Just making stuff up. Like, anybody who disagrees with me just is paid by the Zionists. Every single, if you agree with me, you're not paid by the Zionists. But if you disagree with me, then you're paid by the Zionists.
Can we have some respect?
Look at Goldie. Look at Goldie.
Hang on. And you guys keep obfuscating these facts.
Oh my God. She's like, oh my God. Look at her shot.
Can we have some respect for the general, please? I think he doesn't deserve to be screamed at.
No, he's interrupting me. He should have respect for the American people. 85.
What the respect for the American people? Who made you their speaker?
% of whom do not want to go. General Clark, why are you pushing us into this war when 85% of Americans don't want it? And you yourself know that the neocons have wanted this war for 20 years. Our interest. What interest? We said nuclear, and then we got rid of their
interest. Your interest, because the Islamic Republic wants to attack and annihilate America. I know they won't be able to, but that's their goal. They are a threat to America. When they become nuclear, they're going to become the biggest threat to America.
Nuclear facilities. Then now all of a sudden, ballistic missiles. General Clark, tell me with a straight.
By the way, when they mention these polls, but you need to remind them that America is not a direct democracy; it's a representative democracy. Okay, a representative democracy means that citizens don't decide the policies of their countries directly. They choose their representative, and their representatives will spend time researching and investigating what is in the best interest, what are the actual national interests, in a way that the average civilian wouldn't be able to do. So when they mention polls, the polls say this, polls say that, well, okay, America is not a direct democracy. The average citizen will not have as much information regarding what's best for your national interest than a politician that you have selected as your representative to focus their time and energy to evaluate what's in the national interest.
Armin, even more basic than that. What poll is he referring to? What official poll is he referring? He's making up numbers. There's no poll that says 85% are against war. He's making it up.
Yeah, I mean, even if it was just, I mean, I could look
Oh.
that up. I don't know.
Wait, we have a super chat. Someone is asking if Goldie and Armin are both ex-Muslim. Please don't ever insult me by accusing me of being ex-Muslim, because that infers that I was Muslim.
I'm ex-Muslim.
Yeah, you are.
Oh.
I'm not.
Oh.
I was,
Wait, why
I
is
was
it an
never a
insult?
Muslim, because don't insult me by accusing me of being like an ex-Muslim, because I was never Muslim to begin with. I never fell for the bullshit. Sorry, Armin. That was you.
What? Never fell for
You
the
fell,
bull-
you fell for
born
the
in-
propaganda. I'm teasing. I'm teasing.
Okay, Goldie, you were 1 year old when you left Iran. Okay, I
Doesn't
don't know
matter.
if
I
you
was
were-
never Muslim. I'm never Muslim. You're ex-Muslim, but I'm not. I'm just saying.
I was raised in Iran. I became an ex-Muslim when I was 16 years old. That's pretty impressive. 16 is pretty young for
Listen,
realizing
I'm
this is BS.
very impressed. I'm very impressed. All
Yeah.
I'm saying is don't call me an ex-Muslim, because that assumes that I was Muslim at some point, and I was never Muslim, because
Ex-Muslim is something. Ex-Muslim is something to brag about.
I'm just saying, at no point in my life did I ever believe that Muhammad, the pedophile warlord, rode a donkey with the face of a woman to the moon and back. Never
Yeah,
believed
to be
that.
fair, they don't tell you those parts from the beginning. That's when
Just
you
saying.
realize.
I'm just saying. I never believed that in the first place.
Goldie,
So I'm
being
not
an
ex-Muslim.
ex-Muslim is a bragging right. It's not an insult. Okay, being brainwashed by being beaten in a cult and leaving a cult is
I'm very
actually a
proud of
bragging right.
You know what? You're absolutely right. Listen, that's why we appreciate you, because you can give us all the intel from the inside that I have no idea, right? I don't know what's on the inside. You're our hey dad translator, so we appreciate and love you.
Right. And also Iran is the #1 ex-Muslim country in the world, so we should be proud of that.
We're a
we
country
are
of
now
80 million Islamophobes, remember?
Yeah, and ex-Muslims. We are now the ex-Muslim capital of the world. No country in the world has more ex-Muslims than Iran. So I think that's something to be proud of.
Guys, to all the Iranians, I'm done maskharash mikonam. Let me tease Armin for a little bit. I'm allowed to tease him a little bit, guys. Come on. Look at this.
I mean, that's what he always, yeah.
Why is he sweating so much though? Like, oh my gosh. خیلی داره عرق میکنه. Love it. All right, let's continue.
All right. Let me just also search this. Let's continue.
Face that we have
Why
a
don't
right
you
to demand that
stop
any
talking
country
and I
end their
will
ballistic
respond.
missile program.
What?
Why don't
General
you
Clark.
stop
Ballistic missiles? We'd have to get rid of the
Someone
whole
else
world
can.
for Israel.
I don't know what the general is saying because
I think he's saying like, why don't you shut up, or I don't know. I don't know. What he says, why don't you something? If anyone knows, let us know. But maybe we can go back and
Israel, if we're going to we have
Why
a
don't
right
you
to demand that
stop
any
talking
country
and I
end their
will
ballistic
respond.
missile program.
Oh, so okay, so he says, why don't you stop talking and I'll respond.
Oh, okay. Wow, you have a good ear. I couldn't understand that.
Why don't
General
you
Clark.
stop
Ballistic missiles? We'd have to get rid of the
Someone
whole
else
world
can.
for Israel.
Oh, yeah. So Chunk just keeps asking questions and he doesn't want an answer because he's not really asking a question. He's just making statements. So the general is saying.
And the general, being a 4-star general, he's like, why don't you just STFU so I can actually answer your garbage questions?
Yeah, exactly.
Why don't
General
you
Clark.
stop
Ballistic missiles? We'd have to get rid of the
Someone
whole
else
world
can.
for Israel if we're going to
Let
get rid
him
of ballistic
speak,
missiles.
Cheng.
What an idiot! Did you guys hear that? Did you guys hear, guys? This few seconds that you just heard. This is enough to completely forever dismiss Chunky Yogurt. Like you don't. I can't even say his real name anymore.
Look at my expression. Look at the general's expression. Look at Alec.
Did you hear what he said as well?
Well, that's why the general is like the general is like what? The general is like what? Like in Persian, like he's like Chisamian on man shenidam. The general's like I don't know, like goy khordam ke goftam are biam to in panel, right? Like the general's just like, what did I get myself into?
So let me just play it again and listen to this.
Ballistic missiles? We'd have to get rid of the whole world for Israel if we're going to
Let
get rid
him
of ballistic
speak.
missiles.
So he's saying ballistic missiles. We have to get rid of the whole world for ballistic missiles. If this was basically the way, if we have to go to war with the Islamic Republic because they have ballistic missiles, then we have to go to war with the whole world for the sake of Israel. Guys, do I need to explain why this is absolute lunacy? Like, do you is anybody here concerned, for example, Germany having ballistic missiles? Do you think like Israel, like, oh yeah, Germany can't have ballistic missiles? Do you think like Israel is going to say like United States, South Korea has ballistic missiles, we're not going to tolerate that? I don't know. How about Poland? Like Israel is gonna like America. You need to go to war with Poland. We can't tolerate them having ballistic missiles. Do you really think that the issue Israel is having is the existence of ballistic missiles? Do you think that's what they're opposing, or do you think it's the Islamic Republic having ballistic missiles? You buffoon! You goddamn idiot! These other countries, no other countries are not threatening Israel with annihilation. Of course that's the regime that shouldn't be having long-range ballistic missiles. Do you not see the difference? Does this require explanation? Is he really that? Oh my god, like this is like nobody can be this stupid. This must be on purpose. Nobody is this stupid. Like, oh, if we go war to Islamic Republic for ballistic missiles, then we should go to war with the entire planet. Are these other countries threatening Israel with annihilation and also threatening United States with annihilation? Are they doing that? They're not doing that. How is this not so? Oh my God. Why is he ever invited anywhere? I don't understand.
Guys, can we just say, Armin? Remember when Texas Troop, like an hour ago, told you to save your energy for later on down the show? Do you understand why? So it wasn't that you were commenting too much. It's because we knew that what's gonna come later is gonna trigger you so much. We were like, Armin, save your energy because you're gonna need it.
Oh my God.
Listen, keep it going. I love the energy. I love the commentary, but I'm just saying, I hope now you appreciate why people were like, Armin, save your energy. It gets even crazier. It gets even crazier.
Than this? This is crazier than this? No, I thought this was the peak. Okay. By the way, I just checked it. According to the latest February 2026 polling, about 49% of Americans oppose a general U.S. military attack on, it says Iran here, but it means the Islamic Republic. Okay, so this was the Economist YouGov poll. So it's not 80%, it's 49%. So he's full of crap.
Please continue with the enthusiasm. We love it. Look at my face. Look at the general's face. Look at Elika. I'm just like,
oh my God. Look at this. Look at Goldie. This is so cute. This is so cute. This is the best one yet. I love this one. Okay. This is the best one. Oh my God. This should be turned into like a plush, like a doll or something. Like a oh my God. Oh my God. Oh, I got a super chat. Hold on, look at this thing. I feel bad for getting this entertainment from Armin's commentary for free. So here you are. Oh, thank you.
Everyone support Armin's commentary because this is pure gold. Like, I'm so enjoying this right now. This is why, Armin, I didn't tell you anything about yesterday. Like, I told you a few things, but I was like, I just want your live reaction, right? Okay. So I knew it would be amazing.
Oh my God. Oh, how do these people get away with becoming this, getting this many views while having such bad takes? I really have to understand it. Is it just because he's a clown? That's how he gets the views, I guess.
Let him respond. Of courtesy to other people.
What?
Now,
General Clark,
you want to hear what I say? Listen. First of all, there is no they there. We've been through the Bush administration. There were neocons. We've been through the Obama administration. There were no neocons there. We've been through the Trump administration. He didn't want a war.
Did you see how
We've been
Dave
through-
like this? Wait, sorry. Did you see how the comedian was like, "Rrr," like when the general's speaking, Dave is like, "Rrr," as if like the general doesn't know what he's talking about, and like some idiotic like comedian knows what's going on.
Yeah, they have a very weird classification. Anybody, so in Dave's world, anybody who ever thinks like, yeah, maybe we should attack our enemies, oh, that's a neocon. So that's the way. So for him, in Obama's administration had neocons because I don't know, somebody at some point said like, yeah, actually maybe we should blow up some terrorists. Okay, so if you're ever on the side of these terrorists need some blowing up, in Dave's world, that's a neocon. That's why he was like, "Oh, like you can't say that. There are neocons in Obama's administration." Oh, thank you, atheist Damians. Thank you so much.
A Trump administration. He didn't want a war. We've been through the Biden administration. Now we're another Trump administration. When you say they, there's no they there. There's no secret plot behind
The Israeli lobby is the number one donor to every single person you mentioned. Biden, Trump, everyone.
What? Why did you interrupt? Like, oh my God, he's interrupting. Like he didn't let him go through 30 seconds without interruption. 30 seconds.
And then the general's like, "Let me finish," because the general's done with like the jihadi nonsense, right?
Yeah. Wow, we're getting so many super chats here. Thank you, guys. I appreciate that. Okay, thank you.
Israeli lobby is the number one donor to every single person you mentioned.
That is not true. What did he say?
Secret plot behind
The Israeli lobby is the number one donor to every single person you mentioned. Biden.
The Israeli lobby is the number one donor in every case. Did he say in every case that you mentioned?
Plot behind
The Israeli lobby is the number one donor to every single person you mentioned. Biden.
That is absolutely not true.
This is garbage.
This is garbage. First of all, we don't have an Israeli lobby. Okay, AIPAC is is a Jewish American lobby. These are Americans. These are American citizens who happen to be Jewish, and as American citizens, they have every right to want to influence American politics. You know why? Do you know why? Because they're American. Because that's what you get. That's your right as an American. Do you think that American Jews don't get to influence American politics because they're Jews? You're going to accuse them of being just Israeli and not American because they happen to be Jews? I wonder why people call you anti-Semitic. AIPAC is American. It's Jewish American, but American. They're 100% American. And also, they're not a very big lobby. The dentists, I kid you not, the dentists in America have a bigger lobby than AIPAC. Qatar has a bigger lobby. Saudi Arabia has a bigger lobby. Even Canada has a bigger lobby. Germany has a bigger lobby. Hey, guess what? The Islamic Republic illegally has a bigger lobby. In fact, if you want to criticize Israel, here's a good criticism for Israel. Why the heck don't you have a lobby in Washington? What are you doing? Your enemies have lobbies in Washington. Where is your lobby? If you want to criticize Israel, you have to ask them, why are they missing in action? Why are they allowing the enemies of Israel to control the media so much? This is one area that Israel is lacking. They're so good at technology. They're so good at entrepreneurship. They're so good at intelligence. They're so good at military. They're so good at music. They're so good at academia, sports maybe not so much, but they're good at chess. They're good at everything. But in media, they're lacking. In lobbying, they're lacking. In fact, the very thing that the anti-Semites accuse Israelis of is the exact area where they're lacking the most. They're missing in action. Like, why aren't you getting, you know who deserves this level of anger when it comes to lobbying power? Qatar. The Islamic effing Republic. The CCP. And even Russia. They have more influence. They have more lobbying power than Israel. You know why still United States supports this ally, even though Qatari money and Islamic Republic money is against it? Because it just makes so much sense for U.S. national interest. This is another reason why maybe Israelis are not good at lobbying and not good at media, because they didn't feel the need to that much until October 7th now, because it just made so much sense for American national interest that you didn't need to do that much convincing. It was just obvious that this is what America should do. My God. The claim is insane.
Someone said, Goldie, look at your eyes. Yeah, because I'm in shock that Chunky Yogurt is speaking to a decorated 4-star general like that, right? Like, it's very disrespectful. It's just garbage. It's literally like 7th century savage jihadi behavior, because we're taught to, I don't know, respect the people who've served their country. I don't know. Right. So I'm just in shock. I'm like, what is your culture? Because as an Iranian, I don't understand why you think you have the right to yell at a 4-star general. I don't know. Very disrespectful. Very disrespectful. Very, very low class. Very low class.
Oh my God.
Every one of them.
That's a death, sir, by the way. I think
the Israeli lobby has been here the whole time, General Clark.
Wakey. Don't get a chance to talk.
Yeah, I think all the enemies of Israel have lobbies. Israel doesn't have a lobby. They should, though.
I don't know who
please let General Clark finish his point.
Common courtesy. Now, just
I agree. I agree. Cenk, let the general respond.
And I'm going to say it not just to you, but to all the other panelists. So there's no they there. This is about national interests. And you can go through these states one by one. First of all, I was against the invasion of Iraq. I knew it was a mistake and it wasn't going to work out well. I was against it. But it's the men and women in uniform. Of course, you're not against your own soldiers fighting. You want them to succeed. But the mission was a bad mission, and I called it for that. Syria, there was a revolution there. President Obama said Bashar Assad shouldn't stay in charge. But unfortunately, he did until Turkey got rid of him. On Libya, I warned the United States not to intervene because there was no follow-on for that, and we've still got a mess in Libya. We've never been able to come to terms with Darfur, Sudan, and what's happening in the center of Africa. Now, when you turn to Iran has been a continuous problem for the United States. They killed hundreds of our soldiers with the explosively formed penetrators when we were in Iraq. They started this thing back in the late 1970s, early 80s. They assassinated a bunch of Iranian generals because they'd been to school in the United States. So what's their beef with the United States?
So he's acknowledging that prior to 1979, Iran and the United States were allies, because he's saying the Islamic regime assassinated a whole bunch of Iranian generals who were trained by the U.S. military. And Armin, for him to say that, that's a big deal, because for the American, veterans and people who are, American military servicemen who are here, my understanding is that if someone comes and trains with you, like, even if they're not like American, but if they're training with you, if they're part of your, sorry, my military terminology isn't the great, squadron or team or whatever, you basically consider them like a brother, right? Because they're a brother in arms. Like if people from another country come to train with you, that's a brother in arms, right? So the fact that the general is commenting on all of these, Iranian generals who trained with the United States and then they were murdered by the Islamic regime, like the general is basically saying like they assassinated our friends, our allies, our brothers in arms, right? Am I correct in that assessment? I don't know, but someone let me know.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, and in addition to that, I do also think that it's very telling that. What do you think about this, Goldie? A general that was against the war in Iraq and Libya and Syria, like he's saying those didn't turn out well. He's saying Iran is different. Isn't that like a big deal? Like a person, yeah. So he's saying. So even somebody who was anti that many wars, he's now saying, well, now let's talk about Iran. And he's making the case about how Iran is different, right?
100%. Guys, yes, we will live stream State of the Union. Don't worry. We'll live stream the State of the Union. We'll probably end our live stream and just have everyone go to Armin. I mean, I if you want, I can keep the live stream going so you can have our reactions, but we've been going for almost 9 hours now. So I'm probably just going to tune in to Tusi for the, I don't know, Armin, what do you want to do? Do you want to live stream State of the Union separately, or what do you think?
I'm okay with anything you guys say.
I don't know, man.
We could so we have a couple of options. We could do both channels live. We could also just do the Iran parts tomorrow, like just see which they like. Wait and see what which parts are Iran, and just cut out those parts and just do those.
We could. Some people are like, "Oh, live stream Tuesday." Okay, we'll see. I don't know. Oh, so people are like, live stream it here. Stay with us for the opinions. Some people are saying go rest. All right, just let us know. We'll decide in the next like 15 minutes what we want to do, because Armin's also here much later than usual, and Armin's day starts really early. So
yeah, I've been streaming for 12 hours straight. Yeah. But yeah,
I think people appreciate your rants more.
Yeah. By the way, guys, when you see me leave and then come back, I'm not going for a rest. Like those 2 hours that I'm gone, I'm in the discussion group, like recording over there with discussion. Yeah. So yeah, let's continue.
They want trouble from the United States. That's their raison d'etre. That's what keeps the. Well, you can shake your head, but I'm telling you, look at the propaganda. So, is Israel concerned? Of course, Israel should be concerned. As the Ayatollah has said, and others, when they get nuclear weapons, they're going to use them. Now, I've been all through the Gulf leadership. Maybe you've talked to those leaders too, but I have.
Persian Gulf.
And they don't want Iran to have a nuclear weapon. They can't do much about it, but they hope that we will.
See, yeah, exactly. Those countries, they also want the Islamic Republic gone. Unlike what Cenk said, like nobody wants this. Nope, they do. The Persian Gulf countries.
You heard what the general said. The general said, I've spoken to the country leaders. Maybe you have. I don't know, but I have, right? Like he's
wow.
He's putting
I didn't notice that.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Go back. He said that.
Okay, yeah, okay.
Chip, maybe you've talked to those leaders too, but I have. And
maybe you touched. Oh my God, I didn't catch that. That was pretty funny. Okay, thank you, Goldie. I didn't notice that. Okay.
They don't want Iran to have a nuclear weapon. They can't do much about it, but they hope that we will. And unfortunately, the agreement that we thought we solved it with in 2015 was thrown out in 2018. And I
wait, what?
It with in 2015. The agreement that we solved, we will. And unfortunately.
Okay, I disagree with this part where he says, unfortunately. That agreement should have been thrown out. That was the Obama deal. I think Trump was right to throw away that deal. So I don't know if Goldie agrees with me. So when he says, unfortunately, we throw away that deal, no, fortunately, because the Islamic Republic was violating the terms of the agreement since day one.
They can't do much.
What do you guys think in the chat? Do you guys like this is political? This is not military.
Much about it, but they hope that we will. And unfortunately, the agreement that we thought we solved it with in 2015 was thrown out in 2018.
No, fortunately, it was thrown out, not unfortunately. Fortunately. The yeah, exactly. The JCPOA, they sucked. And the Islamic Republic was violating it since day one.
And I agree that that agreement wasn't a great agreement. It didn't stop their ballistic missiles, and it didn't stop their axis of resistance.
It also didn't stop their enrichment of uranium. The IAEA confirmed that they were enriching uranium at different parts of the country beyond the parts where the IAEA had access to monitor.
Didn't deal with Hezbollah, but it was an agreement. Now we don't have anything, and so
you didn't have anything. You had worse than nothing. Like when you had the JCPOA, the Obama deal, you had worse than nothing. You had an excuse for the Islamic Republic to get closer to a nuclear bomb while pretending that they were being civilized and abiding by the agreement. So you had, if by throwing away the agreement you had nothing, that's an improvement, because before it you had worse than nothing. You had an advantage for the Islamic Republic. Guys, we have audio leaks from the main nuclear scientist. What's his name? I forgot his name. The guy that Mossad killed inside Iran. What was his name, guys? With the guy that Mossad killed like many years ago. We have leaked audio information from him where he was basically talking about putting nuclear warheads on ballistic missiles and the preparations for that in the middle of the JCPOA. Oh, Fakhrizadeh, thank you so much, Fakhrizadeh. So this is public information, guys. This is all public information. So yeah, the JCPOA didn't stop them from the proxies from supporting terrorist groups in the region. So it's actually worse than what the general is saying here, because not only it didn't stop them, the removal of the sanctions and all of the money, all of the cash that Obama gave to the Islamic Republic actually funded the Islamic Republic to support Hamas and Hezbollah and Hashd al-Shaabi and Zainabiyun and Kataib and Fatimiyun in the region. So not only it did not encourage the Islamic Republic to be more civilized and stop supporting terrorism, it actually gave them the funds to do so. In fact, the JCPOA is the reason for October 7th. It's the reason for October 7th. So basically, Obama funded October 7th with the JCPOA. So yeah, so it's an understatement to say that it didn't reduce their support for proxies, otherwise known as terrorist groups. It's an understatement because it managed to increase it. And when it comes to nuclear, not only it didn't stop their enrichment of uranium, it gave them the opportunity to experiment with being able to hide their enrichment of uranium in more places in the country, to spread it across and be able to also practice hiding it.
But it was an agreement. Now we don't have anything. And so we're on the precipice of another set of military strikes.
By the way, I'm so glad that I actually know these things, because I feel like I am very well equipped to throw this at somebody who's trying to like when Chunky Yogurt or Dave Smith. I wish I had the chance with Chunky Yogurt or Dave Smith, like in a one-on-one debate at some point, because it's so easy for me to basically use these facts and shut them up.
In the region. Is that a good thing? No, it's not a good thing. It'd be a lot better if Iran would simply become a normal state, engage in trade, work with its neighbors, stop trying to take over the region, stop threatening Israel. But Iran doesn't seem, under its present regime, to want to do that. So that's where we're headed. Thank you, Piers.
Liz, can I just answer something?
Let me wait 1 second. I will come to everybody. But I want
Our allies do not want this war. How do you know that, you goddamn idiot? First of all, Saudi Arabia and Germany have announced that they want this war. They want the regime change in Iran. They have mentioned it. And the general just told you that he talks to the leaders of the countries around the Persian Gulf. And have you, like, where is the source of, at least with the general, we have a source of information. Where are you getting this from? How does he just claim knowledge without actually providing any evidence for it? It's, guys, you do understand that it's just really easy to just claim that you have knowledge over something. If nobody basically asks you for evidence or a source, you could just say like, oh yeah, this is the case. Oh my God. All right. What the hell?
I was muted. So Iranians, guy, like Armin, pretty much like every single Iranian has seen like this Piers Morgan interview now. So everyone's like roasting chunky yogurt now.
Oh my God.
Anyways,
I want to get.
Yeah. Okay.
Wait 1 second. I will come to. I'll come to everybody. But I want to get Dave Smith's response to that. Dave Smith.
Okay. Well, I mean, if the general
get ready for a pile of SHIT.
Armin, they want Dave Smith's response to a 4-star general.
Right. Yeah. All right. Let's listen to this clown respond to this general
who is on the record, not just on that Amy. Okay, well, I mean, if the general who is on the record, not just on that Amy Goodman interview, but here on this show, Pierce, who said the plans went back a decade before that, and that they were resurrected in a study paid for by the Israelis. If he's walking away from that or saying, well, yeah, that happened, but there were 4 different administrations in there, so there's no.
Why do they think this is such a gut shoe? Why do they think this is such a gut shoe? There's endless.
Because they're sorry, Kheng. I don't want to insult Khars.
Yeah, they're beautiful animals. I love them. So
I love Khar.
Yeah. Oh my God.
They there. Well, as Cenk was pointing out there, Benjamin Netanyahu's been here pretty much the entire time. The Israel lobby's been here pretty much the entire time. And you'd certainly have to admit.
Guys, if Israelis have this much influence over America's politics, then why is it that in the 12-day war, when Israel was going for bombing the main leaders of the Islamic Republic, when President Trump asked them to pull back their planes, fighter jets, Israel was forced to pull them back? Like, how is it that, like, if they have this much influence, then why is it that if every time Israel needs to attack, I don't know, the Islamic Republic or Hezbollah, or they come to Washington and they need to get a green light from Americans to be able to defend their own country?
Sir, it's an awfully big coincidence that you saw that there was a plan to overthrow 7 countries, and that's.
Guys, there's a plan for literally everything you could imagine. Guys, if something else happened, I guarantee it. I would be able to go dig somewhere in the piles of the mountains of suggestions and reports that are piling up in Washington, D.C. If something else had happened, I would be able to go and find a report that was basically suggesting just that. I would be like, aha! Look at this. And guys, given that Jews are very successful and they basically climb career ladders faster than the average people in the population, they will everywhere in politics or in finance or in any industry, I would be able to find an influential Jew that is somehow connected to this report or suggestion. I'm like, aha, look, here's a report that was just asking for just that, and here's the Jew connected to it. Done. This is how conspiracy theories work. Yeah, by the way, your super chat saying we literally had arms embargo on Israel on 1949. Yeah, the reason why that stopped and the United States becomes such a strong ally of Israel, because they notice how good they are at eliminating America's enemies.
Since that time. Now, obviously, none of us are arguing it didn't happen the way you said it was going to. It's supposed to happen in 5 years. And obviously the war in Iraq ended up.
So it wasn't even completely the same as that plan. And you're still trying to suggest that this was the plan that basically dictated everything. So it wasn't even a 1-to-1 copy.
being a quagmire that was unforeseen by most of the military establishment at the time. But Israel and or the United States of America have attacked all of those countries, maybe minus Sudan.
You're telling me that, oh, guys, Israel and guys, this is such, oh my God, guys, let's connect the dots. There was a report somewhere in Washington suggesting that maybe we should attack people who are our enemies and people who wish America harm. Maybe we should attack them. And then, oh, guys, then also America and Israel, they attack their enemies. This cannot be a coincidence. Israel attacked the countries, the leaders of countries who wish Israel harm, and America has been attacking the leaders and militaries of countries who wish America harm. And there was a suggestion that maybe we should do that. What? Wow. It's crazy. America attacking its enemies. Israel attacking its enemies. People beforehand suggesting that maybe we should attack our enemies. No. Wow. So surprising. What a conspiracy. Thank you, Dave Smith. This has been very educational.
Which kind of collapsed without those attacks. That would seem to be a huge coincidence there. And it seems much more likely that those entrenched interests that were pushing for that continued to push for that over all of these years, especially when the fact is that we can look at who's been advocating for all of these policies over the years, and it's been Benjamin Netanyahu and the Israel Firsters and the Israel Lobby and all of them. I think it's kind of crazy to expect us to somehow get them.
Yeah, Israel first, guys. Apparently, America first means that not having allies. America first means like we basically, guys. Why don't these people go and say the same thing regarding America's support for their other allies? Like for example, for South Korea, for Taiwan. Like we're like, oh, are you Taiwan first? Are you South Korea first? Why do we have so many military bases in Germany? Do you know the amount of money Americans spend on military support for Germany and South Korea? Each one of them is more than Israel, which is insane because Israel is actually doing more than other countries when it comes to attacking America's enemies. Why are these people like, why aren't these people shouting like, are we Germany first? Are we Taiwan first? Are we Ukraine first? Are we South Korea first? It's called supporting your allies because that's what's required to be not. I was going to say that's what's required to be a superpower, but honestly, no. Non-superpower countries also do the same thing because any sane country knows the way to get strong is by having strong allies. No country will be a great country in isolation. Every country becomes great by having strong allies that you support when they need you. In fact, it's the Israelis who should be complaining regarding being America first instead of Americans complaining regarding being Israeli first. Because Israelis have paid a higher price for removing America's enemies than America has paid for removing Israel's enemies. So if anything, the relationship between Israel and America gets the better end of that deal. Israel pays a much heavier price killing America's enemies than America ever does killing Israel's enemies. In fact, it's not even comparable. It's the Israelis who should be complaining like, are we America first instead of Israel first? Not the Americans. The Americans are getting a great deal.
Out of any response. I think it's kind of crazy to expect us to somehow get them out of any responsibility for this. And in terms of,
oh wait, I need to pay attention to Goldie's reactions. I forgot to do. Guys, it's so hard. Like I know. Look at, I'm missing Goldie's golden reactions. Oh, that's a good way to say it. I'm missing Goldie's golden reactions because of Dave Smith's train of nonsense. Okay, I'm trying to respond to Dave Smith's train of nonsense. I'm not just saying Goldie's amazing reactions. Oh wow, thank you. Somebody's saying that's a really great point. Well, thank you. I appreciate that.
Somehow get them out of any responsibility for this. And in terms of, Pierce, just last summer, I was on this show. We were having a bunch of arguments. Everybody back then said it was about the 60% enriched uranium, that I was crazy for claiming that this was a...
Wait, guys. I'm pretty sure anything he says here is going to be easily debunkable. Watch this. By the way, Goldie, we just came up with a new term. I don't know if you heard it. We said Goldie's golden reactions. Did you hear
I
it?
heard.
Okay, good.
I heard that was
Okay,
kind of
okay.
nice. I like that.
Okay. All right.
Summer, I was on this show. We were having a bunch of arguments. Everybody back then said it was about the 60% enriched uranium, that I was crazy for claiming that this was about a regime change operation. And here we are a few months later.
What are you talking about? The regime change is because of the 60% enriched uranium. How are you trying to separate these two?
President Trump has boasted that he obliterated their nuclear program, that it's no issue, and yet we still need to go back to war.
Well, he did. Okay, honestly, that might have been an exaggeration, but to be fair, even if you got rid of those 3 sites, President Trump never suggested that they're not going to be enriching uranium anywhere else. He said that we got rid of those 3 sites, which, it's debatable, but it's okay. But let's say it was just completely destroyed. But he also said that we will do this again if they start this anywhere else. He didn't suggest that this was a complete end of uranium enrichment. He said those 3 sites were destroyed, not that enrichment of uranium has ended by the Islamic Republic. That's a straw man. Okay. But also you say people said that this is about 60% enriched uranium, but I thought it was about regime change. You goddamn moron. We need regime change because they're enriching uranium. And if you don't do regime change, eventually they're going to have a nuclear weapon. They're connected. These 2 things are not separate. You goddamn idiot. What the hell?
With Iran once again. The fact of the matter is that the impetus for the global war on terrorism to begin with was our beef with radical Sunni terrorist groups. There's no reason for the United States of America to be at war with the Shiites, and you can mention...
Oh my God! Why? How is this man so ignorant of recent history? The Shiite Islamic Revolution inside Iran is the reason why we had Sunni radicalism all over the Middle East. It was the Islamic Revolution of 1979 that caused the Saudis to panic, because we were also having this, because this revolution was supposed to be exported into Saudi Arabia, because the Sunnis and the Wahhabis in Saudi Arabia were inspired by the Islamic Revolution in 1979, and they attacked the Kaaba, and the Saudis went and killed the Wahhabis inside the Kaaba, and there was blood over the Kaaba, and the Saudis were terrified, and they went full-on Islamic because they were competing with the Islam, with the guardianship of the jurists of the Shia mullahs in Tehran, and that's why they started building madrasas all around the region. That's why the masjids in Pakistan, in Indonesia, in Malaysia, in Afghanistan, all around North Africa, everywhere was going madrasa after madrasa, and Wahhabism was being exported. And because of that competition between the Saudis and the mullahs in Tehran, we had Wahhabism spreading all around the world, and that's what led to ISIS and Al-Qaeda, and all of that stuff happened as a competition to the Islamic Republic. The Sunni radical groups was a result of the Islamic Revolution of 1979. How do you not know this? You have nothing to do but research. This is your entire job. How do you not know this? Oh my God. Okay.
Armin, remember when we told you to save your energy? Now you know why.
Yeah. Oh my God.
Also, guys, I see in the chat, so President Trump has started the State of the Union address, and I appreciate that. Thank you for letting us know. Please let us know when President Trump starts speaking about Iran, and when he starts speaking about Iran, we'll switch over to President Trump. Okay? So you guys, please help us out, because I have the White House channel live stream open. When President Trump starts speaking about Iran, let us know. We'll switch over to Iran. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you, guys.
All right, Armin, please continue, because your
Okay,
freak out is everything.
Goldie, these people are commenting on stuff that they don't even know the ABCs on, and they act like they're experts.
Do you see my expression? My expression is
Yeah.
basically everything you said, but just in my one
I know.
expression.
Yeah.
And then look at
Oh my
Elika.
God.
Look at poor Elika. Elika's like, right?
Jesus Christ, yeah. Oh my God.
By the way, I don't think the general is correct in saying that Iran was responsible for killing that many soldiers in Iraq. I think those they were Iraqi Shiites, and I think most of those roadside bombs were made in Iraq. My friend Scott Horton has demonstrated this in his great.
Yeah, I'm just like this because I'm like, Hamauna Irani Budan. Like they're all Iranian, and then this idiot is like, oh, they were Iraqi, had nothing to do with Iran. So I'm just like,
The Iraqi Shia militias are proxies of the Islamic Republic. The Hashd Shabi, Kataib Hezbollah, these are, does he not know that how much not just the militias in Iraq are direct proxies of the Islamic Republic, but how much Iraqi parties, there are parties within the parliament of Iraq that are completely loyal to Khamenei? Like, does he not know that?
look at Elika's face. Look at my face.
Oh
Look
my
at the
God, yeah,
general's
you're right.
face.
Oh my
Guys,
God,
we know the president is speaking. Stop spamming the chat. When the president starts speaking about Iran, let us know. We'll switch over. Okay? Thank you. Thank you for attention to this matter. We respect President Trump. We will switch to President Trump when he starts speaking about Iran. So just let us know when he starts speaking about Iran. Thank you very much. Armin, please continue. Because we want to hear the American general's analysis here.
Oh my God, he just said, I don't think that was the Islamic Republic. Those were just Iraqi Shias. They were proxies of the Islamic Republic. You goddamn idiot. You know what? You know who you need to go listen to, Dave Smith? The Iraqis who are complaining about the sovereignty of their own country. Maybe go talk to the Iraqis who are fed up with the Islamic Republic having so much control over their parliament and over this many militias inside their countries. By the way, respect to all the Iraqis who are anti-Islamic Republic. Please understand that when we're against Hashd Shabi or Kataib or all the Islamic Republic proxies inside Iraq, we're not talking about you guys. We also know that you're trying to liberate your country from the Islamic Republic as well. So don't hate us. Islamic Republic is not Iranian.
Can I just say that's also another reason why I was really shocked because right.
Yeah, go on.
Sorry. Sorry, I was playing something else. So one of the reasons that I was really shocked by what this like idiot person said is because I'm like, because he's saying, oh, those were Iraqis. And I'm shocked because I'm like, wow. So like in literally one breath, he's insulting Iraqis and Iranians at the same time, right? So like because he's also saying like, oh, they were Iraqi terrorists, right? Not understanding that regardless of whether or not they're Iraqi, the fact that they're Iraqi Shia proxies means they're funded by the Islamic regime. So he was basically insulting Iranians and freedom fighting Iraqis at the same time because he's an idiot.
Yeah, exactly, and he doesn't understand that the Islamic Republic does not recognize national borders, because for them there is no nationalism. There's the Ummah, the Shia Ummah community. So remember, guys, when on Iran Revolution Live, when we were playing you the song, where you remember in the Shia song where the guy was saying, anybody, هر کسی که از آل علی هموطن منه, meaning that anybody who believes Ali is my compatriot. So they don't consider Iranians to be their compatriots. So me, I'm not, they don't see me as, because I'm not Shia, it doesn't matter that I'm Iranian. To them, I'm an outsider. An Iraqi who's a Shia and believes in Khamenei is their compatriot, and an Iranian who is not a Shia is an outsider in their mind.
Armin.
Right.
So there's a lot of our followers who want to watch the State of the Union address. So
okay,
we
we can
still
finish
have
this later.
you know what? But we still have a lot to go through because we've been going at this for like 4 hours. Because I know, like, there's a lot to go through. So I don't want to rush through what you're saying because your commentary and our commentary is very important. So why don't we leave the rest of this analysis for tomorrow? And we'll go to the State of the Union address, even though President Trump right now isn't speaking about it. But let's do that. And then, you can call it a night. I'll call it a night. And then we can come back tomorrow. And
sounds good.
Yeah. Because I don't want to rush through this either, because this is like you're providing so much important commentary, right? And people are really, really appreciating it. So maybe we'll do that instead.
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, Armin, thank you so much for everything. We're going to call it a night.
Thank you, guys. I'm Israel Chai, Javid Shah, Payande Iran.
There you go. Good night.
Bye, guys.
All right, guys. I'm gonna play the live stream here. But my suggestion is, go to Tusi's channel if you want to support him. If you don't want to deal with Tusi's chat, you can stick around here. But there you go. All right. Enjoy the State of the Union.
As well, but there is a lot of obviously speculations about what is going on with the actual tensions, RFK Jr. But one thing is quite clear: the mobilization of the troops, which, by the way, somehow still continues towards Iran, towards the Middle East, it has been absolutely insane. You got Raisin and other generals. Now, one other thing to mention is I'm going to get your reaction live, of course, as well during the speech. We should expect him to arrive in the next few minutes. And then, of course, we will have everything. We've got Melania and the children. Erica Kirk is also sitting at the back, just behind Ivanka, a couple of rows higher. But overall, somebody said in the live chat, I just switched to 2C TV over Fox News. There we go. We are winning, ladies and gentlemen. You are not going to get this level of chaotic coverage on the mainstream media. Things will happen. And I might even fall asleep. You never know. Don't worry. I've got my can of Coke Zero, of course. I've got water. I've got everything ready. It's going to be a long, long evening. Yeah, we should expect him in the next few minutes. In the meantime, I'm gonna get some of your reaction in the live chat, and of course, check out the situation with the live map, the flight radar, and let me just double check this when it comes to the situation in the Middle East. Stay with me, guys, and we will check this together. All right. Okay, so this is our, where are we? There we go. Live map from the Middle East, and specifically, of course, Iran. We still have a number of flights going around. We're not really, I mean, some people were expecting some sort of airstrike to happen mid-speech, but I highly doubt that, because the president has to be there. So he has to be with his generals. Everybody's currently in the room, in the chamber. You're not really going to get any sort of military operation while all these guys are together. Of course, apart from the designated survivor, of course. But let me just double check the update on the, hang on. Okay, so these guys are here, and then
Guys, for those of you who are complaining about the delay, you can go watch this on Tusi's channel. Like, if you don't like the fact that there's like a 5-minute delay, I'm more than happy to just like end the live stream right now. Go watch the actual live stream itself, and then I don't know, you can deal with the chat there. So, Payanda Iran, Javicha, sorry for the delay. Have a good evening, guys.